to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All righty. Happy Wednesday, everybody. On we go into NFL playoff weekend, into Warrior More Purgatory at Minnesota tonight. And, of course, one day closer to our trip to Scottsdale. That's right. I'm already thinking about our trip to Scottsdale. Marcus, how's that for giving you a little pick-me-up on a Wednesday morning?
I got to say, you just kind of gave me like a jolt of energy on a Wednesday morning.
Right?
I'm trying to think about like the snooze fest of sports last night, and then you hop on the microphone and say, hey, we're getting closer to Scottsdale. I'm like, Scottsdale? I can sniff that grass already.
I did get a text from a friend last night. He's a listener. He lives up in Sonoma County, but he's down in Scottsdale on business. And he sent me a shot of like the sunset and Camelback Mountain. And there's a thing about Scottsdale in January and February, man. It's a thing. There's like a certain there's a look, there's an air.
Yeah, and it's not just that sunset, Murph. It's that sunrise.
Yeah.
Specifically when we're doing it from Scottsdale Stadium, broadcasting live.
And I'm going to do that. It's always awkward to get that sunrise shot because it's not easy to get from where we broadcast out down this little tunnel, then out a door, then over. Then I got to climb over a little railing. Then I got to go down another railing. Then I'm always trying to get the right angle. Then we're close to coming on the air. And I'm like, I got to get this sunrise picture. It's a tradition. And then it winds up never being quite as good as I want because there's like wires in the way and nets in the way. But I post it, and I think a couple people get a kick out of it.
See, that's the problem. Pictures never come out as well as the actual real-life image. And it's a problem I had when we were out in Hawaii for one of our recent broadcasts. And I was trying to get like a nice view, a nice photo of the sunset. And don't get me wrong, you can get some nice photos. But nothing beats like being in the pool, watching the sunset, and just kind of embracing it and not even caring about taking photos or having your phone on you.
You sound like the Sopranos episode when Tony took was it Tony took LSD or acid or whatever, and he's standing on the canyon watching the sunrise, and he goes, "I get it." Mm-hmm. There it is, right there. That's you.
That was me in Hawaii.
Well, you can capture the image if you're like a Brad Mansion, or we should mention it was a kind of a lesser-known celebrity death yesterday. Heinz Klutmeyer. I tweeted out about this. Legendary Sports Illustrated photographer. And he was famous for many, many, many photos, but most of all, the cover of the 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey. Now, this is something you guys probably definitely don't know because you're well before you were born, buddy.
But
you know Miracle on Ice.
Miracle on Ice. I feel like I've seen this Sports Illustrated
The
cover
SI
before.
that came out that week was the first one that ever had no caption. Nothing. No words. It's just to go look at my Twitter or my X, if you prefer.
What about your Blue Sky, Murph?
I got to put it on my Blue Sky.
You got to post it everywhere.
Blue Skies smiling at me.
Make sure you get on your TikTok before it gets banned.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh.
That's going on, too.
That's what I'm hearing.
I guess everybody's hopping over to Red Note.
What the hell is that?
Is that the story?
Red Note?
Yeah, Red Note is the new Blue Sky.
Oh, this is getting too deep for me.
It's the new Blue Sky. It's where you go when like you're leaving an app. Red Note.
Red Note.
Yeah.
All right.
It was the number one app on Apple yesterday.
We got Blue Skies, Red Notes. What am I going to get, like a green dog next?
Yeah.
Green something.
We're going primary colors.
Yeah, right.
What are the 808 KNBR? What are the primary colors?
We're going to have the social media kind of expand the rainbow now.
Go look at this picture. Go to my Twitter. I'm ordering you.
Well, I'm looking at it. I'm there already.
Look at that. Look at that. That caption. I got to tell you guys, last night I was reading the Heinz Klutmeyer obituary, and when I scrolled down, I got to the part about him taking the Miracle on Ice photo. Bro, I ain't going to lie. I'm sitting there in my house. I had a little moment, bro. I got catapulted back to the thrill, not just of that win, but getting that SI the next week. It's hard to describe how important the SI arriving on the Wednesday or generally the Thursday in your mailbox was, and taking that out and seeing that picture. I'd never seen, because, there's nobody online posting stuff. There's nothing to post. You got to wait till your mailbox, open your mailbox, and you pull out that picture. That picture... I don't know. Is it the best picture in sports history? If it's not, it's in the conversation.
It's pretty epic.
And there was no words. It doesn't say USA. It doesn't say anything. There's no caption on camera. You see, it just says Sports Illustrated.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first time they ever did. So anyway, speaking to your picture, this all started because you were talking about pictures of sunsets.
Yes, that's right.
So Heinz Klutmeyer, rest in peace, would have taken a good picture.
R.I.P. It's one of the goats.
Speaking of goats, what we have right now is we're missing a goat. John Joe Curley calling in sick today. First time ever? First time sick day for him?
Are we sure it's not the Irish flu?
Well, it's dry January, so it can't be, right?
Yeah, but wasn't it just Quitters Friday? Maybe he had a Quitters Tuesday. Maybe he was out with young Tony at trivia last night throwing down a couple beers.
I don't know. We'll find out. By the way, did we find out if he quit on Friday? We don't know for sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
But by the way, I've been reading more and more about dry January. It's like I guess it's now becoming a real thing. I guess it's officially started in 2013 in Britain as some health initiative or something.
Well, if it started in Britain, I definitely don't want anything to do with it.
Exactly. Who wants anything to do with a dry January anyway?
That's what I'm saying. I don't want anything to do with the royal family, and I want nothing to do with dry January.
By the way, I bet the royal family's drinking.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
they're not giving up their booze.
They're not dry.
Hell no.
They're not dry. But another goat we have here is going to come on. We're going to break tradition today
Tradition.
and go to the guest line early because we have an early guest, which is unusual. So from one goat to another, John Joe Curley out. Young Tony is going to do both jobs today. And I said to him when I got here, I said, so without Curley, what do you need from me? He said, just patience. I said, that's a good answer. And then I said, you got it? He said, I got this.
Wow.
How about that?
Well, I mean, Murph, you said he's doing 2 jobs today. He did 2 jobs the first 4 months of this program.
That's why he's the goat.
Yeah,
Good morning, young
We
Tony.
started the show without John Joe Curley.
And you were wet January last night.
Oh, yeah. Good morning.
Good morning,
What's
brother.
up, Tony?
You're
I didn't know you
such a-
like to get wet.
Yeah, well, pause.
Sorry, you said it.
So you live way out in the wilds of the East Bay. The idea that you were in San Francisco on a Tuesday night knocking back brews is startling to me, dude. Startling. What inspired the field trip?
So it was my buddy's birthday. Shout out Brendan Howard. Happy birthday.
Shout out to my guy,
Birthday.
Brendan.
Yeah.
Yep, you met him, Marcus. It was his birthday, so he invited a bunch of us out to the bus stop, one of our favorite bars in the Marina, Cow Hollow area.
Nice.
And then Monahan's.
Yes,
for
Monahan's.
bar trivia, which is very serious.
Yeah.
Like we have booklets. We're repeating questions. There's 6 rounds.
You know, well, I mean, you brought in Thin Tim. Thin Tim has entered the chat. You know he's a
Well,
Yeah,
Murph, here's the
long-time
thing.
pub trivia master.
Well, now I feel like Tim Webb is getting disrespected in the chat because young Tony shows up to do trivia in San Francisco on a Tuesday night, which is Tim Webb trivia night.
Dude.
And this was a few weeks ago, just last month in December.
Wait a minute.
We had a KNBR trivia night on Tuesday at the bitter end, and young Tony refused to come into the city. But all of a sudden, it's Brendan's birthday, and young Tony's in the city on a Tuesday night.
I got 2 words right now. Shots fired.
I didn't
I got 2
refuse
shots
to go.
fired. So wait a minute. You were attending Monahan's pub trivia while a competing. Should I just ask you to tune to a different radio station right now?
This is bad,
Tune to
bro.
a different radio
Where's the loyalty? This is what I'm talking about. People are only as loyal as their options. And last night, Tony's option was Brendan and his birthday
It's the
pals.
theme of 2025. I'll tell you that right
How
now.
about
buddy.
that? Dissing
Anyway,
Tim Webb.
Did you have a good time?
It was great. Yeah, it was really fun.
Did you answer any questions?
There was one I wanted to bring up. What are the most western, eastern, northern, and southern states in the U.S.?
Okay, what the hell?
So we're going Hawaii.
It's not even 7:15.
Well,
We're
which
doing
one's
what did
which?
young Tony ask
Hawaii's-
already?
Well, actually, does Alaska? See, now I'm in a pub. Does Alaska have an Aleutian island that comes out farther west?
Alaska, Hawaii, Maine, Texas.
Well, Alaska.
The last 2 are not correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have to tell me which one's which. We don't have enough time here,
know, we
frankly.
don't.
Yeah,
it's
I
a
know.
tough
We're
one.
up against the buzzer.
So I've told you guys about my pub trivia days. This is pre-smartphone. How do you guys monitor the smartphones?
It's just honor policy.
The honor system.
It's the honor system.
The honor system.
And nobody's
By the
honorable
way,
anymore.
In terms of the United States of America, how's that honor system working out?
Yeah.
All right. All right. What do we got today, buddy?
All right, well, coming up at 6:15, the reason I'm talking on air right now, Jim Bowden, MLB analyst and insider for CBS Sports, will join us at 6:15. What did young Tony ask today at 7:15? Dwayne Kuiper going to join the show at 7:30. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. We're thinking Warriors. Dave Dravecki is going to join the show at 8:15. Cooler content 8:30. We're thinking for a Buster Posey replay. If you missed it yesterday, he joined us at 8 o'clock in the morning. We're going to replay that at 8:50. And then Mike Silver at 9:15. We are packed.
Well done. Does Jim Bowden know the Northwest, East, and South
We'll
states?
find out. Stay
We'll
tuned.
find
I got the
out.
North, got the East, got the West with me.
Jim Bowden is an MLB analyst and insider for CBS Sports, and he graded every MLB season off season so far. He gave the Giants a B. And Marcus got excited. He was like, ooh, B.
Bees are great.
Yeah.
Let's throw a party, boys.
Dare I say that a B may or may not have hit the Murphy household in the last week or so. And let me tell you, let me tell you, it was a problem.
I got to say, it's maybe one of the biggest differences on the morning show, how a B is interpreted in the Boucher household versus a Murphy household.
See, everything in life is perspective.
Exactly.
Right? It is? All right.
Perspective.
Just like the perspective of a Hawaiian sunset. All right, Jim Bowden is going to talk to us about MLB offseason. Today is the day Roki Sasaki can decide. Yeah, we could be getting bad news today, guys. Well, actually, we already got bad news. Giants are out. We could get really bad news today. Anyway, Jim Bowden for early baseball talk next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have another new contest this week. We are giving away 2 tickets to see comedian Tom Segura at Chase Center on January 24th, 2025. So how do you win? You just got to keep listening. We're going to give these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896 KNBR and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, early baseball talk. Jim Bowden does a great job writing for The Athletic, covering MLB, of course, Sirius XM, and of course, former GM in Major League Baseball with the Reds and the Nats, and always like reading what he has to say. Today's a big day. Roki Sasaki could announce as early as today. The window is open. We had Buster Posey on yesterday. We'll replay that for you guys later today, but let's talk about it, Jim. Welcome back to KNBR. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus, the Giants flagship. How you doing, Jim?
Hey, morning, Jim.
I'm doing great. Murph, Marcus, great to be back on with you guys.
Yeah. Well, so immediately when you do one of these lists, every fan goes right to their team, skips past everybody else. We'll catch the other teams later. And I go down to the Giants, and you give them a B, which we were talking about. Marcus was saying if he got a B in school, he'd be very, very happy. Mm-hmm. I was saying my kid got a B recently. We were very upset. So tell us a little bit about grading out the Giants, Jim.
Yeah, so the B has to do, a lot of it has to do with Buster Posey, right? I really like the hire, and I like the fact that he wants to give back and be part of this and do this, right? I mean, I think he's a Hall of Fame catcher. He's a three-time world champion. He knows the game, and for him to want to put in the hours that it's going to take to do this job, I mean, great for the Giants to be able to convince him. And so, I like that. The hiring of Zach Manassian, I don't know him personally, but I know the work ethic, and I know a lot of baseball people. A lot of my friends are friends with him. And I like that he's a grinder, right? Because that's something I think Buster is going to need. So, the leadership moves in the offseason had a lot to do with the B. And you have to love the Willy Adames signing. Look, it was a market signing at 7 years, $182 million, in the range of what Dansby Swanson got from the Cubs. So it was reasonable from a financial perspective. But, Willie brings to the table, the solving of shortstop, short and long term. More importantly, he brings that energy, he brings that positive enthusiasm to the dugout, to the clubhouse, to the field every single day. It's contagious, and it's a really good start of building the kind of culture I know Buster Posey wants to build there. So I like that a lot. And look, bringing in Verlander, I get it. Okay, I'll say this. He's the back of the rotation starter now. Don't go by the name. Don't go by the guy that's going to the Hall of Fame. He's not that guy anymore, and I think it's another injury risk for the Giants, and they're used to that by now. But I like having him. I like having him in the clubhouse. I like that Kyle Harrison has to pick his brain. I like that he may even make Logan Webb even better than what Logan Webb is. So just having the Hall of Famer there to talk baseball with the other pitchers, especially the younger ones, I think will help develop them. So, I gave a solid B for those moves. But I'll say this, there wasn't enough done for me to even consider putting them anywhere but fourth place. Like, I can't even look at it, right? The other three teams above them are just better. So it's not enough for me. I wanted them to go get Santander to play right field, or I wanted them to go get Alonso to play first base. I wanted one more big bat. That would have made me smile with the Giants. But, there's still time, by the way.
Absolutely, Jim. And I feel like one of the biggest concerns that Giants fans and a lot of people around the baseball world had with Buster Posey taking over as the president of baseball operations was the lack of experience. And even mentioned Zach Manassian, who's stepping in as the GM. He's pretty inexperienced in that role also. So I wonder if you have a feeling from other front offices around the league how they're currently viewing the Giants front office, and if maybe they're still kind of testing the water when it comes to trades and negotiations with Buster and Zach leading the way now.
Yeah, I mean, look, when we talk about an experience, it's only an experience in the specific role that we're talking about, right? I mean, Buster spent his life in baseball, and Buster firsthand saw what it takes to win 3 world championships, not 1, not 2, but 3. And he totally gets it. And he understands how the Giants did it with all that great starting pitching, most of which was homegrown, back in the day. And he's really bright. So having the baseball knowledge, the evaluative skills, that's the most difficult part. Surrounding yourself with some experienced guys to help through, the administrative part of it, certainly is going to help. And Zach, although he hasn't had the job, he's been around the game his entire life. And as you know, his brother's the GM of the Angels, and they're very close. So it's not that he wasn't prepared and ready for it. So, I think sometimes, look, when I was a GM and I was named the youngest GM in baseball history, I wasn't ready for the position. And anybody who wanted to criticize my lack of experience, they were 100% right. I wasn't ready for the job. I didn't have enough help around me. And my first year was a total disaster. But I don't view this the same way. And I'll say this. I think you'll see them be more conservative this offseason and during the season, and then the more you get your feet wet, the more you know everybody, it's easier to make more moves. Remember, Buster Posey hasn't been walking in the backfield in spring training yet to really put his own eyeballs on these players. All he has is the reports that people have given him. And so to really be able to make trades, you really got to sit there and know these guys firsthand, inside and out, not just on the field, not just with the analytics, but the heartbeat and the brain power and those kind of things, which I think Buster will be able to read extremely well. So in experience, I think in this particular case, I'm not really worried about it.
Jim Bowden is the voice you hear, of course, former MLB GM, great columnist for The Athletic, MLB columnist, and wrote a piece grading every offseason free agency so far, gave the Giants solid B for Buster Posey, Willie Adames, and Justin Verlander. So, Jim, put on your old GM hat, and you're in the NL West, and you're not the Dodgers. What do you do? Like, you're talking to your owners, you're talking to your GMs, you're president of baseball ops. Like, what kind of strategy could any NL West team not named the Dodgers have to take on this monster?
Yeah, I think I would view it as you don't have to take on the monster, okay? You got to get a wild card berth and get in. So let's just get in. If we can get in, we can do what the Diamondbacks did 2 years ago and get to the World Series. If we get in, we can win a short series against LA or anybody else. We just got to get in. We got to find a way to get in. So look, we're not gonna be spending with the Dodgers, and we're not gonna be obsessed with the big bad Dodgers. That's not going to get us anywhere. We have to be obsessed with how can we build our team to be the best it can be so that we can find a way to get into the playoffs. That's what we need to do. And if we get in, how can we run the table in October? So that's the goal. It's as simple as that. Now, the hard part for the Giants, quite frankly, is I'll argue that last year, based on my opinion, Dodgers were the best team in baseball. The Padres were the second best team in baseball. The Phillies were third, and the Yankees were fourth. That's how I viewed it. So sure, the Padres have lost Kim and they've lost Profar, but they might be getting Sasaki here in the next 24 hours. So that would be huge for them, although they have lost Joe Musgrove for next year. And I think the Diamondbacks getting Corbin Burns was huge. And the fact that they were able to trade for Naylor to replace Christian Walker was huge. So, the problem the Giants have to have is you've got to be realistic. I was a GM, as you mentioned, for almost 17 years, and I always was pretty realistic on what my team was and how I, at least on paper, how I lined up. And when you line up the division right now, it's fourth. So you have to figure out what can we do to change that, And you sit there in the office and go, well, can Eldridge develop a little bit faster, please? Because there's part of the solution. Can some of these pitchers down there develop a little bit quicker? So, one of the things you have to do if you're Buster Posey and Zach Manassian is you've just got to make sure that your best prospects are getting the very, very best development, the best technology, the best analytics to get them to the show as quick as possible, because you're not going to be spending with the Dodgers. You're just not. It's just not realistic. But you're going to have to do a better job in development and scouting and go back to the days that Brian Sabean was running the Giants, where you were drafting Lincecum and Kane and Bumgarner and that kind of group.
Jim, two names that you just brought up that I want to follow up on. The first one, Roki Sasaki. The second one, Bryce Eldridge. I saw your comments the other day before the Giants were officially eliminated from the Roki Sasaki sweepstakes that you didn't think that they were a good fit because of their weak major league roster and their weak farm system. Now, that farm system includes Bryce Eldridge. So overall, your thoughts on the Giants' farm system, and if that did impact why they're not in the sweepstakes still for Roki Sasaki.
Yeah, I mean, look, I report a lot of times just what I'm told rather than opinion. I tend to try to bring to our readers what the industry is telling me, what GMs, presidents, agents. I try to bring the truth. I share opinions when I don't have that, and I always clarify it as my opinion. But that's what I was hearing. And so, look, I think the player liked the idea of West Coast. And so the Giants were able to be in there, and they have a good relationship, the Giants do, with, Wasserman, the agency that's representing him, and Joel Wolf in particular. But I think all along it was Dodgers-Padres. I don't think anything has changed from that. The Blue Jays jumped in, and they have a country that can offer endorsements in addition to the USA and Japan. So they're kind of intriguing enough to have him go visit them, but I think he wants West Coast. So, at the end of the day, I think that's what happened. Now, in terms of Eldridge, I think he's going to be a superstar. Like, I think he's going to be the middle of the order impact bat. Give me a choice of, Pete Alonso or Eldridge, I'll take Eldridge. Long term. And I'll say this, I know there was some criticism they wouldn't include Eldridge and Kyle Tucker or Garrett Crochet trades. I wouldn't either. And for 1 year of Tucker or 2 years of Crochet, no way. Not when I have a guy that's got a chance to impact the middle of a lineup for years to come and be, cost effective, in particular the first 3 years when he's not in arbitration, and really the first 4 years. So, I like the player a lot. I think he's definitely part of the answer, but there's a lot of work to be done in that farm system to get to where Buster Posey wants to take this team.
Jim Bowden's voice you hear. We'll wrap it up here, Jim, and we appreciate the time, and it's always fun to read you and talk about baseball going forward, too, as the Giants do the thing. Just a quick one on the Padres, who, have risen up and been a real factor. Is there anything to this front office drama that would affect the team?
Sure. There is. I mean, financially you're seeing it, right? I mean, they're in on Sasaki because Sasaki's basically free, right? Yeah. But, they haven't done anything to get better. And this ownership fight with Mrs. Seidler, with the brothers, it's ugly. It's ugly when you have to go to court. And when you go to court, a lot of times decisions are held up in court. And when you've overextended like the Padres have, because they tried to win and they put some bad contracts on the books to try to win, you end up paying a price. And then if you have the person that's designated as the main voice of the team and approved by baseball, and they make a decision against financially what's best for ownership, then it gets even more complicated. So, I don't think it's a storyline that is going to go away anytime soon, and I think it is a factor in what they can do right now this offseason.
That said, we leave it at Giants fourth place, just putting a stamp on them, and there's not much wiggle room in the end.
I mean, look, it's baseball. You can get 2 or 3 injuries. There could be a trade that we're not expecting. But let's be realistic and talk about where they are today, right? January 15th. A lot can change in a month in spring training. A lot can change by opening day. Right. But right now, today, the way I view the team, it's the 4th best team in the division.
Good stuff, Jim. Always fun conversation. Always intelligent baseball conversation. We'll continue to read you. We'll chase you down in the future. And thanks for the time.
Yeah, thanks, Jim.
Thank you, guys. Great to be on with you.
Yeah, Jim Bowden does good stuff, man. Hey, listen, 4th place on January 15th is not 4th place on October 1st, but it is 4th place on January 15th. And I think it's undeniable, right? I mean, even the most hard-o Giants fan, super fan, let the cross the white lines and see what happens, dude. He's realistic and he's right. The Giants, on paper, are the 4th best team in the division.
Yeah, he's not wrong, but he also drops the most used line in baseball. It's baseball.
We going Marty Lurie?
Anything can happen.
Are we going Mosaic?
It's baseball.
We going Mosaic?
Think about the Mosaic, Murph.
162 chapters?
It's a mosaic.
We'll see.
Great job, brother.
You know what he said about Bryce Eldridge? He can hit.
I
He
mean,
can hit.
hell, Jim Bowden was sounding pretty orgasmic about Bryce Eldridge.
And
It's orgasmic.
And your question yesterday to Buster about untouchable, Buster, you forced Buster to say yeah.
Yeah, he pretty much agreed with my sentiment.
He went
that he's
untouchable.
untouchable.
All right, that was fun. Okay, on the other side, we got to build up and talk about the Warriors at some point because it's come to a critical mass, man. It's boiling over. Waterboy also has a fun question about the Giants he wants to ask. We can do that on the other side, too, and recap some of the stuff Jim Bowden had to say and get into the Warriors a little bit around 6:50 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I actually went clamming down there, believe it or not.
Yeah, let's talk about Provident Credit Union helping you grow your savings safely. How about that? Results you can count on. Provident Credit Union offering pick a term certificates. So you can earn up to 4.00 annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term. Your choice. Put your money to work and see your savings grow. All right? These are locked in. Don't miss this limited time offer. Get your Provident Pick a Term certificate today. And if you're looking for a little guidance to get started, Provident team is excellent and can walk you through the process and make savings easy. So visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch today. This rate is effective as of November 14, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, happy Wednesday, everybody. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. A lot of fun little stuff going on. Not a huge night last night, but we just had Jim Bowden on, and he was really fun. Just real quick before we get back into recapping Bowden and then get into the deep dive on the Warriors in the next segment. Young Tone, I know you were at pub trivia last night. By the way, what are we hearing right now, buddy? What do we got?
This was a 707 request, winning it all by the outfield.
Okay.
Are the Giants going to win it all?
As Jim Bowden said, it's baseball. It's baseball. I know you were at the pub trivia last night for your buddy, but did any of the TV show Week 2 TGL?
No, as much of NHL and college basketball, I did see 12-1. Tiger got worked, dude.
Tiger Woods made his debut last night.
Well, I will say, because you mentioned hockey, shout out to the San Jose Sharks. I did catch a little Sharks action last night. 6-3 win over the Detroit Red Wings. Only their 14th win of the season. But hey, go Sharkies. A lot of young talent. But Murph, you might be surprised. I did catch a little bit of the TGL.
No way.
Uh-huh.
What happened? Did you go to the wrong channel?
Yeah, I was just kind of flipping through. I'm like, hey, what the hell's on a Tuesday night? Next thing I know, here's Tiger Woods walking out to Eye of the Tiger.
Okay, so I got to be honest. So I'm on Twitter, and somebody goes, TGL's account, because Tiger's entrance is electric. And then they showed him walking through this sort of like empty hallway with like an echoey version of Survivor Eye of the Tiger, and there's like very little crowd noise. I was like, this ain't electric, bro. This ain't electric.
And like, as a guy that watches a lot of combat sports, and like, you'll see boxers walk to the ring with like Lil Wayne and rappers. You'll see MMA guys put on a spectacle. Hell, you'll see WWE guys like put on a full-blown act before they enter the ring. Yeah, it definitely wasn't electric when you go by those standards, Murph.
Not at all. You need Sinead O'Connor singing The Foggy Dew.
Yeah, shout out Conor McGregor entrance.
So anyway, that happened last night. And also, one other fun one. Did you guys see, shout out the top 6. The Australian Open is on. Now, the top 6 lived for the Australian Open, because right now there's nothing going on, man. We were freaking all over it. Man, how's Naomi Osaka doing? But did you hear this thing on YouTube? They can't show highlights, so they're doing little Wii cartoon players for highlights.
No, I did not know this.
You got to check it out.
I got to step in.
Go check it. Type in Aussie Open Wii. It's really funny.
Cool.
They're taking like the real players and making their highlights in little Wii characters.
I am lethal on a Wii.
I was going to ask you, where are you with a Wii?
Oh, bro, we got a Nintendo Wii like when it first came out, and I dominated the Boucher household when it came to Wii Sports.
I got to be honest, I got zero experience with the Wii.
Oh, dude,
Zero.
if like you and Tony want to play like 9 or 18 holes on some Wii golf, bring it on, bro. Bring it on.
I ain't going anywhere near you. You're out here shooting level par, one under.
I'm telling you, bro. If you want to catch me on the Wii course, the golf course, you want to catch me in the Wii bowling alley, you want to catch me on the Wii baseball diamond, bro. All Wii Sports. I'm dominant.
My man talks a big Wii game.
I'm in the Wii Hall of Fame, some would say.
That's WII.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. I'm a big Wii guy, Murph. A big Wii guy.
You're a team player.
Yeah, Wii Sports, baby.
You're not a me guy. You're a Wii guy. Okay, so Bowden just came on and said, listen, it's January 15th, they're a 4th place team. But he said he gives a good grade because he's really pleased Buster. And it's true, by the way. We had Buster on yesterday. We're going to replay him today. It's so great that he's back. I just hope he wants to do this for a really long time. I really do. I mean, because it's just, you want him around. You want Buster around. It's like you're, the friend you want, the cool friend you want around. You're like, hey man, we're going out. I don't know, so-and-so going? Yeah, he's going. Oh, that's cool. Let's go.
It's like young Tony getting invited to a Monday Night Football game against the Jets and asking if Waterboy's going to be in the suite.
When Buster asks, exactly.
You just want to know that Waterboy's going to be around. You want to know that Buster's going to be around.
When they offered Buster the job, he's like, do I have to stay the whole game?
Yeah,
That's what he said.
He's like a Bumgardner, Kane, and Lincecum hanging out in the suite next door.
Oh, man.
Can they get a job too?
So anyway, I agree with him. So right now, Buster, he signed Adames, he signed Verlander. He hasn't made a trade. Sounds like he wants to make trades, but it's kind of finding the going a little tough when you don't have pieces to trade. Now, I wouldn't mind trading Lamont Wade or Mike Yastrzemski. Those guys to me have been sort of the symbols of the Farhan era, like nice pieces that just are never going to get you to the promised land, So, but I don't know what do you get for those guys?
Yeah, not a lot, I don't think.
I mean, listen, I'll be honest. Yaz is a great, really good defensive right fielder. Very, 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 very good. He just strikes out too much. When Will Clark has that rant on Deuces Wild or whatever with a no filter with Bernsey, when he went on that one rant that went viral about you know what you are? You're a 230 hitter who strikes out 150 times. You're not a major league hitter. I kind of feel like, oh man, are you? Why don't you just say Mike Yastrzemski, dude? Why don't you just call him by name? Because that is kind of that symbol of the way the Giants went about their business the last few years, which is just, I'm going to strike out, I'm going to hit 230, but I might run into one.
Yeah,
and that's kind of the bottom line. It's like, bro, and you know what that is? That's 80 wins.
Yeah, and look, this is my first time giving his take on Yaz. I think he's a good 4th outfielder on a playoff team.
Yeah,
but as we just got done talking to Jim, he doesn't see the Giants as a playoff team. And so that's the issue. Like when you have 4th outfielders, guys who probably shouldn't be in your lineup every single day, I'd rather just let the young kids play. I'd rather give the opportunity to a Grant McCray or a Luis Matos.
You know what? Buster mentioned Grant McCray yesterday, and I was reading Grant Brisbee's piece in The Athletic, and he said if Grant McCray's kind of on the team, that's not ideal. And I was like, man, I don't know. I liked him a lot. Now, if you played him in the big leagues on a regular basis, there would be some serious growing pains, So probably best that he goes to AAA and cuts down on the strikeouts.
Like, I look at Grant McCray as kind of a younger version of Mike Yastrzemski. Lefty, has some pop, plays some good defense, has a great arm. You can put him out in right field. I don't know if he'd play the wall as good as Yaz, but he's kind of in that same kind of...
Top of my head, I'm going to say the best of McCray impacts a game, I'm going to say way more, just more than Mike Yastrzemski. I think he's a better defensive player, going to play center field. Oh, yeah. I fell in love with McCray.
You're a big McCray guy.
Yeah, and also on the bases, dude.
McCray's making Murph crazy.
Flat out on the bases. He's going to swipe back. Little baby Ricky.
Yeah.
Little baby Ricky, rest in peace. So Riaz can't steal the bags like him.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, so, but I would think McCray might even have, McCray has sneak. I mean, I know Yaz has pop. McCray hit 5 bombs in short thing. He just needs to really refine, and they don't have, I don't know if they have the luxury to just like play him every day, but put him in AAA and see what happens. I mean, we didn't get to Matos yesterday with Posey. Is he going to arrive? I mean, listen, we had that 1 week of, glory, and then, and I mean, you've been a Matos guy, yeah?
I mean, I'm the leader of Matos Mania, Murph, going back to when he was the low A West MVP with the San Jose Giants back in 2021. I've been all over Luis Matos. Hell, I wanted him in the outfield to start the season last year over Yaz and Austin Slater. And Buster Posey did address Luis Matos at the end of the Justin Verlander press conference and said, look, he's going to have the opportunity to come in and compete. And I think that's what you're really looking for right now is a competition out in right field. It seems like Yaz would have the advantage just because of how long he's been there. He's a veteran. He's the experienced leader. But I really want to see the battle between McCray and Matos this spring training.
Yeah, for sure. And then obviously Ramos. I got, quietly, I have pretty high expectations for Elliot Ramos. I know the second half wasn't as good, but man, he's a young dude. And then he got the best swing on the team, I think. I think he got the most vicious swing on the team. He's got a guy went freaking into the cove as a right-hander. I mean, that's bonkers, right?
I was literally just thinking about that this morning.
Really?
Yeah, because I was thinking about how many Giants games I'm going to go to this year after going to 72 Giants games last year.
Was it awesome?
It was awesome, but
the $20 beers.
But like randomly, I don't even know why this popped in my head this morning as I'm like getting ready for the show. I'm like, damn, the 9 games I missed. One of those 9 games. Elliot Ramos went Oppo Taco into McCovey Cove.
That's not fair.
I said, what are the odds, bro?
Yeah. A guy goes to say, well, the odds are literally 1 in 10, pretty much.
One of the 9 games I missed.
A guy goes to 72 games, he should be rewarded with a Ramos.
Give me some history in a season that was lost for the Giants. At least give me Elliot Ramos.
All right, just a little Giants talk for you. We'll get back into it with Dwayne Kuiper at 7:30, Dave Dravecki at 8:15, and Buster Posey at 8:50 on Hoops. Tim Legler, Legs, joins Papa and Silver at 12:50 this afternoon. And we're still giving away 2 tickets to see Tom Segura at Chase Center on January 24. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour. By the way, I was driving back. I had a great, I'll name drop 100% here. I had a great late breakfast, early lunch with my main man, Lowell Cohn, yesterday, who's one of my all-time favorites. 30 years ago, he and I started working together at the Press Democrat, but I drove over to Oakland, and we went to the Egg Shop in Montclair, which is, by the way, I'm going to throw ahead and say the Egg Shop, top 10 breakfast/lunch joints in the Bay. Come at me, bro.
Wow.
Come at me.
Impressive.
It's just, we walked in there, it's the same it's been for decades. It's rock solid menu, rock solid service. Great choices. Had the chili killies. How do you say chili killies?
Chili killies.
Chili killies.
Chili killies.
Which, by the way, not many places serve the chili killies.
Oh,
you know what
Murph, you got to go to a taqueria for breakfast, bro.
So,
get some chili killies.
This is at an egg shop, which offers all sorts of other things, like Eggs Benedict and sandwiches and burgers and all that. Anyway, I was driving home, and I'm going, and I happened to pop on Papa and Silver right when that guy called, quote unquote, from the penitentiary.
Locked up.
Were you guys listening live when that happened?
I did not. I saw the digital clip.
I was listening live, so I heard the whole thing unfold. I got advice for young Greg Silver, who's listening right now. He tried to like rush that guy off the phone. Let him go.
Yeah, I think Greg was getting a little nervous.
You gotta let.
And Papa just kept asking questions.
You gotta let Russell from the penitentiary.
What's your number? I'll send you some comp.
You gotta let him go. Greg got really nervous. He's like, okay, thanks for calling.
He's like, all right. And then Papa would come in with a follow-up question.
Because he was calling from a famous penitentiary. I mean, I think he was a goof caller. I think.
Well, yeah, he said he's locked up for 25 years and then told Papa to pick him up the next day.
Yeah, so I think he was a goof caller.
Yeah.
But there was a part of me, I was starting to buy his act a little bit. He had a great line. They go, what did you do to get in? He goes, what did I do? Or what did the feds say I did?
It was a great call.
It's a great line.
Yeah, Silver's got to let that play out.
Anyway, I don't know why I was. Oh, because Papa and Silver have leg wear. That's why I got on that.
Legs from the clink.
So listen, Dieter, and then I was picking up my kid last night from water polo practice, and Dieter, my phone was, I mean, my car radio was melting because of the hot takes coming out from Dieter, who was just destroying the Warriors, just destroying like the Warriors. And Dieter, if you're awake, call in, buddy. Basically, like, the Warriors should not be allowed to be in the NBA. They should take those 4 banners and send them back. They're a disgrace to humankind. Like, what are they, So he was very upset that the Warriors right now are not doing anything or haven't done anything to improve their situation, and that they seem to be, quote unquote, lying down, just kind of waving the white flag. But it's a good point, as Dieter is a talented radio guy, to provoke argument. And it's stuff we got to talk about. Anthony Slater just dropped a big piece right now. Steph had those quotes. Let's talk about it. 808 KNBR, too. Let's call, buddy. Get the calls going. Call from the penitentiary. 808 KNBR, what the hell is going on with the Warriors? Next on The Sports Leader.
You try to talk to people about that now, and they're like, we don't need to do that. It's because you're a asshole.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk about Marin Health. I was just talking about the East Bay. Why don't we talk about the North Bay right now? World-class beauty, obviously. Stinson Beach, Mount Tam, Point Reyes, what you got. How about a world-class secret that's really helping your health? Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, it's the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good morning, y'all, on a Wednesday, January 15, 2025. Murph and Marcus, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. You got young Tony. John Joe, sick. We wish him well. The big boy is ill.
Where you see?
How about that? Calling in sick. 808 KNBR. Is it acceptable on a real Cal Ripken-esque show that we have? And we're not the kind of people that take time off.
Never.
Young Tony basically went like a year without even taking like a pee break.
Hell, I went like 3 years without taking a day off when I first joined as a producer for you and Paulie Mack.
And look at you now,
and
buddy.
look at me now.
Look at you now.
Look at that work ethic.
Now you're talking about how you can't capture the perfect Hawaiian sunset from the pool.
I know. Life's tough for your boy.
You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Here's the deal. The frickin' Warriors. That's the deal. Okay, there's a million ways we can approach this. I think everybody's in the same spot. Wildly frustrated. A 12-3 start. And in Anthony Slater's piece, and I believe in all things Slater, he's to me one of the great beat writers I really have ever read. Like, I told him that too. He was very calm. He's like, hey, man, thanks. But he's just a great beat writer. He really is. He does a good job of both, reporting the news and getting a couple of scoops here and there, but also writing like really big picture, nuanced stuff where he understands the direction of the franchise and what's going on in the building and gives you kind of insight into like what's going on. Where have they been? Where are they going? Like, he kind of puts it all into perspective. And here he brings us back to, guys, 12-3. At 12-3, wins in Boston and Oklahoma City.
Feels like such a long time ago.
I mean, and he said at that point in time, there was talk in the building, we're going to win 50. We're going to, at 12-3 with wins in Boston and Oklahoma City, like, yeah,
you're feeling good.
Yeah, you're going to win 50. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're 12-3, bro. You've already knocked off 15 games. You only have 67 to go. You only have to do is win 38 of them to get to 50 wins. We can do that. You can win more than that.
So you think.
Yeah. Well, guess what? All went to hell. 7-17. So is there any one thing that led to it? It started with the DeAnthony Melton injury, which, as Slater points out, when they signed him, they knew he had an injury history. This is kind of part of his career. So it was a risk they took, and it burned him. So he's out.
And you've seen the defensive numbers fall off a cliff since he's been injured.
But he healed. Next up, the guy, how many times we talked about the trade cycle and how hot he was in that start and how ice cold he's been since. Like, he is a part of this 7-17 slide because he's not making the shots he has been hired to make.
I agree.
He's just not. He's not producing. So then they try and go get Dennis Schroeder. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I like it. Has not worked out.
Schroeder!
No joke. And they won that game.
I know.
And he hit a big three in that game. Maybe I need to go to every game and just yell, Schroeder!
I need Murph courtside.
Schroeder!
Handing out umlauts to all the fans, rooting for Schroeder.
I was just, you know what? I was like trying to decide because, I was embarrassing my family. And I had our old buddy Mark Willard and his family next to us too. Yeah, we were in the media section, and I think he probably thought, this guy's a crackpot, man.
This guy's a lunatic.
This is why I left KNBR.
This is why most people hear you yelling at the top of Mount Sam. You can hear Murph every night when the sun goes down. You'll get like the pack of like wolves like howling at the moon. You'll just hear Murph at the top of Mount Sam. Schroeder! Schroeder!
You're not far from the truth. Remember the howl we were doing during the COVID?
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody else was going, ow!
The community howl. Murph's out there yelling for Schroeder.
And my yell was more of like a plaintive wail for the shout out the O.J. Simpson trial. And yeah, Tone, in the O.J. Simpson trial, one of the witnesses described the dog's sound as a plaintive wail. And I was like, that's a hell of a description.
I'm just saying.
So anyway, rest in peace, by the way. Potrero Hill's own.
My neighbor.
So we talked about Melton. We talked about Heald. We talked about Schroeder. I mean, I'll throw this in there. You guys are going to laugh, but Pajemski's been hurt. I know, but he's a piece, and Gary Payton's been hurt, right? And the whole thing stinks to high heaven, right? They're not playing defense. Draymond, you can say what you want about Draymond. Guys, let's be honest, Steph Curry's not playing his best basketball either. He's not. He's still one of the great players of all time and in the world, but he's not playing his best basketball. So what do you do about it? Well, they tried to make a trade for Schroeder. It didn't work out. So what do you do now? And that's where we're at right now. And right now, the reason why it's hot news is Draymond talked to Yahoo Sports and gave a pretty strong quote saying, no, we have an obligation to leave the organization in a good spot when we leave. And then Steph Curry kind of doubled down on that yesterday. Do we have the Steph quote? The audio's not great on it. It's from Anthony Slater, but it's him at his locker saying, yeah, we should. In other words, do you trade Kuminga and all your ones for something that can help you right now? That's like the question we're asking. Do you trade Kuminga and all your ones for something that would help you right now? And what's shocking a lot of fans is that Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry seem to be, for lack of a better word, waving the white flag. And, I mean, I know they're trying. Hey, tried to beat Toronto. They blew it down the stretch. They'll try to beat Minnesota tonight at 6:30. But there's a belief that they're waving the white flag and just kind of go meekly into the sunset. That's the question we're asking at 808 KNBR. If you guys think that's what they're doing, if you guys think that's okay, given that they won 4 rings and you do want something to be there when Steph is gone, or, as Dieter was saying last night, what future? Is Kuminga really a future? Is that really something you're going to go to Chase Center to see in 3 years with Moody and Pods and whoever else they draft in the meantime? So here's Steph Curry giving his explanation of why they haven't blown it up just yet.
Desperate trades or desperate, moves that deplete the future. Like, there is a responsibility on allowing or keeping the franchise in a good space and good spot when it comes to where we leave this thing when we're done. Doesn't mean that you're not trying to get better. Doesn't mean that you're not active in any type of search to, if you have an opportunity where a trade makes sense, or even in the summer free agency makes sense, like, you want to continue to get better. Nobody wants to be stale or be in a situation where you're passing up opportunities, but it doesn't mean that you're desperate, just flinging assets all around the place just because you want to do something. So there's Mike understands, like, we want to win. We want to be in that position where, we've always said that you want to be relevant in the championship type of chase while, we understand we're getting older and deeper into our careers and allowing some of the young guys to kind of blossom. But it doesn't mean you're getting desperate. So it's better to kind of be patient and understand what that looks like. And I know, Mike is always on the phone trying to figure it out. That's what a good GM does. Doesn't mean there's a deal on the table. Doesn't mean that you're desperate. Doesn't mean that you're just flinging, like I said, assets all the way around and being reckless with it.
Okay, so there's a lot there saying, no, it's okay. We're not going to do something desperate. We're not going to do something reckless. When I hear him say we have a responsibility to leave this organization in a good spot, I can hear Joe Lacob there. Like, I brought you riches, I brought you fame, I brought you titles. Don't leave me in the lurch. I'm going to need to have something when you're gone. And Curry might be saying, yeah, I get it. Joe, you're the owner. It's your team. You know what I mean? Now, Brian Windhorst of ESPN heard this yesterday. I thought this was an interesting take from the outside, sort of a Dieter-esque response. Like, he thought it was crazy that Curry said this.
I've never heard an interview like this from a player in midseason. Yeah. Now, I'm going to try to point out that it was a cold January Monday night in Toronto, and maybe we shouldn't take declarations into too much account there. But on the other hand, those stages of loss, it sounds like Steph Curry is at acceptance stage, because he was talking. To me, I can't say for sure what conversations he's had with their front office, but my belief would be he has communicated that to them as well. that, there's no reason for you to go chasing something to fix a team that maybe it would be a desperate move. And that is going to reverberate. And this is so unusual for a star player to say. I mean, LeBron operates and has for decades exactly the opposite. He says, trade the 2031 first-round pick. I don't care about that. This is Steph talking about leaving the franchise better than he found it. Guess what? You're leaving the franchise better than you found it, I promise you. And if anything, it's the franchise that owes him the last couple of years of his career. So this was a remarkable interview on a lot of fronts.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest with you. When you listen to him talk like that, it makes you wonder that the Warriors, who've been sniffing around a star player since last summer, that instead of doing that, they may do the opposite and make a trade to save money because they're not far away from the luxury tax, because it sounds like they've got Steph's sign-off on it. So this was truly a remarkable moment in the season.
So, I mean, we're right here, man. We're at a moment at crossroads, brother. I've been talking for a while. What do you got to say?
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a lot to react to there. We can start with the Steph Curry comments, and I think the key word from that Steph Curry quote is desperation, and whether or not this is a desperate franchise. My answer would be no. It's a franchise that just won a title a few years ago back in 2022 against the Boston Celtics. It's a franchise that now has 4 championships because of Steph Curry, because of Draymond Green, because of Klay Thompson, because of Steve Kerr, because of Bob Myers, because of Joe Lacob. The list goes on and on and on. And that was actually my first time hearing that Wendy clip. And I'm actually surprised that I agreed with him, because most of the time I don't agree with Wendy. But when he talked about Steph Curry leaving this franchise in a better spot than when he arrived, he's absolutely right. Look at Chase Center down the street. Look at Che Fico and that new splash bar that's about to open up next month, right around the corner from my apartment. Chase Center is there because of Steph Curry. The Warriors are not playing in San Francisco without Steph Curry. The Warriors are not one of the most expensive franchises in the sports world, not just in the NBA. But you look at the value of their organization and what that's meant to Joe Lacob and how much money he's made off of investing in the Warriors when he took over and how much they're worth now. That's all because of Steph Curry. And that's why you take advantage of the Steph Curry window, because this is not going to last forever. I mean, it's great to think about what Kuminga and Pods could be down 5 years down the road. How many guys from this roster are still going to be in the NBA in 5 years? And that's the question. I don't care about what the future looks like. I care about the present, and I care about winning with Steph Curry right now.
That's all right and well said. And I was talking back to my radio last night. It was, okay, what? Like, what's the move? Like, what is it? Like, what? Give me the move that would save it. I don't know. Marcus Thompson told us he doesn't think it's out there, right? This was Marcus yesterday, joined us, and we were like, what do they do? And I think he said, what can they do here?
I mean, there's really nothing, because it's not up to them. I think that's the part people are missing largely. Like, they can't just go on another roster and be like, hey, yo, let me get this player. Like, how much he costs? What is it? Name your price. That's not how it works, right? So the players that they would need to radically change their season probably aren't available right now, and maybe they would have to go, and this is why Draymond and Steph are saying don't mortgage the future type deal, because in order to make them available, you got to go, give them the offer they won't refuse, right? And there's nobody that good that's worth that. That's what they're saying. Like Lauri Markkanen was the guy. I think there's some people who are like, Lauri Markkanen isn't that good to go and say, hey, here's 7 draft picks for, which is what they'd have to do to make somebody worthwhile available. So they simply just got to wait it out. They just got to hold on until the trade stuff actually kicks going and people actually start coming available, and now they can wheel and deal. But right now, they basically going begging. And you know how that works. You go to somebody like, yo, I kind of need something right now. Then the price doubles.
See, there it is right there. By the way, to answer your question about valuable franchises, I just looked it up. Forbes' most recent thing from December of 2024, just last month. Number 1, freaking Dallas Cowboys, $10 billion. Number 2 in the world, Golden State Warriors, bro. He bought them for $450 million. They're worth, according to Forbes, and I don't know, whether Forbes is just sort of throwing funny numbers around, $8.8 billion. He bought them for $450 million.
What the B?
Is Joe Lacob the greatest businessman in the history of
I mean, and we give credit for Joe Lacob always being willing to spend the money.
And he did.
And he does.
Big time.
But a big reason why he has all that money is because of Steph Curry. And look, they're going to have money post Steph Curry, too, to kind of reconfigure the roster and try to go out and sign a different superstar.
How many concerts are at Chase Center that they keep all the money from?
I mean, Tom Segura is coming to town next week.
Tommy Segura.
We're giving away tickets.
Tommy Segura is a part of the 2030 championship run.
Yeah. Tyler, the Creator's coming in a month or two. I'll be at that show.
Oh, yeah, really?
Mm-hmm.
Nice, good.
I'll check that out.
Man. Maybe, and you're going to hit maybe Splash Bar before, but it hasn't opened yet. Here's the paragraph from Slater I wanted to get. He says, but the Warriors, and here's they are right now on a Wednesday night in January in Minnesota, taking on the Timberwolves.
Minnesota.
2 nights after losing to the 8-31 Raptors. Check that, the 9-31 Raptors. Here's what he writes. He says, but the Warriors in many ways are straddling the middle, which is never a great place to be in professional sports. They're trying to guide Curry's final seasons to the finish line respectably while also not gutting their future. That's led to mediocrity in the present and a half-hearted rebuild stalling out underneath. Incredible paragraph.
And it sounds like the boys are cool with it. Steph, Draymond, and Steve are just kind of like, look, it is what it is. This is where we're at in our career. And I guess maybe if you're a Warriors fan, maybe you take that with a grain of salt and maybe say, hey, look, if Steph is fine with it, I'm fine with it. But the point of playing is to win championships. And that's why you try to win them now while you still have these guys.
And that's why I take you back to the start of this conversation. 12-3 wins in Oklahoma City and Boston. Like, we got something here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, you know what I think? In the middle of all that rant that Curry was giving these heavy-duty talk, he'd been like, you know, it would help if Buddy made a shot.
Yeah, I don't have a Splash Buddy anymore. Now I just have Buddy Hield.
I mean, I talked about the 2 losses on this road trip that came down to like 1 or 2 possessions. And if you flip those, they're literally like in the top 6. It's like,
Just
I mean,
wild.
it's not like they're a disaster like the Cohan years or whatever. They're going to go out there. They're going to compete. You know, they got to get Kuminga back.
Mm-hmm.
They got to. But right now, until February 6th, and some teams decide what they want to do with their big players, we got to gut it out for the next 3 weeks in this just blah. Yeah. I know, by the way, the Celtics are coming to town Monday.
Well,
you don't think they want to kick the Warriors' ass after the Warriors beat them in Boston?
Luckily for the Warriors, Murph, we all know the NBA season doesn't start until the All-Star break.
That was Christmas? No. Halloween?
Yeah, we're moving it. We're moving the goalposts.
Anyway, you guys want to react to that, we can. That's going to be a topic for the next several weeks, obviously. There's just some heavy stuff between Windhorst, Curry, and this Slater piece. It's all coming to a head. And, oh, by the way, Warrior basketball tonight, 6:30 on your TV. I was thinking about that. That's an 8:30 tip in Minnesota. That's late, man. I'm a young kid watching the T. Hey, Dad, when do the T-Wolves play tonight? I'm a young kid growing up in Duluth. Hey, Dad, when do the T-Wolves on at 8:30, son? Do your homework. 8:30? I got to go to bed. You know what I mean? What was your bedtime growing up?
I didn't have a bedtime.
Come on.
What a surprise.
Come on. I figured Denise, she ran a little discipline on you, didn't she?
No, they would like suggest that I'd be in bed by like 10 when I was in high school, but I had a TV.
High school.
Yeah, like I had a TV in my room. I don't know. I just kind of, me and my brother
Talking
were
about, like,
always
can you remember
watching
K
TVs.
through 8? You know?
No, I never really had a bedtime. I never really had a curfew either.
How about you, young Toad?
My parents just kind of trusted me.
We need to circle back on that.
Oh, yeah, that's a big one.
We just had a big summit with all the parents of this group of kids. And we had to hammer out a negotiated curfew.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like I would like send my mom like a text or like a check-in around like 10, 11 when I was in high school and be like, hey, here's what's going on. But it was never like, you need to be home. You need to be home by this time, Marcus.
Once again, look at you now.
Oh, dude. And like Murph, I don't know how your household is, but like the Boucher household growing up, it was the spot for all the sleepovers, like all the troublemakers. Everybody came over to my house. We would sneak out in the middle of the night and go cause trouble. Like, boy, oh, boy, you did not want your kid going over to the Boucher household.
You were the house that we all dreaded.
Yeah,
like, man,
exactly.
that house.
Like, damn.
All the trouble's coming out of that house.
They're hanging out with the Bouchers again.
Why is there shaving cream on my windshield?
Yeah, House got TP'd again, 3rd time this weekend.
Why is there a flaming bag of dog excrement on my front door?
He called the poop.
Young Tone, did you have a bedtime growing up?
I didn't have like a curfew, but we would try to wind down like 9:30. Just make sure you're up early in the morning.
9:30. That's when Marcus began to think about what he was going to do that night.
Really, the only curfew I ever really remember as a kid was just be home when the streetlights came on. Like when you're out playing like wiffle ball during the summer.
That's so innocent.
Streetlights come on, come home, get your ass home.
Oh, man.
Well, that's when I was really young.
What a more tender day in this country's era. All right, fun stuff. Hey, Dwayne Kuiper at 7:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, on a Wednesday morning, we got Steve Moskowitz on the line, our good friend. Steve, you want to help people out. You want to tell them what to do when you can't pay your taxes, huh?
Call us up. Let us make a deal for you, just like we have in the phone number. Here it is. It's traditional tax filing time. This is when the IRS likes to make most of its examples. You don't want to be an example. If you can't pay your taxes, don't say, well, you just won't file the return. That's going to get you in a lot of trouble. And if you haven't filed your returns, we'll go ahead and we'll file everything that you need to file, get you up to date. And whether you filed or not, if you feel frustrated, you're under 1,000 feet of water, you're drowning, you don't know what to do. We do know what to do. There's a lot of good solutions. We'll explain everything to you. Then we want to go to the IRS for you, make a deal. Just think how you feel, get this terrible burden off of you. This is what we do for a living, making deals with the IRS. We have a free consultation. Talk to us. Let us tell you what we want to do for you. And the only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
That's what you do. You give him a call. That's our good friend, tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. It's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
Oh, the breakout hit of 2024 is now the breakout hit of 2025. And I apologize for not promoting that. So you got to remind me to promote this more. This is a flagship, or I should say a flagpole or whatever. What's the word I'm looking for?
It's a pillar.
It's a pillar. Thank you, Marcus. I go to Marcus for my vocabulary
How about
advice.
that? Me giving Murph advice on English.
Hey, man, C's get degrees and B's are good grades.
Yes, they
All
are.
right, young Tony, good morning to you, brother. You know the deal. You make our Wednesday, right in the middle of the week. You identify the terms of the discussion. What you got, buddy?
All right, just some rules here. If anybody doesn't know, I have prepared a list of questions. After I read the question, you're each going to have 1 minute to respond.
1 minute? You know I can do a lot of damage in 1 minute, Tony.
If your time runs out, you will hear this bell, and that is your cue to stop talking. Text line, YouTube chat, you guys can all get involved. I'm a one-man band today, so I'll do my best.
I missed the turkey gobble and the sleigh bells.
Jingle bells,
yep.
yeah.
So go ahead, John.
All right, so here we go. Number 1, over the last couple of days, we've all debated on whether or not we're okay with Justin Verlander wearing number 35 as a San Francisco Giant. You both said you were okay with it. Mike Krukow, Marcus Thompson say they would be not okay with it. One thing's for sure, we all believe the Giants will not retire 35. So, what numbers from the dynasty era, 2010 through 2014, should the Giants retire?
Wow. Okay, so I'll go first. So obviously we talked about it. Used to be Hall of Famers only. Then they did Barry Bonds and Will Clark. So that door's been kicked down. So we all think Buster Posey's probably going to the Hall of Fame. I mean, I can't believe he only got 1,500 hits, but 28. And we all believe Bruce Bochy's going to the Hall of Fame, right?
I agree.
So 15. Now it gets a little dicey because now you're talking 55, 40, and then maybe to a lesser degree, 18 for Matt Cain and 35 for Brandon Crawford. So I'm going to leave Crawford and Cain out because they didn't really, I mean, Cain, even though he was on the team in 2014, was not a huge part of it. Crawford was not a huge part, was not even around 2010. That leaves us 55 and 40. Oh boy, do I retire 55 and do I retire 40? I think the answer is yes, I do. I retire 28, 15, 55, and 40. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Oh, Murph, I like it. And I'm glad we had Mr. This Date in Giants History started off because Murph knows all about retired numbers and kind of the qualifications to get your number retired. You mentioned Will Clark, the first non-Hall of Famer. There's also an argument that he should be a Hall of Famer. Shout out Barry Bonds also has his number retired, not in the Hall of Fame for other reasons that we do not have to bring up. But Murph, I am 100% on board with you. Bruce Bochy, Hall of Famer. Retire that number. Buster Posey, Hall of Famer. Retire that number. But then we get to the second tier of maybe borderline Hall of Famers. I don't know. It's tough. Tim Lincecum and Madison Bumgarner, to me, were Hall of Fame talents. And it's one of my biggest gripes with the Baseball Hall of Fame. As soon as we start this discussion, everybody runs to the baseball reference page. Everybody brings up the stats, how many innings, how many strikeouts, how many wins, blah, 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 blah. When those guys were on the mound, they were two of the best pitchers of this generation of baseball. So those are Hall of Fame talents to me, Murph. And if they don't get their jerseys retired, I think there should be a statue of Buster, a statue of Bochy. There should be a statue of Timmy, Bumgarner, and Kane all together outside of the stadium. So I'd say most likely it's just going to be Buster and Bochy. I'd have no problem with Bumgarner and Timmy. Hell, even throw Kane into the mix also. But I think 2 are guaranteed with Buster and Bochy. The other 3, and then you throw in Brandon Crawford. It's a tough ask for me. It's a tough ask.
Okay, drawing the line there. By the way, none of us said we're retiring 17 for Aubrey Huff. All right, buddy?
We're going to retire that rally thong.
Nobody said that. And then I got to give you the other number here, buddy, guys. It's
What about 48? Pablo Sandoval.
No,
it doesn't get retired.
You know what's funny?
Wall of Famer.
I didn't even mention him, and I feel bad for not mentioning him. That's on me. And nobody said 53 for Melky Cabrera.
Oh,
Come on, man.
nobody. I thought about maybe throwing out Sergio Romo out there, but I don't think they're going to retire his number.
Shout out any middle reliever who gets his number retired is an absolute stud. So, all right, there you go, Tone. What you got?
Ryan Wilson, too. I can't remember his number.
Well,
off
yeah,
the
but
top.
then he was 38, but no.
All right.
No.
Number 2, speaking of the Giants offseason, Buster Posey went to work and acquired...
we didn't mention 9 for Brandon Bill.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
A lot of
Sorry to interrupt.
Fire them all. Why not? It's the
then
best
you're going to run
era
out of
Giants
numbers.
baseball.
No. Go ahead.
All right, so Buster Posey went to work in the offseason. He acquired 2 quote-unquote big-name free agents in his first year as the president of baseball operations. However, Giants fans always want more. So even though it sounds like the team is actually done adding, is this a successful offseason?
Marcus, you go first on this one, buddy.
I will say Buster Posey so far has had a successful first off season. Now, I'll put a caveat there with an asterisk because personally, I include Matt Chapman's contract extension as being part of Buster Posey's offseason. Now, technically, it was a contract extension in season with Farhan Zaidi still at the helm, but we all know about the reports of Buster Posey stepping in and getting that deal done with Matt Chapman. That leads to the deal with Willie Adames, the largest contract in franchise history, which means the left side of your infield is locked up for the next 5 to 7 years. Then he brings in a Hall of Fame pitcher that has all the experience and knowledge that he can share with a young young pitching staff. Look, it's not Shohei Ohtani. It's not Roki Sasaki. It's not Aaron Judge. It's not Bryce Harper. But for your first offseason as president of baseball operations, I'll give Buster Posey a B+ and say that he has had a successful offseason.
Okay, so here's my deal. We're supposed to answer young Tony's questions, and here I am right now. I'm gonna sort of like fudge, which is the worst thing you can do, right? Either take a stand, but I'm gonna say successful-ish. Successful-ish, because number one, I'm going to go with Jim Bowden's theory, and that part of the success of the offseason is Farhan out, Buster in. Okay, that's a huge plus. That's a huge plus. Okay, that's number one. Number two, we cannot underrate the Willie Adames signing. They had a gaping hole at shortstop, a cavernous hole at shortstop. They filled it with a really good player who's a positive clubhouse guy. Yes,
Buster Posey came on our airwaves, said the number one need is a shortstop. They went out and got the best one on the market.
Hey, you stealing my time right now?
Oh, sorry.
So that was huge. But the problem is, and then Verlander. I was thinking about this yesterday. I was driving. If Verlander signed with the Padres or Diamondbacks, how would we have felt? We probably would say, you can have him, right? Because we probably think he's a little washed up. But now he's a Giant. You look at it positively. So we have to look at it realistically. Like, what can you really expect out of him at this point in his career? So I'll say this. They're not done. They can still add a bat. So we have to say it on January 15. But the two things, Buster Posey and a huge signing at shortstop, which to me is a 3 or a 4 hitter in your lineup. So successful-ish.
All right, you didn't decide, but I'll take it. Let's talk NFL playoffs. We got a couple more, see if we can fit them in. We started with 14 teams. After wildcard weekend, we are down to 8 remaining teams. NFL Network does this. I want you both to predict this year's Super Bowl matchup, not the actual winner. I want you to predict the two teams, NFC, AFC, who's going to be in New Orleans on February 9th.
I'll go first. This is an easy one. It's not going to take a minute. I actually think the Baltimore Ravens are going to go to the Super Bowl. I actually think Derrick Henry is the difference. I think they're going to beat the Bills, and I think they're going to knock off the Chiefs. I do not believe the Chiefs are going this year. I've been saying it all year. I got to stick with it. In the NFC, listen, emotionally speaking, at home, rested, everything. They came so close last year. Detroit Lions, Ravens, Lions, and I ain't picking a winner because I don't have to. Marcus.
Murph, I hate to say it, but I might have the same answer because I am a believer in the Baltimore Ravens. I think bringing in Derrick Henry is going to change the postseason narrative that surrounded Lamar Jackson and this team throughout the last couple of seasons. You look at the NFC, I think it's a little bit more wide open than people are thinking. Obviously, the easy pick is the Detroit Lions. Hell, I think Jaden Daniels And the Washington Commanders could make it interesting this weekend, but I also think the Rams can make it interesting against the Eagles. So that's more of a crapshoot to me, but the Detroit Lions have been the best team in the league. It kind of feels like Dan Campbell's season, and there's talk about maybe Aiden Hutchinson making a return down the stretch.
And David Montgomery.
That would be huge for the Lions offensively and defensively with Aiden Hutchinson. So I'm with you, Murph. I'll go Lions, Ravens. That's the Super Bowl matchup I want to see.
We don't rehearse these things.
Not at
That's
all.
why we got the same
This is
answer.
off the top of the
Young
dome.
Tone, what about you? We'll ask you. Give us yours.
I think it's going to be Ravens Chiefs.
Okay. Wait,
So-
Ravens
no,
Chiefs.
excuse me.
Pump that back a
That
little.
would be historic.
Yeah, that would be a first time.
Ravens Eagles. I was thinking
Okay.
Eagles Chiefs, the
I like
four-way
that. The
matchup.
Eagles, okay.
I'm pulling for the Ravens, man. I love watching Lamar play.
Okay, all right. I do have, Buffalo Bills. You got to love the Bills, but do you have any extras here, buddy? Usually have a few
real
extra.
quick. Finally, the Golf League held its second event last night, and the whole world got to see if not the greatest player of all time, Tiger Woods. They got work. That doesn't matter. With this new creative league on ESPN, what other sport would you like to see recreated into an indoor league?
It's a heck of a question. Yeah. Okay, we got to answer quickly here. But boy, rifling through my head, I'm coming up after you. Baseball. Basketball's inside.
Yeah.
Football's inside. Golf, baseball, basketball, and football are all inside. Hockey's inside. I'm trying to find an only outdoor sport. Even swimming and water polo is played inside. I can't come up with an only frisbee golf. I don't. What do you got, Marcus?
Give me surfing. Let's get some
there it is.
man-made
Good answer.
waves
Good answer.
inside a building. I want surfing, perfect swells all the time. Get my guy Bruce Jenkins to cover the event.
What he said. Okay,
Maybe like
I'm going
indoor
with him.
soccer or maybe an
They already have
all-dome
indoor
NFL.
soccer. They already have
Yeah,
indoor
there's
soccer.
already domes in the
They already
NFL.
have arena football. So that question had a dead end to it, buddy. Well, unless it's surfing.
Yeah,
Unless it's
surfing.
There it is.
So they play cricket indoors.
They could. There you go. Cricket indoors, rugby indoors. Well, they've said they've played in a dome. All right, Tony.
Give me
well done.
windsurfing indoors.
Windsurfing.
Where are you going to get the wind?
Hang gliding indoors. How about that?
Skydiving indoors.
Bungee jumping
They actually have that,
indoors.
actually.
All right, there you go. Well done, Tony. Dwayne Kuiper is next on The Sports Leader. All right, I always smile when we do What Did Young Tony Ask Today because it's fun and fast-paced and Tony asks good questions. And I would smile my best if I used Invisalign. Invisalign's clear aligners, helping you make your smile the best it can be. With Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. So says my 13-year-old who actually uses Invisaligns and plays basketball with them, wears them all day. My other teenager uses them too. I have relatives who are grown-ups who use Invisalign clear aligners. So listen, at any age, if you want to fix your pearly whites and give yourself the smile you always wanted, Invisalign is the way to go. Invisalign clear aligners, it's a no-brainer. Invisalign is the #1 doctor-recommended brand and has transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. But don't believe me, believe the smiles you see from all the people in your life who use Invisalign clear aligners. And you can check out the website at Invisalign.com.
'Cause I love it.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, this should be fun. Our weekly hit with Dwayne Kuiper after his visit to Mike up in Reno on Saturday night inspired all that love on social media. That was fun. Dwayne is sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. And I'll use this time because all the Giants fans tune in to remind everybody the Fan Fest is Saturday up in Napa. Don't leave me alone up there at the Oxbow Gardens at Napa Yard. I'll get there a little after 11 a.m. and we'll have Matt Chapman and some pitchers up there too, and we'll have a lot of fun doing some Q&As. And hey, we'll be talking Giants baseball, so join us up there in Napa Saturday morning. I think it starts at 10, but the Q&As will get going a little after 11. And I'll be up there with Matt Chapman and the crew at Napa Yard, Oxbow Gardens. See you there on Saturday. Kipe, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Kipe.
Hey, it'll be packed.
Okay, I hope.
It is. I mean, look, it's, the Niners are done. The Warriors, I've just listened to you guys for a while, are a hot topic. So, baseball's here. Let's go.
Do you have a way to fix the Warriors, by the way?
Well, I think they probably would have won a few of these games if they had Kuminga.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But, injuries are injuries, and, that's going to happen. Wiggins, missed a couple of games, and they just haven't gotten into after starting out 14-2, there just hasn't been any rhythm to the season for them. And, once they get into a good rhythm, they still could rattle off some wins. But I know that it's really frustrating for Warrior fans. I mean, look, those of us who really love the Warriors, we've been spoiled. We said the same thing about the Giants, after they won those 3 world championships. Hey, they won, 3 years ago? A world championship? So, yeah, we are spoiled, but, there's still time left where they could possibly turn things around.
We shall see. Kai, one more non-immediate Giants question is, tell us about Saturday night, man. When you gave me permission to post that picture, man, it got so much love. If you need any positive affirmations, just go look at the comments on Insta and Facebook and Twitter.
Yeah.
A lot of love out there.
For me, the whole deal was I wanted to see them. I wanted to be with them for their dinner on Saturday night. But I also wanted to surprise Mike and Jen. I wanted to make sure that it was a surprise. So I got into town on Friday. Mike's son Baker had played baseball with a guy by the name of Anthony Carano, whose family, they are big owners of all the Caesars around the world. And so they put me up at the El Dorado in a room that I could have thrown a party for 50.
Kai had the presidential suite, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I had 5 flat screen TVs that I could choose from.
Oh, my gosh.
Anyway, I killed Friday night watching, there's a lot of football on. And then Saturday, I kind of drove around town reminiscing from when I was there in 1972, my first year in pro ball.
That's right.
South Virginia Avenue, it's totally changed. I mean, the Pepper Mill at that point was just a restaurant with a big fireplace in the bar. That was it. Now, it goes on forever. So I killed the day, and then the event at their house started at 5 o'clock, and I rolled in there at 5:15, and literally we both started to tear up, and because there was only 2 people that knew that I was coming, and that was his son Bake and Bake's wife Selena, and it was great. I mean, you have to know the Krukos, where they don't mess around. They do things, and they do it in a very, very big way, kind of like Mike's personality. Long table, down a hallway, and the best part of the night is, I mean, they're all musicians, every one of them. I mean, they're raised to sing and play instruments. So at the end of dinner, now people start standing up and giving a toast. And because all of these people have been together for such a long time, they've been singing these family songs forever.
Oh, wow.
So after every toast, there's a song. And now you got 20 people singing, a pirate ship for me. Arr, arr, this is going on now for a half an hour. So it was really fun. I think that's probably the best way to describe that whole family is they're fun. They really are. And, even, the fact that Mike's limited in how he can move around, you don't even notice it because he's in his chair and he's as big as life can be, even sitting down. Yeah. So it was an experience I'm glad I witnessed. And, Mike mentioned it yesterday. I heard him. 50 years with Jennifer and 43 years with me. Come on. And neither Jennifer nor I ever went to bed with Mike where we were angry at each other. Let's put it that way.
So good. Yeah, you just put us there. That's awesome. All the way up through the El Dorado suite and the reminiscing Reno with Eck and that whole scene. So great stuff. Really nourishes the soul for those of us lifelong Giants fans who've been with you guys for almost 50 years. And that leads us to the 2025 Giants. And we had Buster on yesterday. Gosh, he's getting...
I heard it.
What was your reaction?
Well, I think the more that you touch base with Buster, the more you're going to learn a little bit about what's going on. He's always going to hold back. That's just the way he is. And now even more so, he can't really be too specific at what is going on. You can't be specific about, hey, we tried to get Kyle Tucker. These were the names involved, and they said no, or we said no. You really can't do it because those names might be involved in another deal. But I think he's forthcoming, and and I know Mike asked you to ask him about if he's having fun, and he says yes, he is. I believe that 100%.
Okay.
I think this challenge for him is something that he is savoring, and he's having a lot of fun with it too. So good for him. And like I said, the more you talk to him, and you guys know him pretty well, but he will start giving you some stuff.
Yeah, and it was cool to see Buster give that perspective on being on the other side of the negotiation table. It was interesting to hear his comments about Justin Verlander, and we haven't had a chance to talk to you since the Justin Verlander press conference. And one of the biggest topics that came up from that press conference, and even with our interview yesterday with Buster Posey, is what number is he going to wear? Will it be number 35? And what's Dwayne Kuiper's take on it?
Well, my take on this is I think we all have to be really careful that there isn't a bad guy in this. In other words, if he does wear 35 and Crawford says it's okay, that doesn't make him a bad guy. The fact that he might want to wear number 35, that doesn't make him a bad guy. So I think we all have to be really careful with that. And look, if you're going to ask, Brandon Crawford about 35, what about asking Rich Aurelia? There's another great shortstop. Yeah. How is it that these three shortstops, Chris Beyer, Rich Aurelia, and Crawford, all wore the same number?
Yeah, Murph, that's why, probably. Mike Murphy.
Yeah, and you know what? I'd have to ask Murph if he really thought that out. And I looked at the list. The list is pretty fascinating. Gaylord wore 35 for 1 year. So you have, I know Gaylord's not with us anymore, but Sal Magley, the barber, seriously. Mm-hmm. And then guys that I played with, Chris Brown, Tom O'Malley, for 3 years, wore number 35.
Tom O'Malley. And,
you go way down the list into the 40s and 50s, Gene Thompson, Lou Lombardo, guys like that. So, look, I know the number is a topic to talk about, but it can't be made a big deal. It can't.
Okay.
I I know. I look. Willie Mays gave Barry Bonds the okay to wear number 24, and that was a really big topic. When Barry decided to, sign with the Giants as a free agent, it didn't happen. So yeah, we'll see how it plays out. But if Crawford, my take is a lot different than Mike's. I know Mike had a strong take yesterday. Mm-hmm. My take isn't that strong. If Verlander wants to wear number 35 and Crawford says, you have my blessing to do that, then what's the big deal?
Yeah, I'm closer to you, Kipe, for sure. And I like, as a guy who remembers Richie and even Chris Spire, and Crawford, of course, won 2 World Series. But we were saying, Richie could have won a World Series if there wasn't a stupid rally monkey, but we can talk about that at another time. We're still not over it.
Scott Spezio, he's killing me.
Still killing me 23 years later. If Angels fans want to know that we're still in pain, then they can take heart that we are still in pain.
Well, I'll look him right in the face and tell him I am.
What else did you think of Verlander? Just in general, first of all, very pleasant personality. Came on with the Kate Upton name on his rectangle on his Zoom, because I guess he was using his wife's iPhone or her Zoom account, and made a joke about it, and it was very conversational. And then Buster even said top of the rotation. We just had Jim Bowden on and early this morning, and he said back of the rotation. I mean, I don't know, that stuff.
Yeah, you know what? He's probably going to be right in the middle. So, but I enjoyed him. I thought that he was really pleasant, and and that's coming from a guy that wasn't pleasant on the mound and won't be pleasant on the mound. But there were a couple of things that really stood out. One, and I don't know if I heard him say this or if I read it in the Merc or the Chronicle, was about his personality in the clubhouse. And I think somebody talked about, being a jokester, and he's like, no, that's no. I like to have fun, but what we have to realize is we're there to work, we're there, it's a business, and we're there to win. And if you want to fool around in the clubhouse, I'm all for that, because you're in the clubhouse a lot. But the bottom line is if you're expecting me to be part of that, I'm not. And I think he's going to show these guys that that's the way it needs to be. And that's the way it was with Buster and Bumgarner and, all those guys during those championship years. Yeah, they had a lot of fun. But where you have the most fun is when you win. And I think he's going to bring that attitude to a lot of those guys in those clubhouses, especially the younger guys who haven't quite figured it out yet. They're going to learn a lot from him. And I think I said it last week. If he's not coming to you for advice, then you need to go to him, and you can't be afraid to go to him, because he'll give it to you. So I think it's a win-win for everybody. And now if Dave Greshner and his crew in that training room can keep him healthy for 20 or 25 starts, he'll be fun to watch.
Kipe, one more thing before we let you go. Today is officially the first day that major league teams can sign international players, and there's a lot of attention on Roki Sasaki and where he's going to sign, but I'm seeing reports this morning that the Giants have actually signed Josuar Gonzalez, who a lot of top scouts are viewing as the second best international prospect, right behind Roki Sasaki, 17-year-old switch-hitting shortstop from the DR. Kipe, not sure if this is a guy that's been on your radar or if you've been able to do some research since the signing this morning.
Well, let me be really honest with you, Marcus. What you just said, and his name is the very first time I've ever heard of him.
There you go. Yeah, well, it's definitely got to be in the weeds for this stuff, for sure.
No, I get it, and I'm happy that you said that, because it gives you an idea that the Giants are out there and they want to get some of these young guys. The whole story with this kid that. I'm really tired of it. We've been reading about where he's going to go for more than 6 months, almost a year. And you can't help but go to any one of these. I don't care what website you go to. There's going to be a story about where he's going to go, and now he's eliminated teams. And I think we all know, we knew 6 months ago where he was going to go. He was going to go to two places, either San Diego or L.A. If he goes to Toronto, I'll be shocked. So in all honesty, I'm tired of reading about it. You know, sign somewhere, kid. You know, good luck to you. And I hope the Giants knock the snot out of you every time he pitches against you.
I love it, man. You're right. All right, Kipe. Well, it's fun. And the stories of the Saturday night were great. And Verlander, welcome. And Buster was enjoyable yesterday. We're going to replay that later on for the later crowd. But all good. And, man, what a fun trip for you to Reno. So now enjoy the rest of the football, some Warriors tonight. And we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks, Kipe.
All right, fellas, be well.
There he is, the great Dwayne Kuiper. And again, FanFest this Saturday up in Napa. Kuiper says there's going to be a lot of us up there, right? So I'll be there. I'll be doing some Q&A stages, and there'll be other good stuff going on. So Napa Yard, Oxbow Gardens. I'll spare you guys the joke this time. Kuiper is sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Well, Kuiper said he heard us talking about the Warriors earlier in the big hit, and that is the big hit. The Warriors what should I say, straddling? No, that's the wrong word. Smack in the middle of purgatory and mediocrity, and people are pissed. 808 KNBR is the phone number. We'll go through some of the sounds, some of the thoughts next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have another new contest this week. We are giving away 2 tickets to see comedian Tom Segura at Chase Center on January 24th, 2025. So how do you win the contest? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here this morning with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? Well, the team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I went on this program for 3 months, and guess what? I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
And now,
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
It's sort of the reality of sports and life in general. You know, you get older and you're trying to stay at the top of the mountain, and no matter how you slice it, it's not going to last forever. So you want it to last for as long as possible, and you put every ounce of effort into making that happen as best you can. These runs that you're talking about, they happen because of Michael Jordan and Steph Curry, these once in a generation players. You ride those guys as long as you can, as long as they're capable. And then you've got to move forward, and everything changes. And so I think that's where we are right now. Steph is still playing at a really high level.
Man, oh man, Steve Kerr giving the whole, it's almost like a pre-obituary on the entire Curry era as the Warriors right now before our very eyes are fading away and doing nothing about it. And that's our big hit today. 808 KNBR is the phone number. What, you want Brock Purdy's salary? Come on, we're going Warriors here. 808 KNBR. Chime in on the 808. Although, be patient. Tony's the only guy working the phones back today. John Joe Curley, we wish him well. Contracted some sort of virus or partied too hard last night. One of the two.
It might be the Irish flu.
The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is 415-808-5627. And, The Athletic went heavy with their headline. They called it, Steph Curry, Steve Kerr, and the Warriors are grappling with an existential crossroads. Let me tell you what, brother. Every morning when my alarm goes off, I grapple with an existential crossroads.
That's
and you know what you do? You just go to freaking work is what you do. You put your feet on the floor and you go to work. But yeah, we are watching this team. Now, I want to set this whole thing up by reminding you, as Slater did in his piece today, they were 12-3. And not only were they 12-3, they had won at Oklahoma City and at Boston. Like, whoa. And as he pointed out, there were people in the building going, yeah, we're winning 50. We're getting in with no play in. And we got a shot. We'll get in. We'll see what happens, right? And maybe we make a trade move at the trade deadline to even bolster this thing even further.
Yeah, but at that point of the season, you're looking at the depth of the rotation and all the pieces that they had and the defense that the Warriors were playing, and Buddy Hield shooting the lights out in the first couple weeks of the season, but then Buddy stops hitting his shots. Melton and GP2 go down. There goes the defense. And now you're looking at a team that can't score 100 points and can't stop other teams from scoring more than 100.
And the Dennis Schroeder trade has not worked out. He has not. It's been tough for him. Papa was talking about this, and he's right. We just kind of say we can just plug a piece in. He's a human being with a family, adjusting to a new system, a new coast, a new time zone, a new uniform, all that stuff. So he can't just come in and be at his very best right away. You mentioned Hield. You mentioned Melton, Pajemski, Moody. Mm-hmm. Slater in his piece says a lot of this stuff goes all the way back to the James Wiseman draft pick.
Yep.
Shout out to Trey Lance. And, the Niners were able to, at least for the moment, overcome the Trey Lance biff. They got to the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah, and also you could say the Warriors were able to get past James Wiseman because they won a title in 2022.
Maybe in the short term they were.
Yes, correct.
But that now you're seeing, he's supposed to be the guy. He was the number 2 pick in the draft, right?
I mean, Murph, in 2022, we were talking 2 timelines with James Wiseman and Jordan Poole. Mm-hmm. Both those guys are gone, and in my opinion, you didn't get the full value that you could have gotten for those guys. I know we've discussed the Jordan Poole CP3 trade. It basically was a contract dump on both sides. Didn't really get anything in return. And now you're looking at this team without options right now. Obviously, with Kuminga being injured, he's the guy you want stepping up in these situations. But, yeah, it felt like they screwed up those draft picks. And so who knows what Mike Dunleavy's going to do moving forward.
So, and the other part is make a move. Blow it up. So there's a lot going on here. So, okay, blow it up for, so what are you doing? You're going to trade Kuminga and a bunch of ones for what? I mean, Marcus Thompson actually said this to us yesterday because I said when we got him on, I'm like, okay, Marcus, Curry has spoken, Draymond has spoken, the team's going nowhere. They just lost to the Raptors. If you do, quote unquote, blow it up, or pardon me, blow it up's the wrong phrase. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm talking about 2 different things at once because there's the one theory of tanking for Cooper Flagg, which I want to address. But the other one is still trying to make a move for a superstar. That's the other one. Save this thing because you're only 2 out in the loss column from the top 6. You're not desperately out of it. It feels like they are, but they're not desperately out of it. So why not make a move? And when I say blow it up, blow up the future for the present And Marcus Thompson said, yeah, but what?
I mean, there's really nothing because it's not up to them. I think that's the part people are missing largely. Like, they can't just go on another roster and be like, hey, yo, let me get this player. Like, how much he costs? What is it? Name your price. That's not how it works, right? So the players that they would need to radically change their season probably aren't available right now, and maybe they would have to go, and this is why Draymond and Steph are saying no mortgage the future type deal, because in order to make them available, you got to go, give them the offer they won't refuse, right? And there's nobody that good that's worth that. That's what they're saying. Like Lauri Markkanen was the guy. I think there's some people who are like, Lauri Markkanen isn't that good to go and say, hey, here's 7 draft picks for, which is what they'd have to do to make somebody worthwhile available. So they simply just got to wait it out. They just got to hold on until the trade stuff actually kicks going and people actually start coming available, and now they can will and deal. But right now, they basically going begging. And you know how that works. You go to somebody like, yo, I kind of need something right now. Then the price doubles.
I like that. Yeah, man, I need something. I need some stuff. Oh, really? Okay, what are you going to pay for it?
Yeah, what you got?
That's all by way of saying what Slater wrote in The Athletic. He says, the Warriors in many ways are straddling the middle, which is never a great place to be in professional sports. He says they're trying to guide Curry's final seasons to the finish line respectably while not also gutting their future. And that's led to mediocrity in the present and a half-hearted rebuild stalling out underneath. Great paragraph from Slater that describes accurately where they are right now in Minnesota tonight. So, Marcus, that's where we're at.
Yeah, and to me, we can even circle back to this past offseason with the decision to let Klay Thompson leave and go sign with the Dallas Mavericks. But it's not just Klay leaving, it's the fact that you didn't replace him. And you had this thought that maybe Buddy Hield can replace him from a shooting level. Buddy Hield is never going to be Klay Thompson. Even though they're both great three-point shooters, you're not replacing Klay, even at this point of his career. They need a number 2 option. And that's why over the summer, we talked about Lauri Markkanen. Hell, we talked about Karl Anthony Towns. Look what he's doing with the New York Knicks. That's the guy I would have mortgaged the future for. That's the guy you bring in. You give up Kuminga, you give up Pods, but that was the problem. They didn't want to move on from those 2 guys over the summer. They also decided they didn't want to give Jonathan Kuminga a max contract. So you got to figure out, is he the future because you don't want to give him the max contract, but now you don't want to trade him? Like, there's just so many different routes. And my question is, if you're thinking about the future in 5 years, when Steph and Draymond are gone, are Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Podziemski going to be enough to compete in the West when you have Ja Morant and Anthony Edwards and Luka and all these young studs and Victor Wembanyama? Is Kuminga and Pods going to be enough? My answer would probably be no.
Well, theoretically, they'll acquire some other players between now and then, too.
Yeah, exactly. But, that's the thing. Once you have Steph and Draymond off the books, then you have max contracts that you can go out and sign a guy in free agency. That's how you replace a Jonathan Kuminga or a Pods if you choose to move on right now.
What's really interesting right now and what's dividing the Warriors room and frustrating every Warrior fan everywhere is that they are, for lack of a better word, I don't want to say waving the white flag, but doing nothing. And Curry and Draymond and Kerr are out here publicly defending the doing nothing route. And I think that it's my instinct is telling me that Joe Lacob is telling them, like, hey, this is my team. I gave you guys everything. I spent over the million. Do you know how much freaking money I spent on this team the last couple of years? Because he did.
Yeah, do you know how much money Steph Curry has made you, though?
Right.
I mean, we talked about the Forbes value. I understand.
He owns the team.
It goes 2 ways.
Curry's not there, and he's like, yeah, you scratch my back, I scratch yours, and all that. And now I'm at a point where, guys, can you go along with me here and not, kill this team? I don't know. I could be wrong that it isn't Lacob. It's Lacob and Dunleavy trying to tell these guys, hey, muddle through. Can you win a couple games? Can you see what can happen? Maybe we can get something done by February 6th. But again, Curry publicly defending play part of this cut from Monday night in Toronto, where he publicly defended the no move route here.
Desperate trades or desperate, moves that deplete the future. Like, there is a responsibility on allowing or keeping the franchise in a good space and good spot when it comes to where we leave this thing when we're done.
Okay, so that's pretty interesting. He's like, yeah, it's okay. We're not going to do anything. I have a responsibility. So that's interesting. A lot of people don't agree with that. A lot of people, I understand where he's coming from. And again, I'm much more sort of big picture. the fact that they've won 4 is unbelievable. It's as many as Joe Montana and Ronnie Lott won, okay? I mean, my God, they're talking about the greatest of the greats, and people are like, I need more. Well, I get it. We always want more, and we wake up every morning trying to win, and I think they tried to, and they were 12-3, and they thought it was going well, and then it all went sideways. But Brian Windhorst of ESPN thought Curry's comments were startling here.
I've never heard an interview like this from a player in midseason. Now, I'm going to try to point out that it was a cold January Monday night in Toronto, and maybe we shouldn't take declarations into too much account there. But on the other hand, those stages of loss, it sounds like Steph Curry is at acceptance stage because he was talking. To me, I can't say for sure what conversations he's had with their front office, but my belief would be he has communicated that to them as well, that, there's no reason for you to go chasing something to fix a team that maybe it would be a desperate move. And that is going to reverberate. And this is so unusual for a star player to say. LeBron operates and has for decades exactly the opposite. He says, trade the 2031 first-round pick. I don't care about that. This is Steph talking about leaving the franchise better than he found it. Guess what? You're leaving the franchise better than you found it, I promise you. And if anything, it's the franchise that owes him the last couple of years of his career. So this was a remarkable interview on a lot of fronts. Yeah. And I'm going to be honest with you, when you listen to him talk like that, it makes you wonder that the Warriors, who've been sniffing around a star player since last summer, that instead of doing that, they may do the opposite and make a trade to save money because they're not far away from the luxury tax, because it sounds like they've got Steph's sign-off on it.
By the way, Windhorst's scratchy throat had a Tony Maserati feel there, wasn't it? A little. I tell you what, Mark.
Yeah, a little bit.
Just some reaction from the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 860 says, I say the Warriors should be playing for the lottery. Hey, we are. 916 says, why does it sound like Steve Kerr just put a fork in the Warriors? That quote was kind of like that, wasn't it? 408 says, so if they're waving the white flag, why not trade Kuminga for a first rounder and make sure they trade in the draft in the top 5? 916 says, time for the Warriors to trade Steph for a king's ransom. 209 says, unfortunately, the Warriors are getting older. Both Curry and Green are in their 30s, have no inside presence, and it seems like the opposition is aware of how the Warriors play. They just shoot threes. And then 916 says, as a Kings fan, I'm so happy you guys are back to reality.
Light the beam.
Yeah, and 650 says, Andrew Wiggins needs to step it up if the Warriors are going to return to the playoffs. He remains a bit of a mystery, too. Comes and goes.
Yeah, he's the mystery man on this team right now, and he's a big reason why the Warriors are pretty mediocre and just kind of sitting in this purgatory. And I guess that's the question for Andrew Wiggins, who's not that old. I believe still 28, 29. He's not on the back end of his career like a Steph Curry, like a Draymond Green. But is he willing to accept this? If not, trade him. Move him off the roster. And that's what it comes down to. If you're a Warriors fan, you have to be willing to accept that Steph Curry's all right with this, that it sounds like he's accepting where the franchise is at this point in the dynasty's run. But my question is, Murph, you brought up the question, should the Warriors be trying to tank for Cooper Flagg?
Yeah.
You know the best way to tank for Cooper Flagg?
What?
You trade Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Because this team would be dog-ass without him. And that's how you get into the lottery. And look, I hate to even say it. I'm kind of even regretting having those words leave my mouth, the thought of trading Steph Curry. But look what OKC did, moving on from KD and Harden and Russell Westbrook and all the draft picks they got. Now they have Chet. Now they have SGA. Now they have Jalen Williams from Santa Clara. Now they have pieces. So again, I have no problem if the boys want to go down with the ship. If Steph Curry wants to be Johnny Depp in Pirates of the Caribbean, cruising into town with the ship stinking, he's going down with the ship. That's perfectly fine. I would have preferred if Klay Thompson stayed then, so at least I could have watched the Splash Brothers together. But if you're not winning, and if you don't have a plan to get back to winning, then you have to get to the harsh reality of maybe thinking about the future without Steph Curry.
Clay was so unhappy, though. He was just unhappy that he was here. He was miserable. By the way, the Thunder won again last night in Philly. And did you see after the game, they all, the whole team was doing the post-game interview with Shea, and they all started draping towels on the post-game reporter who was doing the interviews. They got 6 or 7 towels on the guy, and Shea, it was SGA goes, I'm sorry, Nick. They're children. Yeah. That's what he said. So
they
these boys are having too much fun.
Dude,
man.
they did the group interview after every win.
Oh, do they?
Oh, yeah. They're having a ball.
Oh, that's good stuff, man. All right. Well, listen, that's the big hit. I'm sure we'll return to it as we get closer. We'll see what happens tonight. 6:30 tip in Minnesota. Ant Edwards scored 41 in his last game. So They should be revved up. Warriors are definitely underdogs on the road in Minnesota tonight. So there's your big hit. And back to our guest list, which involves Dave Dravecki. Gotta love Dravec. Come on, man. He's the man. So Dave Dravecki, always a great conversation. He's down at Fantasy Camp. We got Buster Posey for all y'all who missed it yesterday coming up, and Mike Silver talking NFL playoffs, all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have not given away the tickets yet because I just want to remind you guys, if you haven't already heard, we're giving away 2 tickets to see comedian Tom Segura at Chase Center on January 24th, 2025. Like I said earlier, we're going to give these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So just stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. It'll be your lucky day. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher here on a Wednesday morning with Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike on other apps, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you need to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. And look, I tell you guys every day, I'm on Prize Pick daily, and right now, during playoff time, it's the best time to be on Prize Pick because they got all the NFL action you could want. Something as simple as Derrick Henry, whether or not he'll get into the end zone, whether or not Patrick Mahomes will throw for more than 1.5 touchdowns this weekend. Jaden Daniels against the Detroit Lions, more than half a touchdown. You need 1 touchdown and you got a chance to win, and the best place to win is on Prize Picks. So join us by downloading the app and using the code word LEADER, and you will get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code word LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, folks, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the-sports-leader.
All right, this has been a fun week because Giants Fantasy Camp is going down in Scottsdale. And as a result, we've gotten Giants icons every day this week. Giants Fantasy Camp, a week-long experience down in Scottsdale, Arizona. Jeremy Affelt, we had yesterday. We had 2 days ago, JT Snow yesterday. And today we have Dave Dravecki. Come on, man. Dave, it's always great to talk to you. It's your buddy Murph. I got my buddy Marcus. Good morning, Dave. How are you?
Hey, morning, Dave.
Good morning, Marcus. How you guys doing?
How you doing, man? How you feeling today?
Oh, it has been, I've got to tell you, we've had kangaroo court the last 2 days in a row, and it has been hilarious. If you're depressed, this is the perfect way to get out of depression because it's raised my serotonin levels to the max. I mean, it's been hilarious.
Has anybody done anything worse than bring a Dodger blue bag to this fantasy camp?
Oh, my gosh. No, I don't think so. No, that's definitely without a doubt the worst.
All right, Dave. Well, listen, the deal is sfgiants.com/fantasy camps. This one's sold out. Obviously, it's underway. But we can go ahead and tell people to join it next year, 2026 Giants Fantasy Camp. So while we have you, let's talk a little Giants baseball, man. Justin Verlander. So, yeah, I mean, the easy way to, it's like, oh, man, he's a Hall of Famer. That's right, 262 wins and 10th all-time in strikeouts. The other part is, he's coming off a neck injury, a shoulder injury, and he's 42. So, Dave, what's the realistic, what are your realistic hopes for Justin Verlander this year?
Well, I think it's twofold. Number one, he's a veteran ball player. He knows what it's going to take to rehab from his injuries. He knows what he's going to be able to do when he goes between the lines because he's smart and he understands the art of pitching. And I think it's a huge, huge decision for Buster and the team to bring him in because of, I think, one of the most important aspects of this. You guys, these young kids, being around someone like Justin Verlander is going to make a huge impact on our starting rotation. And I think his mentality, his approach to the game, just the way he goes about preparing and taking care of himself. I know in my own career that when I was young and I was around the veteran pitchers on that staff, I learned so much just by watching them. So I think it's going to be a big plus for us. I really do. And I really hope that as he prepares and comes into spring training, that from a physical standpoint, he's going to be ready to go and he's going to be able to give us what Justin Verlander can give any ball club that he's done in the past, and that's some innings. And along with that, the experience of really helping these young kids. So I'm really excited about it. I think it's a great addition to the staff. It's awesome that he's going to be in a Giants uniform. And I think he's going to have a huge impact outside of his performance between the lines. I think he's going to have an impact with these kids and even in the clubhouse.
Buster Posey at Justin Verlander's press conference said that there's hope and expectation that Justin Verlander can be a front-of-the-rotation type of pitcher. We've had discussions all week long with Kruk and Kipe about where they think Justin Verlander fits into the rotation. So, Dave, where do you think that Justin Verlander fits into this current Giants rotation?
Well, let me just say that I never concern myself where I fit, and I don't think he's concerning himself where he fits. I think he just goes into it, and he's able to have the impact that we all know and think that he can have, especially when you're coming off of some injuries. But I don't really care where he fits. I think as long as he's going out there every fifth or sixth day it's going to be a huge impact for this ball club. So, yeah, I'm not a big guy on number 1, number 2, or number 3. Just give me the ball and let me go, and I think he's that kind of guy.
Yeah, the old cliche that the day you get the ball, you're number 1. You know what I mean? That's it, right? So there you go.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
Dave, so Buster Posey, I don't know how much time you've had to talk to him or analyze it. I mean, he's the head of baseball ops since October 1. It's only been 3 months. Have you had a chance to, I don't know, talk to him or see him at work? And what are your thoughts so far?
You know what? I haven't had a chance to talk to him, but I wouldn't expect that would happen. On the other hand, I do think that what I love and what I've seen and heard just from press releases and interviews that he's done is there's something really important about this organization. And, you know, it's been at the inception of its history. We've got a long history, as you guys know. And there's this thing that we all embrace. I'm here with Jeremy, you know, with Travis Ishikawa, Georgie Contos, JT Snow, Glenn Kuiper. I mean, these guys all understand the Giants way. And that's a significant piece here. And I think Buster is one of those guys that represents the Giants way. And that way is very unique and very special to the San Francisco Giants organization. I think what he brings to the table is an understanding of the history of this organization and the significance of it as it relates to alumni as well as current players and the fan base and the involvement of everybody in relationship to that. So not only does that excite me because of my role as an ambassador with the Giants, but I think the other part of it too is Buster's a bright young man, and his baseball knowledge is significant. And I think the key thing with Buster is he's putting a lot of really good people around him that I think will have a significant impact as we move forward as to what this ball club can do when they go between the lines. You know, Ryan Walker's here. He just stepped in to give a quick visit to the campers. And, man, I mean, you look at him as a closer, and there's just so much life in that arm. And so there's a lot of positives in relationship to where this ball club is moving. And I just love the fact that Buster's at the helm, taking us on that path because, you know, when you talk about competition, when you talk about a competitor, when you talk about a gamer, and you talk about somebody who understands the Giants way, Buster Posey certainly does.
Yeah, and Dave, just to follow up on your comments about the Giants way and Giants culture, it's something that we discussed last offseason with Bob Melvin coming back to the Giants. Obviously, your relation with Bob Melvin playing underneath Roger Craig, the hum baby himself. We talked about the hum baby mentality. So I'm curious to get your thoughts on maybe with the change in the front office, with Buster being in charge, because Buster did come on our airwaves a few months ago and talk about how Bob Melvin will have the ability to actually write the lineup, which maybe wasn't always the case with Farhan Zaidi running the operations. So do you think that maybe Bob Melvin might have more freedom and control of the ball club now with Buster Posey leading this organization?
Well, absolutely. I think because that's Buster's leadership style. Obviously, Bob Melvin's been around long enough to know and understand what happens between the lines, and he's a really good manager. He's a great manager. He's a player's manager. You know, the thing that excites me, because all that stuff that went on, you know, prior to Buster being on board, I don't know anything about those details. But what I do know is Bob Melvin, and I know what he brings to the table. I knew what he brought to the table when he sat behind the dish and called balls and, you know, fastballs and cutters and sinkers for me. And, you know, he was smart back then. And obviously he certainly understands the game today. And he's going to have the freedom, which I think is really good for Bob, to be able to do what he thinks best in a 9-inning game. And I'm just really excited about him having that opportunity. So, you know, I think Bob's in a really good place right now.
Yeah.
So I think that's great.
It's a big year for him. You know, he wants to prove it after, you know, the last year in San Diego and his first year here. He's due for a good season, and he's set up here with Buster. We're talking to Dave Dravecki, of course, who's down at Giants Fantasy Camp having a lot of fun with Jeremy Affelt and JT Snow and George Contos and Travis Ishikawa and FP Santangelo and that whole crew. And they're already taking deposits for next year's Fantasy Camp. sfgiants.com/fantasy camps. Sold out. Hey, it's before we let you go. We were talking about Verlander and being the mentor. So I was like curious. I looked up your first year, your rookie year was 82, right, with the Padres?
Mm-hmm.
And I looked to see who might be the old horse who might have. I can't believe I see this name. I mean, for me, growing up in San Francisco as a young kid, I grew up in the Bay Area as a young kid, this guy was iconic. John Montefiusco was the old horse on your staff. Now, he's a bit of a wild horse, Dave, a little bit of a wild horse.
That's right, Murph.
Now, I know you're a man. You're not exactly burning the midnight oil all the time, or I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say that. But, was there any Montefiusco tutelage of a young Dave Dravecky?
Absolutely not. But here's what
not to do, right? Maybe.
Yes. Let me just say this. One of the things that I loved about being on that ball club as a young player was what I got to see was I may not have joined in on the activities away from the ballpark. However, I watched the way those guys competed.
Okay.
And that's the thing that I think, when we look at Justin Verlander coming to the ball club, let's not forget, we've got Logan Webb.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, here's another veteran that is able to help these young guys.
Mm-hmm.
And, all you got to do is watch them.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was significant for me as a young kid. I wanted to watch. If there's any encouragement that I would give these young guys, don't be afraid to talk to these guys.
Mm-hmm.
They're always going to be available. And I think that's the most important thing as a young pitcher in the big leagues is you got to talk to the guys that have experience. You got to rely on them in many respects during the course of a game in helping you understand certain things that you might be able to do or adapt that they do. And so just be paying attention because that's what I did when I played. I looked to the older guys and I thought, I watched Goose Gossage work out for years. And I'm going to tell you what, he set the stage. He was an example, a very positive example in relationship to what he did between the lines with the way he went about his work at the ballpark. So, I think that's key for any team. And, guys, let's face it. Bottom line is what we're talking about is chemistry. What we're talking about is what the Giants, I think, are all about. You create a family atmosphere. You create a family environment. You don't always get along with each other, but your family. And when it comes time to strap on the uniform, go between those lines, it's game on, and you do it together. And I think that's the beauty of what Buster's trying to create there. So, that's a real positive thing, and I hope these young kids in particular, these young pitchers who have such good arms, are able to lean into these veterans and learn from them.
It's all very well said, Dave. All very well said. And that means we get the Montefiusco stories off the air then, right?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Hey,
but hey, guys, I want to say one quick thing real quick.
Mm-hmm.
We are having a blast here at the camp. It is so much fun. And so those who are listening, if you're considering this, it is an amazing experience for 5 days with these guys, these veteran alum that are a hoot to be around. So, as you're thinking about it in the future, this has been such a wonderful experience. And Glenn Kuiper has been leading us all the way as the commissioner of the camp, and it has been a hoot. That man is hilarious, and we have had so much fun as he's kind of led us through these 5 days.
Sounds like a blast. So we'll just continue to talk to you guys all week and let you go. Have fun, Dave. Go run that kangaroo court and go enjoy the thrill of the grass, all right?
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
You got it. There's a lot of one-armed paper hanging jokes going on.
Dave Javecki,
you guys take care.
He's absolutely a legend, and I was fortunate enough to be emceeing the night that he went into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and it was awesome. He's just amazing. And, dude, Montefiusco now, I don't know if you're familiar with the count.
Oh, the count, Murph.
Bro.
You don't got to tell me about the count. You might have to tell young Tony, though.
Well, do you know about John the Count Montefiusco, bro?
Bill Lasky told me a little bit about him.
Okay, all right. We had him on the air once, and he was dropping very, very sketchy language on the air. We were like, this guy's a live wire, man. But he was a legend. Rookie of the Year, NL Rookie of the Year. Threw a no-hitter as a Giant. Also partied his ass off.
My kind of guy. My kind of guy.
All right, guys. Cooler content, Buster Posey, Mike Silver, all coming up on the Sports Leader.
Absolutely not.
Oh, Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Are you kidding me? I love talking about Amici. I want to eat a bunch of Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Also, the pastas. We talked about our field trip to Daly City, and Amici's catering that, and when they rolled out the tray of pasta, I was like, check it out, guys. You're all going for the pizza. Come over here. Oh, there's wings here, too, by the way. Awesome. But that's all by way of saying they saved the best for last. Detroit-style pizza. Brand new. Took them a year. They traded, tested it. Like, now we're ready to go. At all 12 Bay Area locations, Detroit-style pizzas. These are rectangular. They're cut into square slices. They got a thicker crust that's still light and airy in the middle. But the best part is that the outside of the dough is coated with a layer of provolone and Parmesan cheese that caramelizes against the high-sided pans to create a crispy, cheesy edge all the way. You want it right now. A crispy, cheesy edge all the way around the pizza. So do yourself a favor. Indulge in these new crunchy, pillowy Detroit-style pizzas. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Yeah, baby! Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, man. Great hearing Dave Dravecki. He was awesome. And, man, I didn't know I could get him going on Montefusco. It's funny. I looked at the 82 Padres. It's always fun to go back and look and see these guys, some of these older players we have when they were rookies, who they played with. Because you can get some pretty 6 degrees of separation.
That's it. It's the degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Yeah. And like Sisto Lescano was on the 82 Padres. That's an old name from my era. And then I saw Montefusco, and I was like, so Montefusco was a live wire, bro. Live wire. He's still going. I'd say we get him on, but it's always a dangerous interview. By the way, the Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. Also sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. Tim Legler joining Papa and Silver at 12:50. And we still get the tickets for Segura, right? Through the 9 a.m. hour? All right, good stuff. Okay, this was funny, man. So, I love Mad Dog Russo. Not everybody does, I guess. I don't know. I love him. Oh, yeah.
There are people out there that don't like the Mad Dog.
Well, we've had him on.
People get upset when he says the Giants aren't going to win the World Series, which, spoiler alert, they have not done since I've joined the show and started booking Mad Dog.
No, but they did win 3 in 10, 12, and 14, although we're getting a little far away from that now.
Murph, we're talking about damn near a decade.
Well, we are talking about over a decade.
Yes, we are.
And 15 years from the first one.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Man, my math is bad, but that's even worse.
Those C's didn't make themselves, buddy.
C's get degrees, baby.
So anyway, I like him. And one of his rants recently was on the big movie, A Complete Unknown, the Bob Dylan movie. Which, have any of you seen it yet?
No, it's a complete unknown to me, Murph.
Well, I haven't seen it, but I want to see it. And it's supposed to be pretty darn good. And Mad Dog went on a rant on Get Up the other day about how he knows Dylan better than everybody. And he doesn't want to hear anybody tell him about Dylan. And he'll be the judge on Dylan and all this stuff. Like, I know Dylan. I'll let you know how it goes. And he did like all these social media posts about, I'm going to the movie. And then he wound up liking it. And then he wound up seeing it a second. And then he came back. He's like, second time today. Brought my mom. And he was like incredible. So
I'm wondering how many edibles Mad Dog took before going to see the movie.
Yeah.
You know about G squared, golf and gummies.
So he does this rant so much on ESPN Get Up. Well, this kid, the breakout hit of 2024-25, Timothy Chalamet, who we used to make fun of so much because he was such a little
Chalamet, what up?
Little pretty boy. He weighs like 105 pounds. Looks like a little waif. All the girls love him. Like, what do you mean? This guy, he's like an infant. What are we doing out here? And then we had the Rappaport, Chalamet. And now he goes on ESPN Game Day, and he crushes it with all kinds of knowledge and humility and good sense of humor. Then the movie comes out, and it's pretty good. And then he hears Russo on Get Up and invites him to the London premiere last night in frickin' London, England. So Russo does a whole post of him getting on a plane, flying to London, getting off the plane, going to a red carpet, and next thing you know, he's with Chalamet on the red carpet.
That's insane.
It happened last night in London.
I had no idea it was a private invite.
Yes.
This is
from Chalamet because Chalamet, as we now know, has sports chops. Like he had takes on Miami of Ohio football that sent people spinning.
Chalamet knows ball.
So here it is. The audio is a little muddy, but he brings Russo up to a couch. And they're jumping up and down on a couch. And then they get off, and Chalamet goes, hey, you got to bring Stephen A. And Russo goes, no, Stephen A. doesn't know Dylan. Take a listen here, yeah.
Yes, sir. Give me yes, sir. Yes, sir. There you go, Tim. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks for coming. Yeah. And I did that as a gag on the first day.
I wasn't a gag. I was like, shoot, I get this guy a ticket, man.
It was a gag, but it was a gag. So then you look, man.
Tell Stephen A. he's got to come. Yeah, Tom. Yeah. I was going to invite him. I was afraid he was going to be mean.
He's probably one of the show. Molly would have put it up. You know, he doesn't know anything about Dylan.
Yeah, exactly.
Molly does. Molly would have come.
All right, the audio is pretty muddy there. It's better for a video, to tell you the truth. But you hear him at the end. He doesn't really know Dylan. So, but Chalamet gets, this guy continues to press all the right buttons.
Yeah, but I do think he's pressing the wrong button when it comes to his remote control because he's watching First Take instead of logging on to YouTube or Twitch to tune into the Sports Leader because the Murph and Marcus show, or just the morning show in general here at KNBR, has been giving love to Chalamet for years.
My man Chalamet. Chalamet, what up?
What's up, bro? You filming me?
Yeah, you Chalamet, right?
Yeah, we'll see you around, bro. Act like you all that. You ain't all that. F*** you. F*** you, Chamalay. Acting like you all that. F*** out of here.
Unbelievable.
Turns out Chamalay is all that.
That was during COVID. We just went. We laughed at that for so long. You got his name wrong, obviously. It's Chalamet.
Yeah, I can't stop saying it now.
That's the comedy.
Yeah, I can't stop saying it.
Okay, so now we got a groom in Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia?
I did not think I was going to say Nova Scotia today when I woke up.
Neither did I.
Believe it or not, I actually know a guy.
Really?
From Nova Scotia. Believe it. A guy I coached baseball with, Coach Dana.
Damn.
Canadian, and he was a great Canadian athlete. He was like a premier national skier or
Must
whatever.
be doing pretty well for himself if he's in Nova Scotia.
Well, now he's in Mill Valley.
Ah.
So he's doing very well for himself to get there.
I was going to say that too.
So he's getting married, groom in Nova Scotia. And there they are. Like, this is the moment, right? Neither of you have experienced this marital bliss.
Hey, you don't know that.
On the, oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I had a different lifetime before I joined this show. I'm joking. I'm riffing. I've never been married. No kids that I know about.
That's the real way.
That I know
That's the
about.
one we
That's
don't
the
know
key.
about.
That's the thing.
WIVB.
There's been some nights I don't remember in Vegas, so who knows what happened.
Well, this is all very
I could have been at the chapel next to Elvis.
When we saw David Lee Roth in Oakland in 16 or something like that, at Van Halen. And he was like, yeah, man, it's great to be back here. I remember being here in 1982, man. And he's like, matter of fact, he goes, I forgot what I did those nights. I see some people out there kind of look like me. You know what I mean? So he was like,
that's a good line.
He was claiming.
Yeah.
Anyway, groom, WIVB, Channel 4 in Buffalo, a groom and a bride getting at the moment of like, hey, will you take this bride here?
Sometimes I may have to hold on to a secret bonus gift to give you during our ceremony. We're going to see the Bills.
Oh, I'm so glad she's so excited. That's how I feel, too, when I get those, by the way. The couple tells us they always try to beat the other with their gifts. They plan to head down to Buffalo this weekend when the Bills take on the Ravens.
How about that, dude? How about her reaction? By the way, this is just the divisional round. You know, I mean, he couldn't spring for the championship or the Super Bowl.
I know, didn't want to hold out, huh? I mean, she was losing her mind.
She really was. You might want to cut her. No. I mean, man, oh, man.
Now, I'm thinking about it and whether or not it's like a tradition. I believe in the Jewish culture, they break glass at a wedding.
I think that's true, yeah.
If you're a part of Bill's Mafia, do you like jump through a flaming table for good luck at the wedding?
That's good.
That's how they got to do it, right?
I like that, yeah, for sure. Well, that woman, based on her reaction, sounds like she's ready to jump through a table. Yeah.
Jeez.
There's a lot of jokes
Why
you
does
can
she
make.
sound mad?
A lot of jokes.
She sounds like the wicked wick of the East, like melting in a...
Dude, you got to keep that around and be like, hey, man, can the Giants win the NL West over the Dodgers? Should you pay Brock Purdy $65 million a year? Do the Warriors have a chance to do anything this year?
Will the 49ers ever win a Super Bowl with Kyle Shanahan?
Do you feel confident in the fourth quarter with Kyle and clock management?
One more. Will Farhan Zaidi ever come back to the Giants organization?
And then I come down. By the way, I just looked at the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line just to see in the 650 F. Timothy Chalamet.
That's
that
it.
guy just says that. All right, guys.
Acting like you all that. You ain't all that.
All right. Buster Posey, who missed it. Good conversation with the president of baseball ops. Next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, happy to talk about my friends at El Cerrito Honda, where I just had a great experience leasing a 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid. Man, what a great car. And by the way, he's like, Sharif, who runs the place, like a family. Walk in there, what do you want? He's going to hang out with your buddies. And he's like, what do you want? He was like, what colors? I'm like, well, you might have, he's like, I got everything. Like, what do you want, EV? They got it all. El Cerrito Honda. The Honda of your dreams is there at El Cerrito Honda. The fuel-efficient CR-V, the Civic Hybrid, the Prologue EV. You want to go electric? We make EV easy. So it's easy to find right off of 80 on San Pablo Ave. You can't miss it. Right off of 80, elcerritohonda.com. Go experience the difference. Say hi to Sharif. Say hi to everybody. Okay? 24/7. You can check elcerritohonda.com. They're more than just a car dealership. They're family. I feel confident saying that. And when you go to El Cerrito Honda, tell them Murph sent you.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, when you get Buster Posey, the president of baseball ops, on, it's worth playing. And for those who missed it, it's worth playing again because we know it's a big deal to get 20 minutes of Giants baseball from their head of baseball ops. So, Marcus, we talked about a lot of stuff with him. It's worth listening. And for Giants fans, just to kind of catch up, thought we'd do you a service here. So it started with, we asked Mike Kruka, said we're going to have Buster Posey on the UMA guest line. we said, what do you ask him? He goes, ask him if he's having any fun. So that's where we started. So welcome and good morning to Buster Posey. And Buster, Mike wants to know, are you having any fun?
I am. I really am. Yeah, I thought it would be something I would enjoy, but you never know until you get into it. And I am. I'm having a good time. I mean, you get to talk baseball every day with people that love the game. And so yes, I am having a good time.
Is it hard? Is it harder than you thought it would be?
I don't know if I really had, what my expectations were for hard. I mean, it's different, right? I mean, it's very different than preparing as a player. As a player, it's a very much, at least this time of the year, it's a singular focus on getting yourself ready. And now it's big picture, and there's a lot of moving parts, and there's conversations being had internally with the, different people in the organization, and then outside the organization as you're trying to get some deals done and try to improve the roster as best as possible going into the season.
Yeah, well, I will say, Buster, it can't be that difficult since you walked into the front office and handed out the largest contract in San Francisco Giants history. First signing this offseason, Willie Adames. I know we'll get to Justin Verlander in just a few moments also, but talk to us about what's been the biggest difference for you being on the other side of these negotiation tables.
Biggest difference. Well, I mean, the obvious answer I think there is as a player, your mindset is to, maximize what you can on the contract. And then obviously on this side, you're trying to be prudent as much as you can and all the same time understanding what the market is. And my perspective too is I know how hard it is for free agents to get to that moment where they're available to 30 other teams. But, I think the big thing for me is you understand each dollar you spend on a certain player could possibly go somewhere else. So you have to keep that in mind and balance, just how far you're willing to go.
With that being said, was it more intimidating for you to step into the batter's box against Justin Verlander or to sit across from him at that table?
Ooh, that's a tough one. He was tough to face, but it was, I don't know. I always looked at those at-bats and guys like this, the future Hall of Famers, the ultimate competitors, and I loved them. I mean, it's kind of like Kershaw and Scherzer, same type of at-bat where you're getting their best, and it's the at-bats you dream of as a little kid to get to face the best in the world. And I don't know if it's same or different across the table. I mean, I was excited about the opportunity to bring this guy on, and he's still extremely motivated and believe that he can pitch well at the top of our rotation. And there's no doubt going to be some added benefits that our younger pitchers get from just watching him come to work every day.
Yep, that's the voice of Buster Posey. You know it on the UMA guest line. Giants, since we last talked to him, signed Willie Adames and Justin Verlander. Now, other things that happened since we last talked to you is that Corbin Burns signed with the Arizona Diamondbacks. So I guess my question is, was Verlander a pivot after Burns chose Arizona?
Yeah, I mean, look, we had some conversations with Corbin, his representation, and we just ultimately decided to go a different way. He's a great pitcher, but just decided to go a different way. And yeah, Verlander, we focused on him afterwards.
Was the opt-out, I guess it's a two-part question, was the opt-out a major hurdle, and do you not like early opt-outs in deals?
You know what, Murph, I mean, I'm early into this. I think part of my stance on these negotiations is I don't want to get too far into the weeds on what they are. And look, I as much as anything, I don't want to pigeonhole myself into saying something and then having to take that back. So I'll somewhat plead the fifth on that question. But yeah, I mean, I think big picture, you'd love to have either somebody for extended period of time, or a guy like Verlander, when you can do a one-year deal, puts you in a good spot, and hopefully, he has a great year and we have an opportunity to re-sign him.
Roki Sasaki is another big name that's been on the market this offseason. Susan Slusser reported yesterday that he has informed the Giants that he will not be coming to San Francisco. So, Buster, what can you tell us about that recruiting process?
Well, first and foremost, I just am appreciative of our team. Zach, all his efforts, Jose Bonilla, who did, uncounted hours of work for preparation for that meeting. And we had SFG Productions put together a really great video that, spanned from the Bay Area to Arizona, just featuring our facilities and a lot of the city as well, and just what San Francisco has to offer, culturally, from a food perspective. So that's my first response is just I'm appreciative of all the work that went into that recruiting process. And, we put our best foot forward, and I don't think there's anything else you can do. And I know the group feels that way. It wasn't a last-minute haphazard, last-ditch effort. Zach had been on Roki for a long time, and, unfortunately, it didn't work out.
Talking to Buster Posey here as the Giants make their move. They get Justin Verlander. And so obviously everybody, Giants fans, Buster, any baseball fan, okay, what's next? You give them something. Okay, what's next? Give them Willie Adames. Okay, what's next? Okay, Justin Verlander. Okay, what's next? So what's next? If I look at the Buster Posey grease board of priorities, I guess I would sort of prime the pump question by saying, is a bat a high priority moving forward, or are you all set?
Maybe some of both. It's hard to say. I think that, we've probably talked about it before, but, for us to put a great team out there on the field and for us to have sustained success, we're going to have contributions from players within the system. So, look, we feel really good about our arms. We feel good about the strides that Fitz made and Ramos made last year. McRae having a little bit of a taste, hopefully got some confidence. I think Eldridge, best case scenario is for him to get a solid year in the minors and go dominate. We'll see, he might be beating the door down and force our hands. We'll just have to see. But, we believe in what these guys are going to do, and we're going to have to continue to bring in young talent via the draft and, international signings and possibly trades. But we'll continue to monitor the market. And it is funny, like you said, being on this side now, as a player, I was always looking and thinking the same thing. And, it's not that you're not daily looking at different options. It's just they don't come along as easily as you might think.
Right. It's like, you try. If it's so easy, you do it, right? So there you go. We're talking to Buster Posey on the UMA guest line. The DH position is unusual. You played without the DH, and then you played with it, I think, for a year, right? Was it around 2021? I forget. I think it was, right, in your final year? So for you as a president of baseball ops, I guess I'll ask a general one, kind of easy one first. Like, what's your ideal fit for a DH? Is it an aging slugger who sits on the bench? Is it a rotating position where you kind of platoon it day by day? What's your do you have a philosophy on how you fill the DH if you want to be a championship team?
I think it just depends on the players that you have. If you can slot David Ortiz in, sure, go ahead and do that. But there's not many of them out there. And talking to Bomel a little bit, I think he likes the flexibility of being able to give some guys a half day off with just the DH. So we've got some viable options on the roster now that you can move around and give them a blow. And then there's probably going to be, a guy or two that might take it more often than not. But I think that's the way it's most likely going to play out is it's a spot that, you'll rotate some guys in and out.
Buster, I know we've talked before about the future of someone like Marco Luciano and the potential position change. I'm curious if you guys are looking at Marco Luciano at all at that DH spot, or is the primary focus finding out a position to get that bat in the lineup and where he can play every day on the field?
I think Marco, just my hope for him, I'm excited to have a conversation with him in camp, is for him to just the best he can. It's one of the hardest things in baseball, and is just to go play with freedom. I just felt like I've noticed a little bit over the last couple of years that he's a little bit more tense and maybe not as free swinging in the box as he was as a 18, 19-year-old. And that's my biggest hope, is that he can come into camp with some freedom and just to know, hey, look, we're not looking for you to do anything else other than be yourself. And if he can go out, he's shown it. He's shown it in the past that he's got big time raw power. And so, we're going to have to analyze what he looks like this spring. It's going to be a big spring for him. And hopefully he gets off to a nice start and gets some confidence going, and we'll see where it goes.
Buster Posey, man, it's fun talking all things Giants. By the way, FanFest starts this Saturday. I will be up there in Napa at the Napa Yard, Oxbow Gardens. I got Matt Chapman up there and other players, and I think we'll start get the Q&A going a little after 11 a.m. somewhere around. If you give me a little few minutes there, I have to get from a CYO basketball game, 11:15 or so. So hopefully looking forward to seeing everybody at the Napa Yard, Oxbow Gardens Saturday morning, and then Marcus will be down in San Jose the week after. So Giants Fan Fest, we'll come see you guys Saturday. The next few Saturdays, we'll do that for sure. Jung-Hoo Lee posted, I believe, on social media, a pretty cool post. Him around San Francisco. He's back. Can we get the Buster Posey review of Jung-Hoo Lee? And are we just going to go ahead and say right now, leading off opening day, center field, Jung-Hoo Lee, book it?
Well, I'm excited that he's feeling as good as he is, and talking to Dave Grushner and the medical staff, he's had a great offseason. He's feeling strong, and he was a really exciting player for me to watch last year. I mean, sometimes when those guys like him who are wired like him go so hard, unfortunately they are going to get hurt, but you can't take that away from him. But he's got an elite ability to find the barrel, and I think he won his teammates over last year very quickly, and I guess the fan base as well, just with his style of play and his ability to find the barrel and on all sorts of different pitches and locations. And as far as where he hits in the lineup, that's a conversation with Bomel, and we're not gonna pigeonhole ourselves into where it's gonna be, where he's gonna be just yet. But we're excited to have a healthy Jung-Hoo in the lineup next year.
Buster, you've mentioned a few times that the hope and expectation is that Justin Verlander can be a top-of-the-rotation type of pitcher. I'm curious, going to spring training, do you guys have an idea of how that rotation is going to play out, or is there still open competition at this part of the offseason?
Yeah, most definitely open competition. Have talked with Hicks and told him, like, hey, man, from my perspective, the guardrails are off. You had a great year last year, a great first 2 months, and it's a big adjustment for somebody that's having to go from the pen and then increase their innings and the style of their workload. So he was fired up about that. And when I talked to him, I told him, look, there's a chance we're going to sign somebody else. And he was all about the competition, which made me really excited. So, I mean, I think it's healthy. I think it's healthy to go into spring. Obviously, you've got it, Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, and Justin Verlander who are going to be in there, and then I think we'll just have to look at those 4 and 5 spots and see where things shake out.
We've gone this long in the interview, Buster, without asking the question burning up the Bay Area. Should Justin Verlander wear number 35?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I called Craw a couple of days ago and just kind of floated it to him, and he understands, and it's a sensitive topic, obviously, for what that number means to all of us and Craw's career here, and I think Verlander's on the fence at this point, and which is really cool. I mean, a guy that's in my eyes, a future first ballot Hall of Famer, having the reverence for somebody as beloved as Crawford in this area that's on the fence of what number he wants to wear. So the way that I understood it was that Justin wanted to have a conversation with Crawford before he made a decision.
And Buster, we actually had a conversation with Brandon Crawford a few weeks ago after he announced his retirement. He talked about his offseason plans, how he wanted to spend some time with the family, but he also mentioned a conversation that he had with you about maybe potentially joining the Giants front office moving forward. So what do you think? Is there a role moving forward, maybe next year or in the near future, of Brandon Crawford rejoining the Giants front office?
Well, it's nothing we've talked about directly, but of course open to it. I mean, he's a great baseball mind, great baseball instincts, and having somebody like that who's so passionate about the Giants from the time he was, probably before that he can even remember is definitely appealing. So we'll see where it goes.
So I know you got to let you get going here, but just to set the table going forward, you said every day you're looking, every day. So would you say, though, would you characterize you guys as sort of like still active in trying to add to your offense, or is it dying down?
Well, I think, Murph, what I've learned is things can change quickly. There's not, I wouldn't say there's a lot that is imminent right now, but that could change by the time we get off the phone. So sorry for the boring answer, but we'll keep on looking.
I guess, the other thing that intrigued me too is trades. And I don't know if the landscape has changed much. And I think it was either you or Zach or both of you gave an interview talking about, or I think it was Andy Bagley's piece in The Athletic where he sort of paraphrased you guys saying it's hard that you're trying to make trades. And would that be accurate? Like, it's like trades are something that is appealing to you guys, but it's hard to find a partner. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, for me to say if it's hard or not, I don't know. This is so new to me. It's felt hard. I'll say that, the first few months. And, it's I guess it's somewhat understandable too, as teams and us as well. You kind of fall in love with certain players and maybe you overvalue them sometimes more than you should. And, I think whether this is fair or not, just my take on it is that it's safer not to trade somebody, right? You're kind of sticking your neck out on the line if you do trade somebody. And we live in a day and age where trades are so heavily scrutinized. I think there's pause from some people to move players where they think, okay, well, yeah, maybe we're not in love with them anymore, but if I do trade them and somehow they catch fire, it's going to look really bad. So it's just safer to just hold. And look, that's kind of what I've seen. Whether that's accurate or not, I don't know.
Buster, you mentioned Bryce Eldridge's name earlier in this conversation, and I know we've talked about his future a few times before, so I don't want to harp too much on it, but there were reports earlier this offseason that you guys declined trades involving Bryce Eldridge. So is he that type of prospect that you look at as someone that the fans are already falling in love with, and would you guys view him as maybe an untouchable prospect?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that's accurate. I mean, the upside that he has, we believe, is tremendous. I mean, to be a 19-year-old and put up the numbers that he did last year is not very common. So my hope for Bryce is that, he's just one of those guys that's just constantly hungry and looking to improve and get better because he's off to a great start. But as he'll see, as time goes on, you've got to have the mindset that you never arrive, no matter what type of year you have, what type of, month that you have. You just have to keep on pushing and hopefully, if he does that, I think he has the skill set to be a really great player.
Wrapping up here, Buster, just kind of non-roster stuff. How's it been like getting involved in the culture of the Giants? Like you do stuff beyond roster moves, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I believe that's a big piece of what we're trying to do here. It's conversations with coaching staff, it's conversations with minor league managers. We've got a call later today with all staff in the minor leagues, and Randy Wynn's been outstanding working with Kyle Haynes and just kind of setting the tone of what our expectations are and how we're going to play the game. And I think people want it. I think people want to feel like there's an identity and a direction of what Giants baseball is going to be. So that's a big part of what we're going to do now, and I think that's something that will constantly have to be talked about. There's going to have to be accountability from players and from staff if we're going to create that winning culture that we're all looking for.
All right, man. Well, listen, it's exciting. I mean, obviously Adames and Verlander. By the way, I know you read you read stuff, you keep up on what's being written and see if you can glean anything from the writers and all that. Did you see Jim Bowden of The Athletic give you guys a B on your offseason? Any reaction?
No, I didn't see that. I read some stuff, but not that much stuff. I learned long ago as a player that it's pretty counterproductive to read what's in the media because unfortunately, there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation, and I think that's even been heightened in my eyes in this position now. I'll look and see sometimes somebody will send me something saying we're in on a certain player, and I think to myself, well, that's news to me.
Yeah, you got to start playing that. Well, listen, we'll try to limit our misinformation and disinformation here at KNBR. So.
That'd be great. I really appreciate that.
For KNBR, the limited misinformation leader. How's that for your
We'll have to fact check you on that.
All right. Well, we do appreciate you taking the call and coming on. Fans love it. They love the conversation, the dialogue. It builds excitement going into the season. And so we'll let you rest for a little bit. We'll chase you down maybe in Scottsdale. We'll be down there doing shows, so hopefully we can grab you down there. But thanks, Buster, and you can go back to your day. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, Buster.
All right, guys. Thanks. Good catching up. See you.
Yeah, listen, we're building something here with Buster. It's a couple times now since he's been hired, and we're looking forward to Scottsdale, right?
Absolutely. Got a couple chuckles there from Buster Posey. Even at the end, when he's talking about what the media writes and says about the Giants, he almost went full Kenneth Copeland on us.
The media said what?
Speaking of which, January 20th is around the corner. Hey now, Mike Silver, NFL Talk next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If you have not already heard, we have a new contest this week, and we are giving away 2 tickets to see comedian Tom Segura at Chase Center on January 24th, 2025. We have not given away the tickets quite yet. Like I said, how do you win? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning, so just stay tuned. Keep it right here. Rip off the knob, like Marcus likes to say. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896 KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, NFL time, baby. On the UMA guest line, our buddy, the great athletic columnist. We were reading him in the Chronicle recently. Read him forever. And now he's got the final 8, the Elite 8. Mike Silver. Michael, good morning. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, man. First and foremost, knowing that your parents are down there, all love and good thoughts. Hope everybody's safe.
Thank you. I'm with them now, so we're just taking it day by day, and obviously a lot of people have it a lot worse. So, just a crazy, crazy week in California, but hopefully no new fire activity. That would be amazing.
Okay. Good to know you're with them, though. That's good, and they're safe, and so we continue to send our good wishes to our fellow Californians down there. We all know so many people affected. And then look what the Rams start there. Look at the Rams, man. I mean, that's a team that started 1-4. The Niners basically had them beat, put away in the bag. You know, I just have never really thought of the Rams as any kind of threat this year. And then they go LA strong on us, Mike. I mean, I don't know how much you factored in the inspiration and motivation factor, or how much it was just Sean McVay slapping around his pupil.
Yeah, I think it was more, we saw the Vikings be 14-2 and be in play for that number one seed and have such a great season. And obviously the Sam Darnold renaissance was totally a thing. And then 2 games in a row with everything on the line, Sam Darnold looked a lot like the guy that everybody wrote off after Panthers and Jets disasters. And I know that Kyle loved him, and it was great having him, as Purdy's backup for Kyle. And they really thought that they had done a lot of, rehabilitation. And no offense to Sam, he'd just been in tough situations. And Kevin O'Connell obviously took it to another level. But quarterbacks get judged in these big moments, obviously. And, to see it so glaringly play out twice in a row. And the Rams, they have a lot of good young pass rushers, and they were into it, and they had a good scheme and all that. But it was just, to me, that was the most striking thing about that game. And I've seen the Rams live a bunch this year. I saw them put up 44 on Buffalo with a special teams touchdown, and I saw them, win 12-6 at Levi's. So they've done it a lot of different ways. But yeah, I kind of named the Rams as contenders, about 6 weeks ago and got eye rolls. But I really think they're a team that's getting better. And when Stafford's on, he is on.
Yeah, and it led to the Rams sacking Sam Darnold 9 times on Monday night, which leads to the questions about Sam Darnold's future. Obviously, they drafted J.J. McCarthy, and they went into the season with the plan to have him as the starting quarterback until he went down with that injury in preseason. So do you think there's a chance that maybe the Vikings could bring back Sam Darnold on a short deal, on a franchise tag, or do you think he's moving on into the market this offseason, and how much has his stock dropped over the last 2 weeks?
I mean, I feel like it's dropped. 2 weeks ago, I would have said they're tagging him for sure. They're probably signing him, and, sometimes you draft guys, but the plan changes, and I've seen it happen like, the Chargers drafted Phillip Rivers, but they had Drew Brees, who had struggled his first year and part of his second year, and then all of a sudden Drew Brees became, a really, really good player, and it was like, we're just going to get rid of Phillip Rivers after year 3. It turned out they didn't, because in a meaningless game when normally you would have played your backup, they didn't want to subject Phillip Rivers to injury because they were going to trade him, and that's when Drew Brees tore up his shoulder, and that changed NFL history. But, we've seen plans change before, and I think that's probably where it was headed. After these last 2 weeks, I think, you definitely are reevaluating everything. And, if you're Kevin O'Connell, are you thinking, well, I can develop J.J. McCarthy and maybe Daniel Jones is in the building. He could be a reclamation project like Sam Darnold as a stopgap. There's all sorts of possibilities. But if you're the Vikings, who, by the way, have a ton of impact free agents, your first question is, how are we, settling things with Kevin O'Connell? He had that 13-4 first year, kind of out of nowhere. Then they lost to the Giants in the first round. They were 7-10 last year after Cousins got hurt. This year, with very low expectations, they had that great regular season. The Vikings elected not to try to extend him after last season, so he's now closing out year 3 of a 4-year deal, which means, unless you're going to do the Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy thing, which I don't think Kevin O'Connell is really down for, you've got to pay him now or potentially come to the realization that other teams want to trade for him, and you're going to pursue that. I think it's far more likely that they will pay Kevin O'Connell to his satisfaction, but he may, the quarterback decision and thinking may be entwined with that. So it's really what Kevin O'Connell wants, and if they can sort out the head coach situation as well.
Yeah, Vikings go from darlings to ousted, and now all these questions at coach and quarterback. 8 teams left. Mike, I do want to squeeze in a Niner question before we let you go, but just on this coming weekend, you could pick any of these games and find really interesting talking points. Obviously, Lamar and Josh is the big one, but I was looking at Lions Commanders and just your thoughts, what you know about Dan Campbell and their defense being banged up versus like their whole mojo and Jared Goff and all that and Jahmyr Gibbs versus this Jaden Daniels. You and I remember the Washington Redskins. They were icons. Then this franchise disappeared for decades. And it's a hell of a story that I'm not sure it's gotten its due. The new owner, Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, Jaden Daniels. Should the Lions be a little worried? And what's your take on the whole Washington phenomenon?
Yeah, it's really cool. And really that is, to me, so quarterback driven. Jaden Daniels has just been so ready and so poised from the start. We kind of saw that with C.J. Stroud last year. This may be even more glaring with the game-winning plays. But, they're, just as I kind of touted the Broncos as a dangerous team, and that paid off for like the first 7 minutes of their game against the Bills, and then it went away. But, young and hungry is dangerous, and, sometimes you don't know enough to be daunted by these moments. And, I'm sure that Jaden Daniels is not sitting here shivering over the prospect. But the Lions have been a juggernaut, that offensive line. They control games. And really we saw their defense rise up in that big moment when they were playing the Vikings for the number 1 seed. Great defensive performance, even though they've lost so many people due to injury. So, I think Detroit is a prohibitive favorite in the NFC. It's going to be really, really tough to beat them. But, Washington's absolutely dangerous.
Mike, there are currently 6 teams in the NFL not in the playoffs and also looking for a new head coach. So when you look at the Cowboys, Raiders, Bears, Jags, Saints, and Jets, what's the most lucrative coaching job available right now?
Yeah, it's a great question. The Raiders were not on that list, but then Tom Brady got involved, and that has a way of changing perspective. So I think that's got some new buzz. But, I think quietly a lot of people like that Jaguar job. They think they have a lot of talent on defense, and some people really like Trevor Lawrence. And it's kind of in the shadows. You have a chance to kind of build it. The issue there is that Shad Khan said, no, I'm sticking with Trent Baalke. That's my guy. Now, I don't know how firm that is. If, say, a Ben Johnson who has options were to say, look, I just kind of want a different personnel guy. Let's clean it out. Maybe Shad Khan would do that, and that's kind of the presumption in a lot of circles, and that could suddenly get really attractive. But for the most part, these jobs are unattractive for a reason, and yet a lot of coaches either are looking for opportunities or understandably have high egos and think, I'll find a way to fix it. So a lot of dominoes, only New England has fallen. A lot of dominoes still left to fall. I think if you look at past years, once there's, another hire or two, then it'll get fast and furious and people will start making their moves. But because of, the requirements for how many people have to be interviewed and because of the NFL's tweaking of when coordinators and coaches on playoff teams are available, I think it's a little slower than it's been in past years.
And obviously the 49ers waiting on Robert Saleh for sure to see what happens, and he may get one, he may not. And that leads to my last question, Mike, and that is Eric Branch, I thought, wrote a really good piece in the Chronicle. We haven't really talked about it on the air, but he said, Kyle has blamed his defensive coordinator 2 years in a row, fired him. He just fired his special teams coordinator, blamed him. And Eric Branch asked artfully, when will Kyle take the blame? Like, when will he sort of publicly say, hey, man, I keep firing all these other guys, but this is on me too? Not firing himself, but at least being more outward about not getting it done. And I was wondering your thoughts on that. Like, do you think Kyle, he's definitely, I don't know, what's the word? Is prickly the word? I don't know what the word is. I think prickly is actually in your book jacket cover on the Why Is Everything. But is it the kind of, should he come out and say, hey, man, this has been on me? Is this something he should do, or do you think he has? What's your take?
I think he's super competitive and hates that he went 6-11 and understands that he is ultimately judged on wins and losses and has won a lot. So when he fired Steve Wilkes, he knew what the optics of that were, right? They'd just gone to the Super Bowl. They played pretty well against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs offense, and he still thought, I need to make this move. Just as when Jed decided, I'm getting rid of Jim Harbaugh and I'm hiring Jim Tom Sula, who do you bring in? And obviously Kyle then concluded that Nick Sorensen was not the right guy to bring in, so he's doing it again. I would say this. I don't know what it gets you if you're a 49er fan to have the head coach publicly self-flagellate. I mean, yeah, he probably should say that more clearly in theory, but if you're a fan, how does that help? You just want to win. And secondly, I don't think Kyle is of the coaches who are aware of fan bases and optics and how, and how much they care. I think he's probably on the very low end of the spectrum. And I think, given that on your station, when asked about, a very polarizing political figure at a dance that some of his players had done to celebrate him at a, quote, really important time, his response was, that was cool. I loved it. That's, this particular fan base, that might not be, something that you would want optically if you're looking for harmony and unity. So I don't know. I think Kyle probably in the end does blame himself because he's hyper competitive, but he also doesn't care if he does it publicly and what the fans think.
Last question for me, Mike, real quick before we let you go. Are there any other significant updates in the 49ers DC search, or do you think they're just waiting on Robert Saleh to make a decision?
I believe that Robert Saleh, if he told them today, look, I'm not getting any of these head coaching jobs, I want to be the DC there, that it would be settled. But, yeah, you're right. It is a fluid situation, and Cowboys just happened. So now Robert Saleh, in theory, with Jets, Raiders, Cowboys all talking to – no, I'm sorry, Jets. That's a little brain bubble there. Obviously, Raiders, Cowboys, and Jaguars all talking to him for head coaching jobs. It's a fluid situation. The cynic would say Robert Saleh is technically a minority, so some of that could be Rooney Rule. Although, Robert Saleh did not have a great end to his head coaching tenure, but I do think what happened after he left kind of made him look better because it showed how dysfunctional the Jets are. I can just tell you this. Robert Saleh really doesn't know. He's in play for 3 head coaching jobs. I've communicated with him. He doesn't know how it's going to shake out. But I do think he is the absolute front runner if he doesn't have a head coach option.
Mike, it's always great talking football. It's great reading you in The Athletic. Where are you going this weekend?
I am going to the Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen.
Ooh, and we didn't even ask you about the damn thing. My gosh, well, that was the one game.
I know it should be pretty good. I've seen those guys play live a lot. They usually put on a show.
Is Derrick Henry going to be the difference?
I hope so, man. I just I don't fanboy out that much, but every time Derrick Henry has touched the ball, since his second year in the league, I just like lose objectivity.
You and I are the same age pretty much, or actually you're a year older, but or 2 years older. But I know, right? But he's like on the short list of the best running backs we've ever seen.
Yeah, and I think I said really, really early, I got to go back and look, but like 6 years ago, 7 years ago, I got to look it up, but I was like, Derrick Henry is the best running back in the league by far. It is not close. And, I was definitely early on it, but I will stand by that. I think he's the greatest running back of this era, a first ballot Hall of Famer. And, my classic, never pay a running back. You could just go out and get another one. Really? Can you get another guy who looks like that and runs like that and gets stronger as the game goes on and has that speed, size, power combination and vision? I don't think you can. But good luck, because if you can find another Derrick Henry, you're doing it right.
Dude, I just looked it up. He's top 20 all-time already in yards. He's already, and like with just a decent year next year, he'll be top 10 in the history of the league yardage-wise. That's with more to come. So, all right, buddy, all good. Hey, all love to your parents and everybody down there, man. Be good.
All right, thank you so much.
There he is, Mike Silver. A lot of stuff to react to on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, Invisalign clear aligners. I'm talking about teeth. I'm talking about your smile. We even have a little tag out from Shanice that says she loves your smile. Well, if she loves your smile, you must be using Invisalign. Because my sons, both of them, 13 and 17-year-old, using Invisalign clear aligners. I asked the newly minted teenager, Rory, I said, wait. I said, I got Invisalign, Rory. What do you tell him? He goes, well, Dad, tell him with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. I said, what are you, a future freaking ad exec? Let's go. So yeah, and even my relatives who are grown-ups are using Invisalign clear aligners. So never too late to make your smile shine, because one of the first things you notice about everybody is their smile. I'm looking at young Tony right now. Look at that smile. Look at that smile. It's beautiful. It's a no-brainer. Choose Invisalign treatment. Invisalign, the #1 doctor-recommended brand, has also transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. So get started. Go to the website. Check them out at Invisalign.com.
'Cause I love it.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, that was fun talking to Mike about the NFL. We got to start ramping it up, buddy. We got our Brian and Bobby's best bets. I guess we should Here, I'm going to call it right now. We both pick all 4 games.
Let's do it.
All right. So we'll see how it goes. By the way, I think
stop running from the spreads. Stop running from the games.
I think last week, yet another 1-1 week for me. The king of 1-1.
It happens, Murph.
No, I think what were you?
I went 1-1 also.
But welcome to my world.
I got boned by the LA Chargers and your guy Jim Harbaugh let me down against the Texans.
Yeah.
Should have gone with the Texans.
I missed. You won on Washington, Tampa Bay. That was a good pick. I whiffed on Penn State, Notre Dame, although I thought I had it, and then I kind of got a little fortunate with Ohio State, Texas on a strip sack.
Yeah. I will say, nobody wants to hear losers lament, but originally when I was looking at Wild Card Weekend, the Rams were one of my picks on the spread, but I didn't want to upset a Brian Murphy.
Woulda, coulda,
because
shoulda.
everybody knows you don't pick games in a Friday football forecast when the game's played on Monday.
And I stand to that to the day I die.
Yeah, so I did that out of respect for you, Murph.
Put that on my headstone.
I just want you to know I would have gone 2-0, but I had so much respect for you. I went 1-1.
I'm losing respect for you, though, kind of like saying, I woulda.
I know.
I coulda.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
The real man just takes the L.
That's it.
You know what I mean?
Take your lickings.
And Tim Legler joins Papa and Silver at 12:50. He's a real man. Hey, Tom Segura. He's a real man. He's going to tell comedy. He's going to tell jokes. What do you do for a living? I tell jokes.
Tell us a joke, Tom. Tell us a joke.
He wants to talk about his marriage, or as it was known, forget it. Tom Segura at Chase Center on January 24. I would say called John Joe Curley, but he called in sick today.
Oh, no.
But Walt easy. All right, Walter Icalbaceta. And you can talk to him about the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to Walt about, what's his name? Yosuar Gonzalez?
Yosuar de Jesus Gonzalez. Me and Walt were just breaking down some scouting reports during the break.
Any video?
No, I saw a couple highlights. He's a switch-hitting shortstop, 17 years old, is regarded as the second highest international prospect right behind Roki Sasaki. Who knows what's going to happen when you're throwing darts with these international prospects, but I'd rather have the number 2 ranked overall prospect than the number 92. I don't know.
Well, call Walt right now and win those tickets to see Segura and ask Segura about Gonzalez. So that is at 415. Oops, pardon me. Got the exact list right here. 896 KNBR. I should know that by now. 2 tickets to see comedian Tom Segura, January 24th at Chase Center. Caller number 10, 415-896 KNBR to see Tom Segura. By the way, the only thing I'm worried about with this guy, Yosuar de Jesus Gonzalez, is that he's 17. And let me tell you what, being the parent of a 17-year-old right now, I wouldn't sign him. All right, dude? I wouldn't sign him.
Yeah.
Bro, does Yosuar de Jesus Gonzalez, has he picked up a wet towel recently?
You're asking the big questions, Murph.
Has Yosuar de Jesus Gonzalez put his dish in the dishwasher recently?
Does Yosuar make it home by midnight curfew, Murph? That's the big question.
Actually, he's pretty good about that. I'll give him credit on that. Does Yosuar de Jesus Gonzalez bring home... Oh, I was going to get into the report card, but let's not. That's a little too personal.
Hey, congrats on the B kid. I'm proud of you. Uncle Waterboy's proud.
Right. You know what? Maybe he needs that.
Tell him that.
He needs a little
Tell him good job, good effort. Waterboy never got B's.
Okay, NFL talk. So obviously, as we get ramped up here, Mike's going to Bills, Ravens. I mean, that's pretty exciting, man. I was forced to make it. Well, I shouldn't give my pick just yet because we're going to give him on Friday. But the Ravens are 1-point favorites on the road. How about that?
Up in Buffalo with the newlyweds that we heard earlier in the Cooler of Content.
Yeah, we could play that again, too. If you had to power rank the 4 in terms of interest, Chiefs, Texans early, Bills, Ravens, Sunday. So AFC, Chiefs, Texans, AFC, Bills, Ravens, NFC, Lions, Commanders, NFC, Eagles, Rams. Give me your best to worst of the 4.
We're doing the...
Yeah, that's number 1.
That's
the Bills Ravens game,
I would
right?
say it's number 1 if we're going through our couch potato power rankings. Bills Ravens is the game of the week.
Number 2.
I think it's a toss-up in the NFC. I'm intrigued to see Jaden Daniels take on the Detroit Lions.
That's number 2
I think
for
that's
me.
the number 2 matchup.
Yeah.
Then you go Rams and Philly.
Yeah, me.
I'm not really too entertained by the Chiefs. First of all, because I hate the Chiefs. And it just seems like, once again, they have the easiest route back to the Super Bowl.
Let me ask you a question. Is there any chance the Texans go in there and mess with them?
I hope so. I mean, hell, I was wrong. I picked the Chargers last week to take down the Texans. I can't just sit here and say, like, oh, the Houston Texans, C.J. Stroud having an MVP-type season. No, he had a sophomore slump. Texans were struggling getting into the postseason, but they turned it around with D'Amico's. So who knows?
Were they just the beneficiary of a Justin Herbert flameout?
I think so. Those 4 interceptions when the
Mahomes
kid only threw 3
Mahomes ain't
interceptions
throwing
the
4
year.
picks?
I don't think so.
No.
I'd love to see it. Until he does, I won't believe it.
I'm tell you what, I'm not writing off the Rams. I'm not,
with you.
I'm not writing them off. I mean, we'll make our picks on Friday, and you're getting 6.5. But it's a short week for traditionally short week on the road in regular season. You generally pick against those teams, but it is the playoffs. And then, dude, the Commanders spread the Lions are 9.5-point favorites. You're giving Jaden Daniels 9.5 points, but then again, you look over at the Lions and they might score 50, right?
Yeah, I mean, they boat race everybody, Murph, but you're telling me I can get Jaden plus 9.5 when they've been competitive throughout the entire season? Like, even their losses are pretty close games. I don't want to give any spoilers, but I might be thinking about taking that spread on Friday.
The other thing I wanted to hit from the Mike Silver conversation was the D coordinator thing. And Robert Saleh, it's interesting because he didn't do great in New York, but he appears to be an attractive candidate to people. Like the Jaguars, apparently they like him. And now apparently the Cowboys, according to one report we read online, have entered the mix. So for a guy who went to New York and didn't do it, he's considered, I think, you know what? I think a muscular frame and a clean-shaved head goes a long way. Like, you look at Bob Saleh, you're like, yeah, I want that guy around. Yeah. You know what I mean? He's a good-looking guy.
He looks like a football coach.
He does. So, so anyway, that's something. The Niners are waiting. I wonder what their backup plan is. I would think Jeff Ulbrich would be number 2. That's my guess. I don't have any inside information on that. Apparently, Ulbrich interviewed for the Jets job. He's probably not going to get it. And then the other last thing I wanted to say to you about is that I read Vincent, the guy from the Las Vegas Review-Journal, said he thinks there's growing interest in Ben Johnson. And, of course, there is. Come on down, Benny boy. The Las Vegas Raiders.
How about that? Ben Johnson.
That would be your dream, wouldn't it?
Of all the opportunities, yeah. Ben Johnson is your favorite offensive coordinator's favorite offensive coordinator right now. Like how creative he is, the way he designs plays. Obviously, it would be an issue getting him a quarterback in Las Vegas. But man, oh man, if you get Ben Johnson and Brock Bowers in that offense, I'm already thinking about those type of plays, but I don't want to get ahead of myself and set myself up for failure once again.
There's just one thing missing in that equation. A quarterback.
Yeah, that's because Tom Brady's going to come out of the front office and go back under center, Murph. So you heard it here first. Brady's playing this year.
Well, I mean, that's
How about that? Surprise, surprise. Guess who's back? Brady in silver and black.
Dane Brugler of The Athletic does mock drafts and just released his second one, and he has Shedeur Sanders falling to the Raiders.
It does seem like his stock has fallen over the last couple of weeks for whatever reason.
He has the Niners taken an interior O lineman. Gosh darn, I don't have it in front of me.
I don't know how realistic that is.
It was a tackle guard. I forget. I'll get it for you guys by the time we come back. Okay, what did young Tony learn today? After a day, what did young Tony ask today? Another smash success. If you missed it, it'll be on KNBR.com. And then we'll hand it over to Papa and Silver next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, fun day. We had an early hit with Jim Bowden. If you missed that, he was pretty good. He loves Buster Posey being on the Giants. And when I hit him, I said, Jim, how do you defeat the monster that is the Dodgers? He said, you don't. You go in as a wild card, is what he said. So Farhan's like, yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you guys all those years, and y'all got mad at me. You know what I mean? We had Dwayne Kuiper on. Kuiper told a great story about visiting Mike, surprising Mike up in Reno for the 50th anniversary. And then, of course, Dave Dravecki, who was really fun, which led us to our we might as well go there right now, Young Tone. Here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So Dave Dravecki came on from fantasy camp. He was talking about how much fun they're having. Then we asked him about the Giants, and we asked him about Verlander. And, you know, this oft-repeated narrative now that Verlander will be a wise old Yoda to these young pitchers. And so then, you know, instead of asking him, did you have a guy, I went and looked at his rookie year. I said, I asked him to spring a name on Dravecki. So his rookie year was 1982 with the San Diego Padres. Shout out Tim Flannery. And I looked on to see who was there's old pitchers on there. And the guy wasn't necessarily really old at this point. He was only 32, but he was the only guy north of 30 on this staff, and I couldn't believe it when I saw it. John Monefusco. Now, you guys are kind of like, huh? And that's where we get to young Tony. But for our generation, oh my God, one of the most iconic names in San Francisco Giants, one of the great names of the 1970s, John Monefusco. Brash New Jersey kid, Italian-American with all that East Coast flavor. Dare I stereotype? He either came out of Jersey Shore or The Sopranos. Or both. Okay, dude. I mean, he was a character. And oh, by the way, dude had an arm, okay? So I don't even know about, like, the MPH guns, but I'd say high 90s. I mean, high strikeout totals. Rookie of the year. He just has on lousy teams. The teams weren't any good. But he did, and I said, so I asked Dravecki, I said, do you have the laugh here, Young Tone? I said, Dave, I see a name on here, and I know that, so Dave's a guy who, you know, he's a religious man. He's a man of faith. He doesn't carouse a ton. John Monefusco, and I say this with all due respect, not necessarily a man of faith, all right? John Monefusco liked to party. So I said, Dave, I'm a little hesitant to ask this because I know you guys aren't necessarily cut from the same piece of cloth, but did John Monefusco influence you here?
Absolutely not.
So he said it was funny. He kind of learned what not to do.
Yeah.
So I said to young Tony, I said, there's no way. So you didn't know Monefusco, did you, buddy?
I've heard the name with Bill Lasky. He's told me about it. I think he played with him, I do believe. I have to double check. He told me they were on a lot of bad teams, but they pitched very well.
Yeah, but I don't think they overlapped. But I'll have to go. Maybe they overlapped briefly, but I'll double check on that. But anyway, the point is that I said, well, that's definitely a good what did young Tony learn today? Because not only was Monefusco a 100-mile-an-hour, 99-mile-an-hour guy who struck out a lot of dudes and won Rookie of the Year and was brash, dude, he opened a bar and lounge on Powell and Bay, which you can still see down here by the old North Point Theater.
Is it still open?
No.
That's the question.
Brother. In fact, John he opened it with another right-handed fireballer who was Italian named John D'Acquisto. And I just showed you guys, I found the flyer from it. Dude, there's a picture of them in three-piece suits sitting at a red and white checkered tablecloth. It says, Monefusco's and D'Acquisto's, Powell and Bay. No joke. The feds raided the joint. No joke. This has been documented in John D'Acquisto's book because they had a mob head guy hanging out there.
Wow.
Yeah. They had mob. I'm not kidding.
Whoa, Murph.
Dude, that's when you put the Monefusco and D'Acquisto into Monefusco and D'Acquisto, bro.
Are we talking Italians?
Whoa, you talking Italians?
Yeah, sorry. I can say this. My mom's a De Benedetti. So I said, setting aside all the off-field antics, this is what John Monefusco's first ever game. He got called up on short notice to go to Dodger Stadium and hit a freaking home run at Dodger Stadium. I believe this is Art Ekman, I think, on the radio call, but it's awesome. Oh, cue it up, Tone, when you got it. This is John Monefusco's debut game at Dodger Stadium. And the Dodgers were the Kings. Oh, you want to go the no-hitter first? Oh, okay. I was unprepared. Sorry, I guess he threw a no-hitter. So he threw a no-hitter in Atlanta, which was awesome. Here it is.
Rookie John Montefusco showed a knack for making promises and then keeping them. Of course, no one could ever be sure just what the count would say or do. Like the next season when he made Giants history in Atlanta.
After the fifth inning, I kind of knew I was going to throw a no-hitter. When I was in the dugout, people weren't even coming near me or saying words to me or anything, and I was getting up and going confronting these people, saying, "Hey, I got a no-hitter going." And they would just walk away from me. And as the game went on, I got stronger and stronger. And when I went out there for the ninth inning, I knew right in my mind nobody was going to touch me that last inning, and I threw the no-hitter.
2 down, bottom of the ninth. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, fly ball right. Mercer's going to catch it. Montefusco's got a no-hit, no-run game. Count Montefusco. Look at him out there on the mound.
I think that might be Al Michaels on that call. I'm not totally sure. But let's go to September 3rd, 1974, when he gets called up for a 72-win Giants fan. He has to come in early in relief, winds up closing out the game, goes the distance. I give you his exact game log on that, and hits a bomb. Here's the call.
Here's the pitch. Montefusco sends a deep drive to left. Oh, that baby is going. It's going. It's home run. Rookie pitcher home run. Raider running will circle the bases. And Montefusco will touch them all. Oh, baby. Can you believe it? What a dramatic ascent by this young rookie.
Dude, we just turned this into a This Date in Giants history. How about that? So, yeah, listen to this. Ron Bryant, who was a great pitcher, got knocked out of the box without retiring a batter. Montefusco came in, went 9 innings, gave up 1 run and hit a bomb and won the game.
That's one hell of a debut. 9 innings and you hit a bomb?
At Dodger Stadium.
On short notice? Murph, you're not going to get a rookie pitcher throwing more than 5 innings these days.
No, you're right.
And you're never going to see a rookie pitcher pick up a bat again because pitchers don't hit anymore.
Damn.
The count, baby. One of a kind.
Great way to finish. We'll be here tomorrow. Hey, that was Time for a Change, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, full service, total trust. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
You know, a pirate ship for me. Arr, arr, you know, it's...
Yes, sir. Give me yes, sir. Yes, sir. There you go.
Absolutely not.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Craig Silver.
Not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
1st and 10, Ravens at their own 13, moving right to left. Pistol formation, Henry the back behind Jackson. 2 receivers to the left. Here's a handoff. Henry outside the right hash. 15, 20, 25, 30. There goes Henry. Out to midfield. Buffalo 40. Far sideline 30. Henry to the 20. 15, 10-5. Touchdown Ravens. Derrick Henry on the opening play goes 87 yards, and the Ravens have taken a 6-0 lead. Jackson goes under center, takes the snap, back on a play fake, rolling right, throws short, caught by Henry, racing to the end zone. Touchdown Ravens. A 5-yard touchdown pass from Jackson to Henry, and the Baltimore lead is 13-3. Well, these two teams may very well see each other again. There will not be another snap in the game tonight, and the Baltimore Ravens will move to 2-2 on the season with a 35-10 win over the now 3-1 Buffalo Bills here in Baltimore.
Whoa, young Tony, what are we doing with that open, man? You put that together? Trying to get Papa off on the wrong foot to start the day, playing highlights, or should I say lowlights, from the Baltimore Ravens beating the Buffalo Bills back in Week 4 Sunday Night Football. Fun fact, actually, I was getting those cuts, and Mike Holder was like, did we get the Henry 87-yard touchdown up on the air? I never made a mistake running CBS radio. Young Tony knows that. Papa, sorry to bring that up. We're going to get off on a better foot. Buffalo and Baltimore will be the game of the weekend. We are turning the page, looking to the divisional round now. And anyway, not a ton of sports action last night, so I'll start by saying good morning, and how'd you spend a Tuesday evening?
I slept in my Buffalo Bills. This is not really a jammy, but it's starting to look that way, the way I'm sleeping. And I do have the matching Bills pants, by the way, if you can see them.
Oh, nice.
On that. So that was week 4, right after the 49ers defeated the New England Patriots, and Fred Warner was the greatest defensive player in the history of mankind. I raced over to Topgolf in San Jose, which just as far as getting out of my spot in the players lot, it's easier to go that way. And I watched that most of that game at Topgolf, and it's just Buffalo got rolled after the 3-0 start. Henry right away went 87 yards for a touchdown. So we are moving into we're going from the super wild card weekend that we can't get a handle on to clearly the divisional is the best weekend of football. It's better than Championship Sunday. It's better than the Super Bowl because the big boys come out to play. And you get 2 on Saturday and you get 2 on Sunday. The Buffalo-Baltimore game is going to be the headliner. Most eyeballs are on the Sunday night game. I'm sure they fought for that game between NBC and CBS, but Jim Nantz and Tony Romo and Tracy Wolfson and my guy Tom Spencer, who we may have on tomorrow. He's going back to Buffalo after being there last week for their divisional win over Denver. That's going to be at 6:30 in the East Coast on Sunday night. 3:30 our time. So that is what the most eyeballs will be on. It's also, the 49ers not being in the playoffs this year. I'm going back to my Raider days where, 17 of 21 years we did not make the playoffs. Almost always would go up and go skiing in January if my Warriors schedule allowed. And this is a great weekend. I don't know what kind of skiing we're going to have up there. It's a little bit too warm, but and they move these games back where you could ski Saturday morning, and the first game is Ravens and Chiefs will be done. You'll kick off at 1:30, get almost a full day in if you hit the mountain right when the lifts open, 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, depending on what mountain you go to, and then the next day they don't start till noon. It used to be 10 o'clock in the morning our time, 1 o'clock East Coast, so it was a little too early to go skiing. Maybe get a couple of runs in, but you get almost another good, half day in after a, good day on Saturday. If you get up Friday, got a holiday on Monday. It's a great weekend. So this is the best weekend of football, without a doubt, in the NFL because the 2 number 1 seeds come out. And in years past, it used to be double buys. 1 and 2 seeds didn't play on Wild Card Weekend, but it's Kansas City and it's Detroit that come out on Saturday, and you want them to play in the first window of the weekend because they didn't play the weekend before. And the way they are, Washington's got a little bit of a short week, and I worry about the Rams playing on a Monday night, going to play the early game on Sunday, and Philadelphia is going to be a tough week for them, but they just went through hell, and they're still living hell. But we have rematches, obviously, Baltimore and Buffalo. Houston, Kansas City. Didn't I just watch that game on a Saturday? I think when I was in Miami Gardens getting ready for the 49ers and the Dolphins, I watched that game, and Kansas City just took them apart. We'll see how that goes at Arrowhead. And then Detroit, obviously, with their firepower, and Washington, and that's going to be a tough week for them. I was texting with Bob Myers and invited them on the show yesterday and congratulated them on the win in Tampa. But right away, Detroit's going to be a mofo. That's going to be a monster having to deal with those guys off a short week. And we do have a lot of rematches. Houston, Kansas City is a rematch from earlier. The Rams in Philadelphia is a rematch from earlier. And that's a puzzling game after watching the Rams and their new version of the Fearsome Foursome, Greg, dominate on Monday Night Football against Sam Darnold and the Vikings' battered offensive line. I go back to when Saquon came into SoFi on a Sunday night and just ran all over them. A franchise record. He had a couple of big touchdown runs to start the second half, and that's where I thought, the Niners could run on the Rams. You didn't want to get back into a lot of pass pro with their pass rushers, especially the outside guys, Young and Verse, but I thought you could run on them. The Niners, it's hard to run on them that game. And can Philadelphia duplicate that? They may be a different Ram front right now, the way they're fitting it behind with Spates and Roseboom. But you got to stop Saquon Barkley to have any kind of a chance in this game. And then, what we just heard, and that was not Jerry Sandusky. No, not that Jerry Sandusky, the radio voice of the Ravens on the call. But I remember that Bills-Ravens game vividly. As I said, I went and watched it, and by the time I got there, it was like 14-3 and 21-3, and they just could not stop them. The King ran for 199 yards. Lamar chipped in 54. I mean, they ran all over Buffalo. They ran for 271 yards. Now, Buffalo will try to run the ball the other way, and the one area of concern is the way, and even going back to when the 49ers went to Orchard Park December the 1st, I thought the Niners, and they were starting to. McCaffrey was high-kneesing it, and they were starting to run on them, and then McCaffrey got hurt by Taylor Rapp. But if there's one weakness to the Buffalo team, it is their run defense, and specifically their linebackers are just light. Terrell Bernard has become a really good player as their Mike linebacker, the captain, but he weighs 224 pounds. Matt Milano is back after 2 terrible injuries that he suffered. Bicep injury this year, broken leg the year before, but Greg, he weighs 223 pounds. Dorian Williams, their other stacked linebacker, a little heavier, 240, but they like to play nickel with Taron Johnson, who's a good tackling nickelback, but he weighs 192 pounds. So you're going to try to stop King Henry with a 223-pound linebacker, a 224-pound linebacker, and a 192-pound nickelback. I mean, Henry weighs more than all of those guys. And then you factor in Baltimore has a fullback, Patrick Ricard, that weighs 305 pounds. So they've got a fullback that's got 60, 70 pounds on their linebackers. So the obvious story of that late game, and this one may decide, who goes to Kansas City, or, if Houston can upset them, if they can host the AFC Championship game. How do the Buffalo Bills load that box to stop the trample that may be coming, as we saw it, when they met in Week 4? And it's not just King Henry and his size, but Lamar pulling it and getting on the outside. But we're going to be watching. We're melancholy that the Niners are not involved in it, obviously. But this is, I think it has been, historically, super wild card weekend brings, 6 games into it. You got a 2, a 3, and a 1 over Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Sometimes it's a bit overkill. I think 2 a day is perfect. It's hard to watch that third game. Even me, your brain is fried. So I love football, and I'll pop out a game in the middle of the night. But sometimes it's like I can't see a third one. So I think this is the best weekend of NFL football.
I'm right there with you. And, yeah, when you talk about the 3-game slate we had last Sunday, I'm thinking by the time we get to the third game, I'm also just thirsting for a good game, and that was the best game. But at the same time, your brain is kind of tired. Packers-Eagles wasn't a blowout, but it was a really ugly, kind of just trudge through the mud sort of game. Jalen Hurts went almost 2 quarters without a completion, and the Eagles never really felt threatened in that game. And then Bo Nix had a nice first drive in the morning for the Broncos, but to Papa's text prediction, Buffalo went all unanswered there. He said 35-7 over text. Almost was. Ended up being 31-7. And Lamar Jackson is 3-1 versus the Bills. That was one of the wins that we opened with right there. But when it comes to the playoffs, that is where Lamar Jackson threw a big, long pick 6, and Buffalo got the better of him there. So, by the way, this one's also going to be in Orchard Park. That open game back in Week 4 was in Baltimore. And so Buffalo at home this year is scoring almost 34 points a game. So you could talk about the injuries. You could talk about what's happened with their defense. But, Papa, at that stadium,
how many times they lose in Orchard Park this year, Greg?
None.
That would be 0. But I ask you, how many times did the Dallas Cowboys lose in Arlington last year?
0.
And then?
They gave up 48 points to the Green Bay Packers.
Packers rolled in. So you never know. Speaking of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry, stay the hell away from Salah.
Yeah.
Robert Salah, as Booger McFarland likes to call him, is on the. When is he going to Frisco to interview with Jerry?
That's a great question. All I saw was the Ian Rappaport headline that said the Cowboys have interest and are expected to interview Robert
I think
Saleh.
They are. Well, he went to Jacksonville. I think he's going to the Raiders tomorrow. Tom Brady's got a busy week. How does he do all these interviews and then call a football game? It's just conflict. We did hear even late in the year, and this was just maybe a month or so, 6 weeks after Robert Saleh got fired in New York, that the Cowboys have interest in him as a head coach. And well, they got a head coach. Well, now they don't have a head coach. So is Robert Saleh going to get a head coaching job this year in this hiring cycle? If not, we know where we want him to wind up. But, good for him and his family if he can land on his feet, whether it's Jacksonville or you really want to go to the Raiders. But and then obviously Dallas would be really interesting if he does go there. Maybe Jerry's just pulling an Al Davis and he wants to pick his brain on defense. But Robert Saleh is going to have one down, one coming, and maybe a third NFL head coaching job.
Well, maybe that's where we pick things up on the other side. 808 KNBR, the number to join the conversation anytime today. That's 415-808-5627. Also, big what's up and good morning to our friends in the YouTube chat. I see you, Aaron, Mickey D, Apollo Cruz, Devin Smith, Victor Stevenson, some guy named Walter who wants to get in the conversation. Papa and Silver going to keep this right here on football, and we got some good teases coming your way. It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors are back in action tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves, and that begs the question, what is the over-under on technical fouls for Draymond Green and Rudy Gobert? Must-watch TV. It's fight night in the NBA. We'll get into that matchup, the tail of the tape, all day here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, good morning. Greg Papa here. As the faithful knows, life, like the game, doesn't always go as planned. Injuries and challenges can knock you down hard on the field or off. That's when you need a powerhouse team. Habas Law for over 35 years. We're talking Omar and Tarek Habas and the Habas Law team. They have delivered life-changing wins, taking on big insurance companies with relentless grip, like it's the final 2-minute drill. Habas Law doesn't just settle cases, they create comebacks. We encourage you to visit habaslaw.com. That's Habas Law. They will fight to make it right.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver getting you through your hump day. I know we're getting back into the flow of work life. It is January. If you have your Christmas tree still up and the lights still hanging, might be time to take that down if you haven't already. But hey, that's just one man's opinion. You do as you please. We were hanging out. We were talking NFL, and we talked about Robert Saleh just before the break. Before we get back into the football discussion, I realized that it is a good time to set the table for our show. So what do we got cooking as far as guests? Well, 11:30, we're going to have Dave Pash, who's going to be on the call tonight for Warriors Timberwolves. That game was flexed to ESPN 6:30. Jim Peterson will be joining us at 11:50, and then we'll have Tim Legler at 12:50. So kind of ended up being a heavy basketball guest list today, and we got into the Warriors and their brutal loss in Toronto. Timberwolves, they've had their number a couple times this year, but in both those games, Buddy Hield played well. So we'll get a little bit into that later. And at 10:50, so coming up in about a half hour, we've got a little confidence score activity that we're going to have Walter lay out for us. So it's going to be a fun little game here on a Wednesday. Right now, let's get a little bit more into this Robert Saleh situation. And Papa, I want to read this note from a listener and his thoughts on Saleh, because I think we all agree that Robert Saleh would be a fantastic candidate and fit for Kyle Shanahan as a defensive coordinator. But Mark's point, I'll give credit to Mark, he says the Niners' pursuit of Saleh is short-sighted. He will be another one-and-done defensive coordinator given he is a hot head coach commodity, as we're seeing right now with the interviews. We need another old-timer that lives and breathes defense with no aspirations for a head coach opportunity. Look at the kind of continuity you have with Steve Spagnuolo in Kansas City. He's been happy and knows his role. We don't want a guy looking to make a name and move on. I will give Mark credit on this one. With the continuity and quality, if Saleh comes back and then gets a head coaching job, that would be 6 defensive coordinators in 6 years.
Compensatory pick, I say back to that. You will get a third-round pick for Robert Saleh if he does leave. So, first of all, he's got to come back. As far as Spags is interviewing. Who's going to line him up? The Chicago Bears? They're interviewing everybody and anybody to be the head coach of the Bears. Was it him? I forget what team I saw, but maybe the Jets, if he wants to go there. But Steve Spagnuolo, I think is going to be interviewed. I don't know if he already had. There was a window there for a week before, they went back to work this past week, and now they got to go to the divisional, so you can't touch him for a while. But I do understand that point, but first you got to get him back into the building, and I'll tell you why I feel so strongly about this. The news today from Rap Sheet is that the Cowboys have interest and are expected to interview former Jets coach Robert Saleh for the vacant head coaching position. And I had heard this weeks ago, I think months ago, that he was a candidate in Dallas, but you had to play out and see what happened with Mike McCarthy, and obviously he's gone, and now the Cowboys' job is open, so Jerry may bring him in. He's already interviewed, as far as we know, with Trent Baalke in Jacksonville and Shad Khan there, Salvador Dali, and he may wind up, I think he's going to do an interview with the Raiders as well, and Tom Brady, very busy guy. So we'll see. Why I think it's the best fit. I'm wearing, the Super Bowl 54 T-shirt and hat, which I haven't worn in a long time. I've broken it out here, and since the season ended. At that time, it was painful to lose Super Bowls. Now it's like, man, I wish we were going to this. If you were guaranteed a trip to the Super Bowl right now and you knew you'd lose, wouldn't you go back and enjoy all the games on the way? I mean, it's not like that in sports, but
808 KNBR. Do you have?
We don't want to go there. I don't want your
handle
opinion. I have. Yeah, it's not. It's just for being involved in it. It's hard to watch these games. Just from my perspective, not broadcasting them and having. Something in it, and the great win last year over Green Bay in the divisional and the championship over Detroit, and so. But anyway, that defense was incredibly good, and we knew it was good. I remember that early in the year we went to the LA Coliseum to play the Rams, and Jared Goff could not complete a pass. I think he threw for 92 yards. He missed a out and up to the tight end. When the one time he had time to breathe, he missed a throw, and Jared does not do that because he was so rattled. And I just turned to Tim and went, damn, this defense is whoa. And then when Green Bay came in Week 12 that year for Sunday night, and on the third snap of the game, Aaron Rodgers, long before ayahuasca and the darkness retreats, his eyeballs got all dark and dilated. And you could tell he was thinking, we can't block these guys. I'm screwed. Now, that was a ferocious front. That was the Gold Rush with Nick and T. Ford and the Oregon Tulfers and Saab. Anyway, we watched that game back this last year, getting ready for the Chiefs, Part 2 in the Super Bowl, and and that team the Niners took to Vegas last year to play the Chiefs defensively was nowhere near the team that they took to Miami to face the Chiefs in Super Bowl 54. Just watching that game back, and we were kind of forced to get ready for the game, and NFL Network replayed it like every waking minute. It was wow. This, if you want to play a cover 3. And it's different than what Seattle did with their Legion of Boom, but some similarities. You didn't have the corner play. You didn't have Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor as headhunters, but you had Fred and, that 4 under of the cover 3. Anyway, the way that they just played that zone, the way they accordion out, as I call it, where you just stretch out like an accordion. And, everything's on top down, and then come down and just close it. In the kill zone, you may get a first down, you may get 2. You're not getting in our red zone. You're not scoring. The Chiefs had 10 points with 7:13 to play in that Super Bowl before the Wasp play. Anyway, and, Saleh did reinvent himself in 2020, the year after, when he lost a lot of those key defensive people. He played more cover 4. To me, he's a good scheme fit, obviously. He's the guy. But there are a lot of guys. David Lombardi was texting me today about Dennis Allen. What do you think of Dennis Allen as the coordinator for the 49? I love Dennis Allen. I saw him as a head coach. He's a great coordinator. Sean Payton kept him there for years. That guy blitzes more from the third level than any coach I've seen. He brings it. And it's not just all cat blitzes off the slot, which are easy to bring K'Wan Williams. He had complicated blitz packages from the third level. Now, he had to do that to generate pressure, but the thing with Dennis, and this is why Robert Saleh is so critical, is Dennis is a little prickly of a personality. He's tough he was not a good head coach because he was difficult to deal with in all regards. His players, just dealing with them on a daily basis, and I think he mellowed a little bit when he became the New Orleans coach. We had some good conversations, but you got to fit in this building. Dennis could bring his playbook in there, and he could fit. He could call defenses. There's no doubt. I'm sure Kyle's thinking that guy was hard to go up against. But does he fit in the room with the guys? Those guys. If you ask Fred Warner, who do you want for your defensive coordinator? Is there any doubt? I'm not speaking for him. I'm just kind of guessing. They love those guys. They all grew up together. D'Amico was a linebacker coach here. He's gone. He's not coming back with the success he's having. Saleh from a scheme fit and a personality fit. To be those guys in that room, Nick, they love him. And then he's one guy that can tell Kyle, no, I don't want to do it that way. We're going to do it this way. He had that bravado. He's a big physical man, and he's secure who he is. And he and Kyle go back a long time, obviously, and LaFleur and all of them. There was a book written about it. They're like brothers. They can push back and say no. Kyle may not like that today, but tomorrow he comes back and goes, yeah, your way of thinking is interesting. So, you bring in a fresh set of minds from the outside, and there are a lot of good candidates out there. Gus Bradley would fit, but I don't know those guys as well. I know Dennis Allen. Robert Saleh, just to me, as Trent Baalke would say, checks every box. He is the perfect guy for this time. Now, the point about him getting a head coaching job is interesting. He could be, then maybe you bring somebody else in, you try to groom somebody as well. I don't know how you would do that, but they built up a nice system where they've lost coaches, Saleh, D'Amico Ryans, even Mike McDaniel, and got compensatory picks back the other way for those guys. So, Saleh comes in here for a year and fixes the defense, and they go back to the Super Bowl and win the game, and then you lose him and get a third-round pick back as compensation. I think we're all on board for that. So, but I think you worry about 2026 later. I just think for this football team, I'm personally hoping that he comes back. I guess for him, because he's such a good guy, and we've had him on the show a couple of times, even after he left and became the head coach of the Jets. It'd be great if he got a head coaching job, if that's what he wants. And, he picked the right one. Is Jacksonville the right one? Are the Raiders the right one? Is working for Jerry Jones the right one? But they're head coaching jobs. And, the HC job is bigger than the DC job. If he doesn't get one of those jobs, my dream scenario this offseason and this January is to hire Robert Saleh to be the defensive coordinator and John Bones Fossil to be the special teams coordinator. And those guys are the very best of what they do. As far as DC and STC, that would really improve your football team to get those two guys.
Oh, man, if Bones Fossil comes to the Bay Area, then I'll be playing Kenny Banya clips from Seinfeld every other day just because of the look-alike. And, yeah, Papa, you bring up some incredible points. So would Saleh be a great fit for the 49ers as the DC? Of course. The experience, the track record, the rapport with players, a different personality than Kyle Shanahan, a different voice from Kyle Shanahan, but who also has a great working relationship with Kyle Shanahan, I think are all no-brainer points of why he would check the box. Now, I do find it interesting, the point that Mark, our listener who brought up the continuity and quality, for the sense of, I can understand why Robert Saleh, if not this year, next year, would be a hot head coaching candidate, because the Jets' defense was good. After he was fired, I think it was very apparent that the problems within that organization are way beyond and above Robert Saleh. That was just all-around dysfunction. That probably helps his case when going through some interviews. I think he's young enough. He is highly charismatic enough to where a lot of teams would see him as a culture changer. And when we've seen not all of, but some of the playoff teams who have started to ascend, you got more of your blue bloods like your Andy Reid's and John Harbaugh and Sean McDermott, and they got their style and their teams are great, and they got great quarterbacks in the AFC, right? But now you also look at a D'Amico Ryans, a Dan Campbell, a Dan Quinn, guys who are showing that when you come in and turn around a culture alone, that can go a long way, especially on younger teams that have a lot of potential.
Yeah, I honestly, I love Robert, and you heard everything I said about him. If I was an owner or a GM in the NFL, I would not hire him to be a head coach. And if I did, I would insist he call the defense. I found it when I saw his first game, and he's first of all, his demeanor, and I don't care that he got all excited when the Niners had a sack on third down. He come running down, and as a coach during practice, he was really calm. He was John Wooden. He never said a word. D'Amico was more demonstrative. Getting ready for a game, Robert Saleh was very cool. During the game, he would emote. It's not that. If I'm going to hire you to be the head coach, I'm hiring you based on your ability to call defenses, not just, structure defenses and game plan defensively. I want you to call them on game day. So he gave it to Ulbrich right away, and he never did it in New York. And they didn't win there. And he had a hard time identifying a quarterback. Some of the hard knocks things were awkward, I thought. That's why, just bringing those cameras into your building, they may be, something to soothe your ego and, stroke your ego while you're in the middle of it. I do not want that around. It's just gonna hurt you in so many ways. And I don't know. If it's great that he's getting interviews and he's well received. He did not do well as a head football coach in a lot of ways. So me personally, I think he's better served to be a DC than an HC. I would not hire him to be a head coach. I'd maybe bring him in and interview him and pick his brain and get some thoughts on defense and then steal him. Or talk to him about hiring him in another role later if he doesn't get a head coaching job. Maybe that's part of what Jerry's thinking about. But I think he's better served to be a defensive coordinator than a head coach. But we'll see. The league will tell you what they think, and owners don't always make the right calls. GMs don't always make the right calls. Sometimes they make mistakes.
You're kidding. Look at the Raiders. Tom Brady Telesco, as I'm going to call him. We're going to keep this conversation moving right here on football. Then at 10:50, we got a little confidence score activity courtesy of Walter. We'll pivot into hoops as we got Dave Pash, Jim Peterson, and Tim Legler. We got a Jim and a Tim. I almost stumbled over my own words there. Papa and Silver, keep this moving right here in the 10 o'clock hour. Happy hump day, everybody, on the Sports Leader. It is that time of the day where we talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He's the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, always helping out the people of the Bay Area and beyond. And Steve, tell us what we can do if we can't pay our taxes this year.
You can call us so we can work a deal out for you. Look, right now it's traditional tax filing season. This is when the IRS likes to make most of their examples. You don't want to be one of the examples. You also don't want some IRS agent knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your family. And some people make a mistake and they know they owe taxes, so they don't file the return. Big mistake. If that's you, we'll go ahead and file all the years you need to file. Or even if you say, Steve, you filed all your returns, but there's just no way in the world you can pay it. That's okay. I know you're frustrated. I know you feel like you're drowning under 1,000 feet of water, but there's a lot of good solutions, a lot of good ways out of this. We're familiar with all of them. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And then if you say go, we'll go ahead and do everything for you so you don't have to deal with the IRS. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
You heard him, Steve Moskowitz at Moskowitz LLP. For more, you can give him a call now if you are in trouble with your taxes at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver, Greg Papa, Greg Silver. The Gregs hanging out on a Wednesday, getting into football. We got our confidence score game coming up in about 10 minutes. Getting into all of the divisional round. We opened up with the heavy dose of Ravens and Bills. Got a little bit into Robert Saleh as a possible defensive coordinator or head coaching candidate elsewhere in the NFL. And I want to, before we get into this whole confidence score thing, Papa, I want to just look at the divisional round as a whole, because we went heavy dose of Bills versus Ravens first segment. The NFC teams are always going to be worth discussing and paying attention to as we're out here in San Francisco, where still the defending NFC championships, or defending NFC champions for a couple more weeks, are the San Francisco 49ers. Kind of look at who's stuck around, who's new, who's in, who's out. The Detroit Lions took another step forward. Now they got home field, and they're going to play the Washington Commanders, the surprise of the year. The LA Rams, not necessarily a surprise in the sense they were a playoff team last year, but to start 1-4 and have their lone win be something that shouldn't have happened, and we all know very well what went down at SoFi Stadium against the San Francisco 49ers, they're back. And then the Eagles, who, yeah, not a surprise, but they crumbled hard to end last season, got Saquon Barkley. This roster is ridiculous. They handled Green Bay with ease. Gonna be a really fascinating weekend. I guess I'll start by asking you, do you see any upsets coming? Because I don't.
You think the home teams win all of them? I mean, with the Baltimore-Buffalo game, who's favored in that game? I mean, Baltimore would be the best candidate to go on the road and win this weekend. The Houston-Kansas City game is the first one in the AFC, and that'll kick at 1:30 our time. And we watched that game, December the 21st. On a Saturday, and they wound up, Pittsburgh played Baltimore later that night. It was a doubleheader on the NFL Network. They flipped the round robin tournament for Christmas Day, and that was the game where Mahomes hurt his ankle the week before, and you didn't know if Mahomes could run effectively. And right away, he broke a run and ran for a first down on that opening drive, and then he ran 15 yards for a touchdown. The Texans did come back in that game and take a brief lead at 10-7. Dalton Schultz caught a touchdown from C.J. Stroud, and then Kansas City took the lead back. But that was a 17-16 game. Xavier Worthy caught a touchdown pass to make it a 24-16 game. It wound up 27-19 and wound up being an 8-point spread. So Houston has a way of kind of hanging around. Houston last year won their home game. They beat Cleveland in the wild card. They did win after a slow start against the Chargers and Jim Harbaugh this year. And then they got rolled the very next week when they went to Baltimore. Can they go to Arrowhead? I don't know what the line is. I think Kansas City's probably favored by almost a full touchdown, maybe 5.5, 6, somewhere in there. I think Houston could keep it close, but a lot of teams have been able to keep it close. And they just can't find a way to beat them. So, I'm rooting for Houston to win that game, because then the winner of the Baltimore-Buffalo game would host the AFC Championship game. Washington's the one, and I do like Washington. Obviously, Adam Peters and Bob Myers and, just everything they're doing there. I think that's the one game that could go to get lopsided quickly. Going into Detroit and dealing with them off their bye week, those fans, they were so excited for those two playoff games they had last year. They hadn't hosted a playoff game going back to the 90s to play the Rams, and then the next week Tampa Bay. That is a definitely loud. They are more than over cooked for a good team there. They think they're going to the Super Bowl. So I could see Detroit kind of rolling Washington. We talked about Baltimore, Buffalo. Buffalo's got to stop the run. The one that is interesting to me is the Rams and how ferocious their front was against Minnesota, and also took Aaron Jones out. I'll go back and watch it before the weekend, but I do remember vividly the Rams getting trampled by Saquon Barkley in Philadelphia, and that game was at SoFi on a Sunday night, and we played the Rams a little bit after that, so I watched that game a couple of times, and I thought the Niners could run on the Rams. So the one, if the Rams are able to control Saquon Barkley, and that's a huge if, obviously, the two best lines in football are are in the NFC now. Detroit's offensive line and Philadelphia's offensive line. So I think the Rams could maybe go in there and steal that game. Although they got to stop Saquon Barkley. But as far as a road team winning, I mean, but also obviously Baltimore. What is that? Almost a pick'em game? Buffalo by maybe
it's
a field
Buffalo
goal
-1, so basically a pick'em game.
-1?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. No, so yeah, I mean, and going back to the Lions and the Commanders, that's a spread right now of Lions at 9.5. That's a big number, but guess what? So was Buffalo over Denver, right? Like, I think that there's a reason the spread's big, and I'm not trying to discount what Dan Quinn and Jaden Daniels have done, but we mentioned how Buffalo plays at home and how their offense is nearly unstoppable. The only team to score more at home this year than the Buffalo Bills is the Detroit Lions, and now you're getting David Montgomery back.
Is he coming back in this game?
Yeah, I think he's going to be coming back. You have Jahmyr Gibbs, who's been electric. Jared Goff with the best offensive line in football and all those weapons. And defensively, yes, they have been banged up, but let's not discount Aaron Glenn and what he just did to Minnesota to essentially dismantle their season. So I think the Rams, there's a case to be made there, Papa. What I don't love about that one and why I would still go Eagles is, number one, that Philly roster, just the talent they've accumulated is ridiculous. And they don't have Nakobe Dean, who's out with that knee injury that he suffered against Green Bay. But Zach Bond is one hell of a player there at the linebacker position. And the Rams, not to discredit Matthew Stafford and everything he's done as a champion, he's clutch. We have seen it firsthand in the NFC West now for a few years. But the Rams' third down efficiency is not great, and it was really rough in that Vikings game. Now, they didn't need it for that one per se, but they're 25th in the league on third down efficiency. Philly took Green Bay out of that game by just dominating the clock and holding time of possession, to where Green Bay, outside of a couple Josh Jacobs runs, had no life on offense.
Well, the two teams in the NFC that are 1 and 2 seeds, and obviously the Rams are there and Washington's there, but the top 2 seeds, they don't play 1st and 10. They play 1st and 7, 1st and 8. Detroit will go for it on 4th and 3 or less. If it's 4th and 1, 4th and 2, and 4th and 3, that guy's going for it, and they hit it at a very high level. But like we asked Cynthia Freeland, Washington went for a bunch of 4th downs in their game in Tampa on Sunday night, and they got the big one to McLaurin. They missed a lot. The reason they're so good on 4th down is they're good on all downs. They're a great team. They're a good red zone team. They're good short yard. I mean, they can do anything. And then Philadelphia, especially with a quarterback back and able to run and be able to do the tush push, the brotherly shove, when they get into a 4th, when they get into a 3rd and 3, it just changes. They run that play twice. And Buffalo's now starting to use it. So the ability to push the quarterback forward is and in Detroit just going for it is a major upgrade. The one thing in the Washington game with Detroit, so they're going to get Knuckles back and Sonic and Knuckles. Gibbs to me is the better player. I would still lean on Gibbs and then sprinkle in Montgomery as opposed to what they've been doing. Gibbs is he's one of the best players in the NFL. I mean, he should be Offensive Player of the Year, I think. That guy's a mind. There have been some wide receiver years. But who's coming back for Detroit defensively? Anzalone came back last game and played all but one snap. Are they going to get Carlton Davis III back? The corner is out with a broken jaw. I thought they couldn't win without some of these defensive guys coming back. Amik Robertson, though, how good has that guy become? And the job that he did on Justin Jefferson in that game 272, the last game of the year, at home against Minnesota. We watched him as a Raider. We went to Henderson to scrimmage with those guys. I couldn't see much. I had to get the Hubble telescope to see Robertson, but I know who he is. He intercepted Brock Purdy when we were there on the Jan 1 game a few years ago. But I had no idea he had become, Lester Hayes, Mike Haynes all rolled into one. That guy is a press man. I thought he was more of a nickel. If they get, Carlton Davis III back with Robertson, with the rookie Arnold, wow, that is a trio. And if they don't get him back, I wonder. I mean, with Washington, they got good receivers, but Scary Terry McLaurin is the guy you got to deal with. If Detroit just puts 21, Amik Robertson, on McLaurin and takes him away in this game, where does Jaden go? You got Zach Ertz, you got some other weapons,
De'Ami
obviously.
Brown again, baby.
Now, he could be certainly there, but Terry's the guy they're looking for. But Is Detroit going to start to get some of these guys back? Is Carlton Davis III had a broken jaw? Can he, drink out of get Jamba Juice and drink to nourish himself? Can he play with a broken jaw? Check, Youngblood played with a broken leg, Jack Youngblood. Can he play with a broken jaw?
And you got Alex Anzalone posting pictures of all the stitches on his arm. And Colton Pouncey, by the way, wrote a good column about the Lions and their approach. So when I was reading through that, it sounded like Dan Campbell was like, yeah, we'll kind of see how the injury things go. Probably today, later, we'll find out. I know that David Montgomery and Terry and Arnold were full practice participants yesterday, so that's a good sign for those two. Montgomery will be playing. I'm with you. I would still lean on Gibbs. I mean, when you're NFL fast, that's a problem right there. So lots to monitor here. We can get more into this tomorrow and throughout today. Let's take a little pause so we can get to a confidence score activity brought to us by Walter Icabalseta. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Hey, good morning to you. If you struggle with glasses and contacts, you probably thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO-ICL. But if you now need readers or bifocals, and Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has the permanent solution to ditch them all. It is called Custom Lens Replacement, CLR. Greg Papa here. I had CLR from Laser Eye Center a couple of summers ago, and I see perfectly without any glasses at all, including those annoying readers. It is truly amazing. If you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar coming up Friday, January the 24th. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts, plus why you will never develop a cataract. Find out if CLR could be right for you, so register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar. It's coming up Friday, January the 24th. CLR, no readers, no glasses, no contacts, and no cataracts. Laser Eye Center. They are in Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver, time to get back into the obvious story of the day. That's that the Jets completed an interview with Vance Joseph. No, I'm kidding, but we have been talking some football, and right now it is time to get into a little bit of a confidence game, and I think this is perfect for me because I constantly flip-flop between having way too much confidence and absolutely no confidence when I get humbled and put in my place, and then the clock just resets. It is a little bit of a circle of life effect. Anyway, we got Walter to kind of help us with this activity, and I know this is something that you have played around with for a while. So first of all, good morning. What was that, putting together that open with the Ravens smacking the Bills? You didn't have to do that.
I like to get Papa just involved right at the start of the show, so I know that would get him fired up for 10 o'clock. Yeah, I got to.
My confidence is not wavering on Let's Go Buffalo, but on Bay Area sports teams, are we in a collective lull? When was the last time we were here? I mean, Giants 10, 12, 14.
I know.
The 11 and 13 weren't great. Warriors 15, 17.
2020.
19, 22, Niners the last 5 years. Sharks are starting to come out, but we're a long way away from them, winning the President's Trophy every year. Is this kind of a time when we are questioning our collective Bay Area sports confidence level? I mean, all three teams you are what your record says you are, and they're not good right now.
I think the only other time was COVID, right? Niners had the Super Bowl hangover, pandemic, everyone was injured, they were displaced in Arizona. Warriors had everybody injured. They went 15-50, didn't participate in the bubble, and then the Giants weren't all that impressive that year because that was before the 107.
21 and 12 were they? They were 2 games under 500, missed the playoffs by 1 game. 29 and 31, yeah.
Yes, that's correct. So anyway, but that one almost doesn't count to me because everything in the real world was just so crazy and wacky, and it bled into sports. Yeah, this is an unprecedented time. So, Walter, how are we going to get some confidence from this?
Yeah, so the confidence score game, what we were doing, and when I was putting this together, I was kind of thinking of what the attire would be for Papa. So we just put everything together, so you can see him kind of repping.
I got a compilation.
Yeah, you're repping all the sports teams in the Bay Area. We'll get some NFL involved in the confidence score game, but the point of it, the premise of this game, is that I'm going to give you guys 5 topics, and I'll lay them all out before we start saying how confident you are and all that, but. Number 5, the number 5 spot for your confidence scale is what you're most confident in. And number 1 is that you're least confident in. So it's a scale from 1 to 5, 5 being the highest, 1 being the lowest. And just for a practice round, we'll get it going here. Confidence scale this. Russell got out of prison today. What would be the confidence score on that, right? I mean, Silver, let's start with you. What would be your confidence score on that?
Our caller from yesterday, Bills Mafia, that's a 1, because even if he did get out, he's got to end up back in there by the end of the day so he can give us another call. That's a 1 for me. No confidence.
Call from Lewiston, Russell. Was that a legit call? I got somebody text on that last night. Was that guy legit? The coach said, "Hey, Papa, you're right about the Mafia. It doesn't exist."
Come on. Yeah, no, I'm not going to question it.
Lewis, call us. What's his name? Russell from Lewiston, Pennsylvania. Lewiston Penitentiary. Call us back. I don't, honestly, I would put that at a 2.5. I have no idea.
He gave us his inmate number, so I'm not going to question that at all. I still think that he's still locked up in Lewisburg, wherever he is. But that's the point. Whatever your confidence scale, the low end being a 1, the high end being a 5. So I'm going to lay out.
A 5 would be Papa's breaking tables this weekend.
That's a number 5. That's definitely happening. That
I'm
you
not
can
doing
book
that.
it.
I'm not breaking tables either way. I'm hanging with Russell.
Oh yeah, dude. All right, so let's go ahead. I'll give you guys the categories, right? So write it down, put it in your phone, however you want to remember it. We have 5 categories here. Number 1 is 49ers win the NFC West. And before you guys react to it, I'll lay out the topics, and then Papa, you can start with your scale. But the 49ers win the NFC West in 2025. Mm-hmm. The other topic is Brock Purdy inks his extension before the NFL draft. Number 3 would be the 49ers the Warriors would make a trade before February 6th. Number 4 would be Robert Saleh will be a head coach. We were just talking about that last segment. Robert Saleh will be a head coach in 2025. And number 5, just for you, Papa, I had to put this in here. Bills will host the AFC Championship game. So I'll toss this to you, Papa. What is your confidence level? 5 to 1, 1 being the lowest, 5 being the highest.
So to be clear with the audience, we are not ranking them. We are taking each individual item and we're giving a confidence level on them occurring. So it's not like we're ranking 1 to 5. We could have all 5 could be 5s, right? So we're not doing it that way. No.
Right? So you're going to do a list. So it's going to be
a ranking.
Yeah, you're going to put the rankings. Right. So it's going to be a list. It's going to be a list.
Correctly.
Yeah.
All right, Don
excuse me. My apologies. My apologies.
So we're going 1 to 5 on what we think will be the most likely to have happen. So I would say, I'm going to divulge this to Silver. Am I writing this down and keeping this quiet?
No, you give your list. You go ahead and give your list. We'll go through your list first, and then Silver will go afterwards.
Announcement here. All right, I would say the most likely of these 5 occurring is that the Golden State Warriors will make a trade between now and February the 6th. Something will happen where they will make a trade. I would say the number 4 on the list as far as most likely to occur would be the 49ers would win the NFC West next year, and that's based on having an 11th overall pick, what they're going to do in the offseason, getting healthier, and basically, although the Rams are a formidable foe, they've got a first-place schedule. There are 3 games that J.B. Long laid out that are much more difficult for them. They got to deal with Detroit and Philly, and we don't have to deal with them, So we got Giants and Browns and Bears to deal with. So I would say that is number 4. I would say number 3 would be the Bills would host the AFC Championship game, and that was all based on the Bills have to beat Baltimore, but probably what's going to come first, obviously, would be D'Amico Ryans in Houston, and Bobby Slowick would have to go into Arrowhead and beat the Chiefs, and they were just there in late December and gave that a good run. I would say the next one, as far as likelihood, would be, and who knows how he's going to interview. I don't think he will get a job, but I think Robert Saleh being a head coach in the NFL would be the next most likely to happen. And I would say the way you laid that out is that Brock is going to ink a new contract before the NFL draft, which is April 24th at Lambeau Field. Let's just see what they do in the draft. Maybe not on day 1, but day 2, day 3, certainly drafting a quarterback is on the table. There are a lot of good ones out there, and Bill Walsh always said to draft a quarterback every single year. So my ranking as far as most likely to occur to least likely to occur, Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob will make some sort of a trade between now and February the 6th is the most likely. The 49ers reclaim what is rightfully theirs. The NFC West next year would be next likely. The Bills finding a way to host the AFC Championship game. And believe me, if that does happen, I will be there to watch that game in Orchard Park. Robert Saleh being a head coach would be the second most likely, and Brock inking a new contract before day 1 of the NFL draft. That, to me, would be the most unlikely.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, so I had to do some thinking about this, even flip-flop a couple of numbers here and there. I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, because who doesn't love buying time with a good legal ID, Walter? Oh, you laid out some good ones. Man, this isn't as easy as Russell getting out of prison or Papa breaking some tables. It requires some real
Do we have a
critical
callback
thinking.
number on Russell, by the way? Can we call him back in Lewisburg and see if he'll answer the phone?
I'll try to get a hold of him. I'll try to get a hold of Russell.
Lewis, if you're listening, call us back, brother. I want your confidence level. You're a free man today.
Yeah, I mean, I hope he's listening because that was a great call. I was actually making fun of myself before I share my list. Murph was kind of busting my balls this morning a little bit, saying how I was like ready to let him go on the phone. And I said, yeah, you know what? You're right. Listening back, I'm like, I should have kept him on, but totally. I got to admit, my age was showing. I was nervous. I've never been called by a live prisoner before on radio. And I think I was just a little deer in the headlights. But if Russell calls back, I'm all ears.
Yeah,
I'm an open mind. I went over the hurdle. There's a first time for everything.
Please call back, Russell. I was so amazed. I get letters from San Quentin and prisons around the country. I think I got one from Leavenworth that kind of rattled me a little bit. But anyway, I'd love to, if he's incarcerated, I want to know what for. You said he was in 25 years. What did he do exactly? Anyway.
Yeah, so by the way, 25 years, which apparently closes today. So here's my list. So we're going to start with my number 5, most confident. I put the 49ers winning the NFC West in 2025. Now, I would say I am actually most confident in the 49ers making the playoffs in 2025 because I do think the NFC West, we have to take the Rams seriously. I don't know what Matthew Stafford's future is going to look like, his age, etc., but you still got Puka Nacua. You got Kyron Williams. This young defense is absolutely to be taken seriously, and you have one of the premier head coaches in the entire league. The Seattle Seahawks, I think they're a little bit more questionable at the quarterback position, but they still got some weapons in DK Metcalf. Jackson Smith and Jigba from the month of November on just came onto the scene, and Kenneth Walker runs the ball really hard, and Mike McDonald is a really good defensive coach, so I don't want to discredit them. I don't think they're as much of a threat. Arizona, I know we haven't necessarily taken them quite as seriously, but I do want to commend Jonathan Gannon for the job he's done. And they are an ascending team that runs the ball physically. James Conner is a big part of that identity. They extended Budda Baker. I don't think there's any bad team in the NFC West, but 49ers have a longer offseason. They can get healthier. If Christian McCaffrey looks like the glimpse of what we got in Buffalo before the PCL strain, then I'm willing to think the 49ers have a good shot to go and reclaim an NFC West title. Number 4, and this is where I'm going to divert from the path of Papa a little bit. Brock Purdy inks extension before the draft. I will go optimistic on this one. I think there's a little bit of PTSD from the holdouts. Brandon Ayuk might have been an opportunity to teach them a lesson. I think that between the comments that have been said, and yes, actions speak louder than words, but there has not been a lot of ambiguity from the podium. Kyle Shanahan, I want to be with Brock the entire time I'm here. Jed York, John Lynch, and Kyle Shanahan aren't going anywhere. We're prepared to pony up and pay Brock. Brock, I want a fair deal, and I don't want to make this very dramatic. I think there's going to be a sense of urgency. They talked about wanting everybody there for OTAs. Maybe it's a little bit of wishful thinking on my part, but I'm willing to believe that maybe it's not the high 50s or 60 million market reset deal. Maybe Brock Purdy has an understanding of, okay, let's do what's good for the team. Trent Williams is getting older. We've got time. We look at other teams that have paid their quarterbacks high prices and what they've had to do around their roster. I'm feeling good about the possibility of a drama-free contract negotiation. Number 3, Warriors make a trade before February 6th because I truthfully just have no idea. I could see this going either way. I think that we talk about Mark Spears in our conversation yesterday. I don't think they're trading Jonathan Kuminga. That would be a 1 for me. Andrew Wiggins is kind of their only other real value piece. Now, making a trade doesn't have to mean doing something big. You could look to offload some veterans with contracts, Gary Payton II, Kyle Anderson, flip Dennis Schroeder, Kevon Looney, etc. So I think there's a possibility they do something around the edges. I'm not anticipating a big splash. Maybe they do make some sort of trade, and we'll see how it goes tonight in Minnesota. 2, Robert Saleh is a head coach in 2025. I laid out a lot of reasons why teams would want the culture changer, why he is a charismatic leader, how the situation in New York after he left illustrated that maybe he wasn't that much of the problem, but I wouldn't be shocked if he doesn't end up getting a job as a head coaching candidate. There's a lot of people interviewing. You got Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, both Lions coordinators. Maybe Deion Sanders going to Dallas. I'm sure that's going to be a big talking point on ESPN. I'll put that at a 2. And number 1, I'm sad to say, I don't think the AFC Championship game will be at Orchard Park. I want to credit the Houston Texans for taking it to the Chargers, making Justin Herbert's life hell. But this is a Kansas City Chiefs team that I think if Buffalo or Baltimore is going to a Super Bowl, it's going to be a case of you want to be the best, you got to beat the best in the AFC. I don't foresee an easy path. CJ Stroud has struggled a lot this year, and that Chiefs defense is something else.
So you went right down the line, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, instant replay. As Walter laid them out, you just went right down the order from most likely to least likely. No variance at all in the way he laid them out.
Oh, is that true?
That's true.
Wow.
The only one we agree on is Salah. Is Salah being number 2. We're close on Niners winning the NFC West. You're saying that's most likely. I say that's second most likely. We're way off on the Brock getting signed before the draft. And then the Bills hosting. What if something happens to Arrowhead Stadium? What if they have a flash flood or something? We don't want to wish anything ill on the bad good people of Kansas City.
Yeah, not doing that after what Southern California just gone through.
They probably wouldn't move the game to Buffalo. They'd moved it to a neutral site, Dave Pash's State Farm Stadium maybe or something. I don't know, but you don't think Houston has a chance to go in there and beat Kansas City? I think they could get them.
There's always a chance. I mean, we've seen divisional upsets. We've lived some great divisional upsets here with San Francisco going into Green Bay a couple of years ago as one that comes to the top of our minds, and we got the great Greg Papa call that he hates when we play. But, yeah, no, there's always a chance. I mean, look, Patrick Mahomes can get knocked out of the game early. Like, things happen, balls bounce weird. It's a physical football game. It's a physical game in football, and it's single elimination. So I'm not saying nothing with Houston, but C.J. Stroud with the regression in year 2, not having 2 of his top 3 weapons, and that Kansas City Chiefs defense, I just think Kansas City might not even have to score 25 points to easily handle the Texans in this one.
Yeah. So my question to Walter, I got my Johnny LeMaster, Sons of Johnny LeMaster sweatshirt on that Henry gave me. You don't have a single Giant question at all?
We had
if
Giants.
you had a 6th one, what would the Giants one have been?
All right. If we're just going right off the top of the dome, it's probably Justin Verlander pitching, 140 innings in 2025.
That was the number he needed to get that fat contract and stay in Houston. 140?
I don't know. Okay, you want to go 120? You want to drop it down? 120? 120?
So what did you think of our rankings? You're the one who came up with the questions. Which one do you most agree with in the rankings?
I thought it was good. If I have to rank it, I probably have to... I mean, yeah, Silver, you did kind of go just how I listed it out. So I got to go with Papa. Papa gave me the better list.
You went 5-4-3-2-1. I went 4-1-5-2-3, which I think is the lockup number of our guy Russell. Is that where he is?
Yeah,
no,
yeah, I think so.
709, 163.
Where was he again? We got to find out where he's at. Yeah.
Also, the way he rattled off the inmate number actually made me think it was a real. He was like 453-721-202.
That's muscle memory.
I had a lot of
those
texts where
guys.
people thought it was legit. Honestly, I have no clue. Only one man knows. Russell, call us back.
Wait, okay, so before we take a pause here, Walter doesn't like my list just because the way he listed it out happened to be in sequence with my confidence level?
Yes.
List it out better next time.
All right. I'll change it up. That's on me. I'll take responsibility for that. Yeah, I'll take responsibility. No, but it was a good list. It was a good conversation.
I thought you listed it perfectly.
Oh, thank you, Pop. Thank you, Pop. Yeah,
do I advance on to the lightning round now, and he gets a lifetime supply of Bumblebee tuna or turtle car wax or something?
Yeah, you want to do a lightning round later? Yeah, we'll do a lightning round. I'll throw you something. Yeah.
Fun exercise. We should ask the audience what they think.
808 KNBR. If you want to call in, if you want to text in, we'll go through the YouTube chat as well because that's always a good time. In fact, you know what? We'll get some takes on this next before we get into hoops with a couple of back-to-back guests. It's Papa and Silver, apparently listing things in the wrong order on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants have signed 17-year-old shortstop from the Dominican Republic, Josar Gonzalez, and he is being touted by some scouts as the best international prospect in the 2025 class. We'll talk about that and more right here on your home of San Francisco Giants baseball, KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and each new year beckons new beginnings, so now is a good time to consider upgrading your home's exterior and property. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials work with contractors and professional builders to satisfy homeowners' desire to add decking, pergolas, fencing, and other attractive features. Requests for quotes are coming in now for completion this spring and summer, so get ready right now. Build better with Golden State brands such as TimberTech and Trex. They both offer high-performance natural wood products for a variety of decking preferences. For attractive rot and mold-resistant siding, and we don't want rot and mold, we resist that. Golden State also partners with AZEK Exteriors. They offer beautiful and durable trim, siding, and molding products for timeless beauty without additional maintenance. For an enviable property that will increase the value of your home, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Talk with your builder or contractor to start your desired New Year project soon for enjoyment in the coming months. Family owned since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Papa and Silver. We just completed our confidence exercise activity, which great job to Walter. If I could have a round of applause sound effect right now, I would absolutely hit it off of the stinger board. So, Papa, were any of your children into the show Drake and Josh by chance?
I asked my daughters who were into that show very much, I think Erica was.
So Drake and Josh was definitely a my age group show. A young Tony, who's a big fan out there in the bullpen, his kind of age group. And they have a Merry Christmas Drake and Josh special that would randomly come on every year around the time I was in maybe 4th, 5th grade or so. And you know how in movies they will, when they read a letter, they read it in the voice of the character?
Yeah.
So Drake and Josh write this long letter, and they're reading it off in Josh's voice. And at the end it goes, "Sincerely, Josh and Drake." And then it goes to Drake's voice, and he's like, "Dude, say Drake and Josh. What are you kidding? It sounds way better." And he goes, "Okay, fine. Sincerely, Drake and Josh." And I'm thinking, kind of reminds me of what we just went through. Okay, Walter, way to list it in that 5-1 order that just happened to align with my confidence. Put me on the chopping block.
You're taking it personally, bro. It doesn't make it right or wrong. I just noticed that you went 5-4-3-2-1, and I went 4-1-5-2-3. He did not. The only one he didn't have one on the Giants at all.
Yeah.
And the only one he had was a rather unclear one on the Warriors. Will the Warriors make a trade? I mean, that could be, we're trading for Paul George or Lauri Markkanen together. We're going to get Joel Embiid, or we're going to trade a future second-round pick for a second-round pick, and that's not. So it's a little, I mean, one of the Warriors would be, if I'm the owner of this team, and I'm reading all these quotes, and, reckless and taking a swing, and I'd get them all together and say, how confident are you guys that the guys that I have in this room that are, I know we cut the salary $200 million, but how confident are you that you're going to be able to play competitive basketball the rest of the year? I mean, we know what they are and what they were in 12-3, and now they're a game under 500 and they're getting rolled. I mean, I appreciate, the macro view of Steph Curry and Steve Kerr and Draymond Green, but we're not at the end of the year reflecting right now. We're in the middle of a road trip. And we just lost to an 8-win team. So can you guys snap out of it at some point and go play before I decide to trade Draymond Green? Does he have a no-trade clause? We can't trade Steph. They'll shut the building down. We just gave Steve an extension. I'm taking it to a hyperbole. But I enough of woe is me and telling me what you're not. And I know what they're not. We can do that. That's our job, to say Dennis Schroeder is struggling. And when we get Tim Legler on, I would like him to break down his shot. Legs was a really good three-point shooter. I mean, all time, one of the best three-point shooters in the history of the NBA. And he was on a team with Mully, and I watched those guys shoot, and Legs can shoot. He led the league in three-point shooting percentage one year in Washington. Anyway, Schroeder's shot is funky. I mean, what are they going to do with that guy? Buddy Hield, textbook shot, but it's just not working out right now. DeAnthony Melton, the guys we brought in, he hurt his knee. It's an unfortunate situation, but he's no longer here, and now we got Schroeder. So the guys we brought in to replace Clay and CP3, not working out the way we thought. Kyle Anderson in and out of the rotation. And then the young guys, I didn't trade any of these young guys in the offseason because I thought Pajemski's going to be an all-star. You're yelling at him at games, beating tables down after games like Buffalo's Mafia, the Bills Mafia, and calling him out. And now he's got a core muscle injury, and Celebrini has to reteach him how to run? What is that? How bad is that injury? What are they going to teach him to backpedal? I don't even know what that means. So the confidence level on the Warriors, we can say it is what it is, but I just I like the honesty. And Jim Barnett taught me this years ago. It's a great line when I was young, like even younger than you, Greg, doing Warriors games. And, he said you should always tell the truth. You just shouldn't always be telling it. It's our place to tell the truth about this team. A little bit of, okay, we suck. We can't win. We're no good in the fourth quarter. It is what it is. You're the ones that sold off on us making all these trades and keeping everybody together and letting Clay walk. So go out and win a game. Maybe not in Minnesota tonight, but you could. I just, what is the confidence level the Warriors have in the Warriors is the question that I have.
Yeah, we should do a little confidence score game with them. Just call up Steve Kerr or Mike Dunleavy real quick. We got Dave Pasch coming up at about 5-6 minutes or so. But first I want to get a call in because we got Troy out in the Twin Cities who has a little comment on his top 5. So, Troy, you're on The Sports Leader. Appreciate you tuning in. Happy Wednesday, my friend.
Greg Papa and Silver, it's an honor.
What's going on,
Thank you, Troy.
I don't know if Greg Papa, I don't know if you remember a couple years ago when the Niners were coming to town against the Vikings, I said, let's meet at Matt's Bar It'll have a
Yes.
Juicy Lucy, and I recommended it to John.
Yes.
This is me.
Wait a minute. So who is this? Is this the one that got us into Juicy Lucy at Matt's bar late at night on that Friday night? Who am I talking to?
Yeah, well, I recommended it via Twitter. I said you guys got to go.
Oh,
check out Matt's bar. One of a kind.
Yeah. We had a great time.
So every time the Niners come to town, we always I want to meet you there.
No, we went there. We went there that Friday night, and Matt kept it open late for us, and we went out and drank beer with Matt all night and did Viking chunks. So what's the temperature, by the way? Like 2 degrees, I hear, in the Twin Cities right now.
2 degrees, and this weekend we're supposed to have wind chills of 35 to 40 below.
What?
So I don't know why I live here. I was actually born in the Bay Area, and we moved back here. I don't know why I did that.
The beautiful thing with all the indoor walkways, you never have to go outside in the Twin Cities. You can go from one building, one sporting venue, from Target Field to Target Center, and never have to go outside. So what did you think of our top 5 list?
Great.
Troy, we got
you. My top 5 breakdown?
Yeah. Let me hear what you got as far as your confidence level.
All right, well, let's go number 5, Niners will take the West.
Okay.
Number 4.
Okay.
Number 4 will take, let's see, Robert Saleh will be a Niners DC.
That wasn't the question.
3,
it's would Saleh be a head coach? Pay attention here, Juicy Lucy.
He will not be a head coach.
Right.
He will come to the Niners.
That was the question. So is that your least confident?
That's number 4. Then, sorry, is that how the numbers go again? It's 5 most confident?
5 is most confident, 1 is least confident.
Yeah.
Perfect. And then let's go number 3. Purdy will sign his contract before the draft.
Okay.
Number 2, we are going to do Warriors will make a trade. And number 1 is I wish the Bills would host the AFC Championship because I'm sick and tired of Kansas City. But like Silver said, to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Yeah.
So there we go.
There you go, Troy.
Warriors are going to make a trade. I'm going to trade Dennis Schroeder for Anthony Edwards. You think they'll go with that one? That's the trade I'd make.
No, we already got rid of Towns. We can't get rid of any more.
Thank you, brother. Juicy Lucy, the best cheeseburger in all of North America, hands down. Love it.
Appreciate it, Troy. Call back anytime.
Thank you, brother.
Awesome, thanks.
Oh, man. I love how he's like, Robert Saleh's going to be the Niners DC. I'm like, well, I guess if that's the case, then you'd put that pretty low on the list. But, great call from Troy there. And speaking of callers, well, rather a guest, let's get to Dave Pash coming up next and dive a little bit more into Schroeder for Anthony Edwards. Papa got that right from a social media feed. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked number 1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
It sound right, boy.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Trey McBride goes in motion, followed by Fred Warner with a matchup there. Murray looking end zone, goes for McBride, caught! Touchdown to the back corner on a corner route against Fred Warner. What a matchup that was.
What a dime from Kyler Murray.
Well, if we're talking about things in common between the Arizona Cardinals and San Francisco 49ers, it's that they got some damn good tight ends. Trey McBride touchdown there, and the play-by-play voice for the Arizona Cardinals is also going to be on the call tonight for Warriors Timberwolves. It is our good friend, ESPN play-by-play announcer and radio voice of the Cardinals, Dave Pasch, who joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Dave, Greg Papa, Greg Silver out here in San Francisco. Appreciate having you on this rendition of the show for the first time, and how are you?
Yeah, good, guys. How are we doing today?
I'm doing pretty well.
David,
All
good
right.
to hear your
Good to
voice,
be on with
my
you.
friend. Yeah, we want to
Yeah,
talk
you
obviously
too.
Warriors and Wolves, but I want to go back to your Arizona Cardinals season because the Rams obviously won the division and Seattle's got 10 wins. I think you're a team on the rise with 8 wins for a while there. On November the 10th when the Niners won in Tampa to get to 5-4, and you guys won later that day against the Jets to get to 6-4. I thought it was going to be that last game to decide it all in the NFC West. It didn't turn out that way. So just give me your thoughts. 4 wins a year ago, year one of Jonathan Gannon up to 8. And I thought Kyler, the game that we saw, the last game of the year, David, really was impressive in the pocket, making high-quality throws.
Yeah, Greg, I think if you take a step back and look at the big picture in the season in its entirety, it was a big improvement from last year to go from 4 wins to 8 wins and have Kyler healthy for the whole year. It is hard, though, and you mentioned the day where the Niners and Cardinals looked like maybe they were going to be the two teams that had a meaningful game at the end of the year. The Cardinals were 6-4 going into the bye, and then had the losing streak after, had just the 2 wins the rest of the way. With the last one, meaningful, but nothing at stake at that point. So really, when the season was on the line, the Cardinals had just 1 win, and Murray didn't play great during that stretch where the Cardinals were losing. And to me, that's the next step now. You made the jump to being in playoff contention. Next year, you have to be a playoff team, and you have to win games against good teams. And Kyler Murray has to play well against good teams when it matters, when the pressure's on. And next year is going to be year 7 for him. It's a huge year for him, in my opinion. Big year, obviously, when you go to year 3 of a new regime for everybody. I'm sure they're feeling it a little bit. So it'll be really interesting to see how they attack the offseason in terms of what they view are priorities with regard to drafting and free agency, because it's hard in this league to warrant a 4th year a lot of times, and a 7th year for a quarterback if you miss the playoffs. So I think they all feel like we have to next year. We can't just talk about progress in 2025.
So, Dave, on that note, with Kyler Murray and making progress, what is that tangible next jump to sort of secure a long-term future? Because there's no doubt that Kyler Murray is a good quarterback. We saw what the Cardinals were without him for a lot of last year versus with him for the end of last year and then this year. But does it have to be check the box of win the division or check the box of win a playoff game? Like, what needs to happen for there to kind of calm the noise and sort of secure a long-term Kyler Murray future as the answer to the franchise QB question?
It's a great question, and he's got the contract. So it's not a matter, obviously, of him doing something to get paid. He's getting paid. To me, it's winning from the pocket. It's playing better against good teams. It is winning a playoff game. All the above. And in terms of his skill set, he is what he is. I just don't know that we're going to all of a sudden see him turn into C.J. Stroud, or he's just going to carve you up from the pocket. I just don't know that that's, where he's at his best. But at some point, you have to win from the pocket to play that position and to be successful. And he had really good moments from the pocket. And then I think he had some bad moments where he tried to force things. That's where things got sideways during the losing streak. They were really focusing on him making the right decisions, check it down if nothing's there. And I think he tried to force it a little too much and made some mistakes, had some bad turnovers that were really costly. You can't have those. I mean, look, you mentioned he's a good quarterback. There are a lot of, I would say there are probably fewer good quarterbacks than there are a lot of quarterbacks that are bad. You probably have, maybe 15 that are decent. You probably have 12 that are good. And then of the 12, you have 6 that are great. Kyler's not there yet. Can he get there? I don't know.
You mentioned winning from the pocket, and we played the Trey McBride call, and that was a quick throw out of the pocket. The Marvin Harrison Jr. touchdown he threw against the Niners in Week 18, David, over Charvarius Ward. I was impressed that game because he had that clause in the contract. If he ran for 50 yards in that game and a rushing touchdown, he would have got a huge roster bonus. But I thought there were times he was going to run, and he stayed in. But overall, there's no doubt he's not as good in the pocket as he is out of the pocket, which leads to, he's 5'10". And Brock Purdy is 6 feet, 5'8", 7 inch tall. And sometimes it's hard to win in the midline, the well. I do want to go back because the talking point this offseason here is Brock's contract. And Kyler got his July of 2022. He signed a 5-year deal for $230 million plus. And when you look at the numbers, he made $46.1 this year. A lot of money, but other quarterbacks are making tens of millions more. Just going back at that time, what was the organization's thought about giving Kyler Murray that contract extension and maybe taking some dollars away from other positions on the football team?
Well, you're right in that now, looking back at the contract, I think he's 10th highest paid. At the time, that wasn't the case. At the time, I think it was about securing the future. It was the foundation because Cliff and Steve Keim both got extensions along with Kyler Murray. So you really they had made the playoffs, even though they kind of stumbled into the playoffs. They were coming off a postseason in which they had made the playoffs, and I think they wanted to show that they were committed. I understood it. His contract was coming up in a year. You had to make a decision there. I understand when they did it and why they did it. And I think that was really the focus, was on saying, okay, these are our pillars. We've got our general manager, our head coach, and our quarterback. Now, it didn't work out for the other two, and we'll see if it works out for the third.
Talking to Dave Pasch here, and just a little pivot to basketball. Before we even get to Warriors Timberwolves tonight, I know you've been swallowed up with football season, but I did want to ask about your plans for college basketball, and I've watched you a lot. My girlfriend's family's from Tucson, so very locked into the Arizona Wildcats this time of year, and it's been interesting seeing a lot of broadcasts and their tributes to Bill Walton, but it is a gaping hole to not have him on the broadcast. So just want to get your thoughts on losing the great Bill Walton and your plans for the college basketball season and just kind of reflecting on all of that.
Yeah, I was actually down in Tucson this past weekend. They actually have a special chair that Bill always sat in when he was there, and Arizona asked, hey, do you want us to bring this out? And I was like, I think that'd be tough. Yeah. I'm not sure I would have been able to get through it. And just, I think at this point too, we want to make sure we're honoring Bill and being respectful and, not making, I think, anyway, just, I'm not sure that it was, maybe it would have been great to have the chair out there and just have it sitting next to us, but elected not to do it. But I'm not doing as much college. I'll be doing a lot more NBA. The college that I'm doing will be, a lot of Big 12 West, I've got a Cal game. But I happen to have a Warriors game the night before, so it works out that way schedule-wise. I've been with Sean Farnham. I've only done 2 college games. Both were with Sean. I'll be with Sean. We've got Arizona, Texas Tech Saturday. Sean's a great broadcaster. But obviously I miss Bill. It's still surreal. It really is. To think that he and I, the last conversation we had together was at the end of January, talking about the future and what we were going to do and what we hope to do. Continuing to work together, and then Bill obviously got sick and things happened quickly, and all of a sudden Bill was gone, and it looked like again we didn't really, out of respect for Bill and the family, say much publicly at the time. I unfortunately had a feeling it was heading the direction that it ended, but it's hard, even harder when it happens and it's real. but it still doesn't feel real in a lot of ways because of it's sad anyway because of what Bill meant to the game. But Bill was such, as you guys know, is such a presence. I mean, he's just so full of life, and if Bill was there, you knew he was there. It wasn't like Bill could just sneak into anywhere and people wouldn't notice him. And so, when you're not at games with him, and I love telling the stories and laughing about stuff that Bill would say and do, and it's just hard still to come to grips with the fact that those stories are history, and we're not going to have any new ones.
Yeah, 2024 was really a difficult year. We lost so many of our friends and heroes, and Bill Walton, Jerry West, and all the people we lost in the Bay Area, Dave. So let's move on. Talk about your assignment tonight. Tim Legler will be your partner tonight, and Legs is going to join us a little bit later on. Just the overall Western Conference. Oklahoma City just looks like a juggernaut. We knew it was coming, but my God, and Houston is making the kind of rise that Minnesota made last year. And then Minnesota is right. They're trying to figure out their offense with their trades and a 21-18 record. Memphis, obviously, with job back. Just what do you see top to bottom of the Western Conference, and where do the Warriors fit in here, do you think?
It's a really interesting year. Legs and I are actually talking about this morning in our production call. You guys know full well there were only two teams to win 70. Bulls 172, Golden State 173. Could you have two teams win 70 this year? The Cavaliers and Thunder are both on track for that to happen. This is game 40 tonight. I think the Knicks have played 41. There are a few others who have played, basically at the halfway mark. We're pretty much there. And so it feels like, unless there are trades that happen, a lot of teams are kind of, you have an idea who they are. I'm not sure, though, the Warriors are in that group. I still feel like we're not certain because of the way they started, when they had everybody, when Buddy Hield was playing well, and then what's happened lately where they just don't look like the same team. And I guess lately really means the last 2 months. It was really that first month where the Warriors looked like they were going to be among the best teams in the West. And who knows if they make a move or not, and if they make a move, if it's significant or not. But you've got still between 5 and 12 in the West. It's only a 3-game difference in the loss column. So it doesn't take much. 3 still is, I think, a significant number. It's not just like that's nothing, but it's not insurmountable with, half a season to go. So I still feel like when the Warriors get right, get healthy, that they're still in the mix to be in the playoffs.
Couple more minutes here with Dave Pasch. He'll be on the call tonight at 6:30 Pacific for Warriors and Timberwolves. And let's focus on the other side of this matchup. The Minnesota Timberwolves seemed like a team headed in the perfect direction, getting to the Western Conference Finals last season, knocking off the defending champs on the road in Game 7. They've had inconsistencies of their own. They made some offseason trades. What about the Timberwolves is just not clicking as you kind of get prepared to call one of their games?
Yeah, just mentioning that, the Warriors, all the injuries, 22 different starting lineups, 4 in the last 4 games. Well, the Timberwolves have had 3 different lineups. They've had everybody healthy. Yet, for whatever reason, it just hasn't clicked. They're 7 games off the pace from last year when they won 56. And I'm sure it's getting used to, well, first of all, Karl Anthony Towns is having his best year. He's a different player than Julius Randle. So you don't have that. You're missing what Towns brought to the table, and there's probably an adjustment period to getting used to Gobert. And now you add Dante DiVincenzo. So Mike Conley's coming off the bench. Anthony Edwards is having a great year. He's shooting more threes. He's making more threes. And it feels like maybe they found a groove right now, winning 4 or 5, and their one loss was against Memphis by 2. It still feels like there are a few teams you really know what you have. And then there's a lot of teams, and I think Minnesota, probably like Golden State's in the mix of, okay, well, what team really are we watching? And I know Chris Finch hopes this is the Minnesota team that we thought we'd see, but I'm not sure just yet. I'm not ready to go there just yet.
Dave, we really appreciate you stopping by with us. Have a great call tonight. Good luck finishing out the football season and getting into college basketball, and we'll be continuing to tune into all of it.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Take care. Have a good day.
He is Dave Pasch, and from one guest to the next, Papa, let's get to Jim Peterson, analyst for the Minnesota Timberwolves. It's Papa and Silver. More on the other side on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here for my friends at Gold Bar Whiskey. Joe Montana is signing bottles of Gold Bar Whiskey across the Bay Area. You can visit your local liquor store and check the shelves for Gold Bar Whiskey. You might find an autographed bottle waiting just for you. So call your local retailer and ask if they stock Joe Montana's gift packs, the perfect holiday gift for any 49er fan or whiskey lover. You can plan for next year, or certainly holidays coming up this year like Valentine's Day. And make sure to visit the Gold Bar Distillery and Tasting Room on Treasure Island. I've been there many times. Elliot Gillespie and the staff are incredible, and it'll take your drinking and partying and spirit level to the highest level possible. And the food there, it's been rated the top 50 restaurant in San Francisco. It is delectable and high-end. And you can also join us for a hands-on cocktail making class when our team will teach you how to make 3 different cocktails and learn the tips and tricks of the trade. No experience is necessary. This 90-minute class is the perfect gift or a holiday activity. No more boring holiday plans. Bring a book now at goldbarwhiskey.com. So Gold Bar Whiskey, brought to you by Gold Bar Spirits Company of San Francisco. 40% alcohol by volume. And as we say, please enjoy responsibly.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, we just had Dave Pasch, and it's time to bring in our good friend Jim Peterson, television analyst for the Minnesota Timberwolves, Warriors-Timberwolves on ESPN at 6:30 Pacific time tonight. And Jim, I know you got somewhere else to be in about 8 minutes, so we'll keep it short and sweet here on the Yuma guest line. Really appreciate your time today.
Oh, man, thanks for having me on. Love talking about the Warriors and the Minnesota Timberwolves, my 2 favorite teams.
Yes, you were a great Warrior and a great Minnesotan. Hey, Pete, great to hear your voice. Just, I've seen you guys. Yeah, I love your brother. I was talking to Mitch Richmond the other day, and he was telling some hilarious Jim Peterson stories. Some we can share on here, some we can't.
I'd like, okay. Yeah, I can tell some Mitch Richmond stories, too.
I know you can. The Rock. But we've seen you a couple times this year, but just your big man thoughts. I thought it was interesting, with the Catmandu and Rudy Gobert playing together, the way you guys made it work all the way to the Western Finals, but you broke that team up, and now Julius Randle comes in, Dante DiVincenzo we know well. goes into the starting lineup. Interesting, Mike Conley playing off the bench. So just talk about, changing from the two bigs to Julius and Gobert and what Dante's brought you.
Well, I just think that, with Towns, we've seen Towns now play for 9 years, and I think that Tim Conley's come in after, seeing, Tim was in Denver and brought Nikola Jokic to the Nuggets. So Tim did a pretty nice job, putting that Nuggets team together that ended up winning a championship. So he kind of knows the game. He's been around the league, and he's one of the most respected GMs around. I think that he just kind of did the math and sort of looked at it and said, you know what, I'm not sure that we can get to the next level with Rudy and Towns in this situation. So they decided to move on. And I think that Tim really kind of felt like, well, first of all, New York wanted Towns last year. New York was trying to make a deal, and the deal was always Julius Randle was always going to be a part of it. But then the Wolves said, no. They said no until Dante DiVincenzo was thrown in. Dante would just add something that we really needed, and everybody needs more shooting, Pop. You know that, because just what's going on with the Warriors now in their offense and their inability to score is a problem. But you need shooters, and so it was when Dante was thrown into the mix, I think they thought they were getting a lot of the same stuff that they were getting with Towns, from Julius. Julius is probably a little bit better ISO scorer. He's not the three-point shooter, but, look at Julius's career numbers. He's a 20-10-5 guy. He's probably a better passer playmaker than Towns is, but, I think that maybe our front office and our fan base and everybody that watched Karl Anthony Towns play maybe underestimated his shot making and his ability to carry a heavier game in, game out, like night in, night out scoring load. And you guys know what that means for Steph to have Clay and then have a drink stirrer like Draymond. And then when Durant came, to have those guys share the scoring load, what a burden that is for Anthony Edwards to have to carry now kind of by himself. Because Julius is still a 20-point-a-night guy, but he doesn't space the floor and give Ant the kind of space that Towns did. People play off of him more. And then our other guys, one of the big ecosystems we had in our offense last year that worked and got us to the Western Conference Finals was the Mike Conley, Rudy Gobert pick and roll. And so, Mike is 38 and 37, 38. What I think he turns 38 here this year, but that two-man game hasn't worked as well this year, and they kind of play off Mike. And so Chris Finch had to put him on the bench, and we've started Dante now the last 5 or 6 games, and Dante's actually played really, really well. So Dante's been a bright spot. Our bench guys are a bright spot. Naz Reid is 6th man of the year last year. He works really well with Naz, and he works with Julius, and he works really well with Rudy Gobert. So you can put Naz pretty much in any lineup combination. But, just the thing, Jaden McDaniels hasn't shot it as well. So we just have not been as good offensively. And as you know, every year is different for every team. So while we were a Western Conference final team last year with Karl Anthony Towns, this is a different season, and we're still trying to figure it out. But I think we're a good basketball team. I know we've lost twice to the Warriors this year, but this is a good basketball team. Julius Randle is a guy that Chris Finch knows very well because he coached him in New Orleans. I think that Julius still has room to grow with Ant and for them to figure it out. Ant is still just 23 years of age, Greg, and so he has room to grow too in terms of figuring out how to play night in and night out and how to be defensively an impact player. And just so, because Ant makes a lot of mistakes defensively that ends up costing us games. We just had one against Memphis the other night where we lost. John Morant was 3 of 16 in the game or 3 of 17 in the game. And then Ant was guarding him his last couple of possessions and he lost him and he scored twice and we lost that ball game. So
Pete,
we're not the same team we were last year.
Yeah. Anthony Edwards is shooting 10 threes a game. He's not attacking the rim as much. Is that what Coach Finch wants him to do?
Well, some of it's you're right, Greg. It has come in lieu of some rim attacks and getting to the free throw line. And and all of that. But I think that one of the things Ant has done is he's kind of eliminated some of the long twos. So, Ant would take a lot of long twos and, that 16 to 3-point range, long two range. He's been eliminating those and making those threes. So it hasn't all been in lieu of rim attacks. But the way that they are playing off of other players on our team right now, Ant's seeing 2 and 3 bodies like all the time. It's hard for him to get to the rim a lot of times. So, I mean, you saw it with KD and with Clay. They run him off the line. Sometimes you can't get all the way to the rim, so you got to be able to make mid-range jump shots. So Ant has those elbow kill zones that he can pull up, just like all the great players do. You have to have that as a great scorer. You got to have those mid-range jumpers that you can knock down. But yeah, I mean, we would like for Ant to get downhill more often, but he'll do that when our players make them pay for sagging off of them to defend Ant, keep him out of the paint.
Jim, really appreciate your time. I want to be mindful of it, so I'll let you go now. Just want to say thanks for stopping by real quick, and we'll make sure to do this again when we're able to make it work on our schedules a little bit better. But nonetheless, really glad to have you on and do this for the first time, and enjoy tonight.
Love it. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Pete. Love you, man.
That is Jim Peterson. If you got a little NBA League Pass action or want to watch the local Minnesota Timberwolves broadcast, you can hear him, and he said it. His favorite teams, the Minnesota Timberwolves and Golden State Warriors. I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as we hit the midway point here on a Wednesday, midway point of the show, midway point of the week. And Papa, one thing I wanted to get into with Jim Peterson, had we had a little bit more time, is, yeah, Minnesota, obviously, roster different. Warriors roster is different without Klay Thompson, but this is a team that the Warriors had no answers for last year. The length just bothered them. Naz Reid was killing them on the defense and on the offensive end out on the perimeter. This year, Warriors, for all their struggles, they've been able to get the better of Minnesota twice. Gary Payton II is on track to return tonight for the Warriors. Nothing official, but that could be a big piece when you look at the fourth quarter and down the stretch of a couple of these games in which the Warriors came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, the Warriors beating him twice. We're not going to see him again the rest of the year, maybe in the playoffs. But Jim Peterson, first of all, Dave Benz was his partner for a number of years, and I helped get Benny an audition tape and get that job in Minnesota. That was his goal, to be a voice of an NBA team. He's no longer there, but they were a great duo for a long time, and we love Jim Peterson. He was a Warrior at the end of his career, and he got traded for Ralph Sampson. I mean, Ralph, was in Houston, and Nelly made the big trade with Joe Barry Carroll and Sleepy Floyd to get Ralph. And I remember Ralph Sampson's first ever preseason game in Stockton. Nelly just yells at him, and he just got him, and he had bad knees. That's why Houston moved him. And Nelly yells, "Ralph, is that all you got?" I'm like, what? He's yelling at Ralph Sampson like that? Ralph looked at him like, oh, man. And a little bit of Chris Webber, where there was a major disconnect. And then Nelly wound up trading Jim Peterson to get Ralph Sampson. And I remember him getting mad at Jim Peterson, and I'm trading you right now. I'm going up to the office. I'm trying to trade you, but nobody wants you. And I was like, Nelly, can you be a little softer to this guy? So the stories that Mitch was telling, they used to get into a contest, Shunas Marshallonis, and they would punch Jim Peterson in the stomach repeatedly to see if Jim could take it. And it was Mitch and Sharunas trading punches, and Jim would lose, or they'd go back and forth. It was Jim and Sharunas. Shunas Marshallonis was so incredibly strong, and Jim would lose and throw up all the time. He couldn't handle the punch to the gut from Rooney. But he's just, and Dave Benz is listening, so he chimed in. We love Jim Peterson. He's a good guy. Does a great job. But as far as the Timberwolves, they just felt like it. I didn't think it could work, that you could play those two bigs together. I was surprised. They got Karl Anthony Towns to play defense for a while next to Rudy Gobert, and you had the two shot blockers. Mark Spears would come on the show for a couple of years and say, keep an eye on Karl Anthony Towns. They're going to trade him. And I thought, could the Warriors get the Catmandu? If he at least tries on defense, he's Tim Duncan on offense and even a three-point shooter. So ultimately they broke that up, and Naz Reid's a big part of it. That guy would be a great Warrior. We're talking about trying to get a rim protector and a stretch shooter, and he's 6'9". He's not like he's legit, but you could play him at 4 or 5. And he's a difference maker, and he does play well with Julius Randle, and he also plays well with Gobert because of the difference in size. Anthony Edwards, though, it's surprising to me that he's taken so many threes. He just looks like he's settling. He's taken 9.9 threes a game. Do you really want him to do that? To me, you want that guy. He's Mitch Richmond. He's a guy you want attacking. Now, the game has changed, obviously, but his free throw attempts last year was 6.4 a game. He's down to 4.4. To me, with his size and build, he is a modern-day version of The Rock at 6'4", 2.25. You want to get him inside, attack the rim, and I think he's settling way too much. And you don't want the long twos, you want threes, but they're just a different basketball team right now. And Naz Reid historically has been a guy that has hurt the Warriors statistically in short bursts. I don't think they're going to give him up now. Obviously they moved Kathmandu and they like the trio, and so it'd be great to get Gary Payton II back. The key guy when you're matching up with Julius Randle, obviously you want Wiggins on Anthony Edwards, Ant-Man, is you want Draymond against Julius Randle. And they even going back to when Randle was a kid in the NBA and with the Lakers before he went to the Knicks, everybody thought he's the left-handed Draymond. He doesn't guard like Draymond, but he does fill in the box score. So what are we hearing about Draymond Green's availability? Is he over his illness? Is he over, L5, S1, the discs that are giving him a problem? You want Draymond to match up with Julius Randle.
Yeah, right now Draymond listed as questionable. Brandon Pajemski will be out. Trace Jackson Davis is also questionable. And now I'm seeing that Gary Payton II, he's been upgraded to probable. Gotcha. It said out next to it on the status. I was like, what are we doing? Anthony Slater just had it on track to play. GP2 should be available tonight. Draymond and TJD questionable. Kyle Anderson, a revenge game for Kyle Anderson.
Former Wolf.
Also questionable to play. So,
again, the NBA makes you list everybody as questionable. It's just ridiculous. We'll find out in a couple of hours who will be able to play. But this has been an interesting trip, obviously. And the Toronto game, they beat Detroit, and Detroit was playing well, and they had their guys go. And then Draymond, Steph did not go in Indianapolis, and they had a chance to steal that game. They were down, an 86-81 or something, and then Schroeder turned the ball over twice, or he turned the ball over once and then had a shot blocked at the end of the game, and Indiana wound up winning the game. We've talked to Pete, we talked to Dave Pasch about the matchup. We are going to talk to Tim Legler, who I miss, in the studio and breaking down tape. That guy he's Orlovsky of the NBA as far as breaking down tape. Now that he's doing games, they don't use him as much, but it'll be great to have him on the broadcast tonight on the Warriors. I do want to get his thoughts on what he sees from the Warriors and where they are, but just the shot of Dennis Schroeder, which was funky, but went in the basket in Brooklyn at a career-high percentage with the Warriors. It's not going in, and when he misses it, it is not close. He's not, banged 3 times off the rim or bounced 3 times off the rim gently and fall away. It's way wide. It's off the backboard. It's off. One time they threw it to him against Miami with a shot clock down to 0, and he threw it off the top of the backboard. That's a hard shot, but when he misses, he's not close. And Legs was he got his legs into the shot, and Tim was a really good three-point shooter. When he got in the shooting competitions with Mully, he would hang with Mully. Nobody could do that. So I just want to get his thoughts on what's going on with Schroeder and the shot. Dennis is fighting, and he's playing more aggressively, but the shot is funky, and he's having a shot get blocked repeatedly. And that, how do you match up tonight? With them not starting Mike Conley, those are, Dante DiVincenzo's a tough cover. He's physically strong. And, Pajemski, I thought, was going to grow into Dante's Inferno role. He just is not. And DiVincenzo's, we miss him. He was a good Warrior when he was here. He got paid a lot to go to the Knicks, and now he's, as a Timberwolf. One thing about Schroeder, he's just, he gets up into you and guards you and turns you, but physically he's not strong. He gets overpowered. So you got to have Andrew Wiggins on Anthony Edwards. What do you do with DiVincenzo? Dante will he will muscle Dennis Schroeder out of there. So that's going to be a tough matchup tonight.
And Dante DiVincenzo, as we know well, can make you pay from beyond the arc, as he did very well in New York last year, and then, of course, traded to Minnesota. So the Warriors will see their old friend Dante tonight. Let's take a quick timeout. come back, keep this conversation going. We got Tim Legler joining us at 12:50. Sounds of Silver and Silver Linings playlist in the 1 o'clock hour. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
2024 Gold Glove Award winner Matt Chapman stopped by Dirty Work yesterday with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa to share his excitement of the San Francisco Giants offseason acquisitions of Willie Adames and Justin Verlander and the team's positive attitude towards 2025. Can't wait for opening day. You can check out that podcast and more on KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR Social.
Homeowners, it's time to start fresh in 2025. Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and Loan Pronto is here to help you take control of your finances in 2025 by lowering your house payments and consolidating that nagging debt. Did you know that 9 out of 10 borrowers get a better deal by calling Loan Pronto? Right now, do it pronto. Loan Pronto has some of the most competitive offers, refis, debt consolidation, and purchase loans starting in the low 5s APRs. If your current rate is over 6%, don't settle for paying too much. Even if you're in process with another lender, call Loan Pronto. Lock in at a lower rate today and close in as little as 2 weeks, often with no appraisal. You can even skip your next 2 house payments. It's fast, it's easy, and it's hassle-free. Get your personalized Loan Pronto rate quote instantly with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees. Call now, 415-808-5721 or loanpronto.com. That's 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out on a Wednesday. Had a good conversation with Jim Peterson. We talked with Dave Pasch. We'll have Tim Legler coming up at 12:50. So right now, just a short little reset, and want to play a couple pieces of sound. This isn't our official Sounds of Silver ordeal, and we'll get to that in just a second. Just want to say also, found this out from the YouTube chat, Rockin' New Era is a hat guy to the level of a Greg Papa. Apparently it's National Hat Day, so happy holidays to both you and Rockin' New Era on that one.
I just got a new badge sent to me that are fire. They're a little bold. I haven't put them on yet, but we do thank, and we'll give proper cred a little bit later on. But New Era is a company that's based in Buffalo, New York. A good friend of mine was the president of New Era. Hat company for many, many years.
So let me ask you something else, unrelated. You're a guest list guy, right? You like having a good guest list, nice robust one?
Sure, without a doubt.
So I didn't clear this up on the air, but yesterday I said we would have Kyle Harrison today. That actually got moved to tomorrow. So two voices you will hear tomorrow. Tony La Russa should join us around 10:50, and Kyle Harrison will join us around, is it 1 o'clock, Walter, or 1:30? Kept changing.
I think it's 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock is the final time for Kyle.
Okay, so that'll be available after the fact if you miss it too. But we'll have Kyle Harrison and Tony La Russa for those of you who are missing your baseball a little bit today. So just want to float that out there. And if anything changes, I will let you know early in the show tomorrow.
Without a doubt, De La Salle's finest. And obviously, we love Kyle. I'll get my De La hat out. Nick went there, my son. And Tony, Tony this time of the year does his annual event at the Lesher Theater in Walnut Creek, and it's coming up in a week from Friday, and we'll be there. And he's invited quite a few people, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and others, and Tony and I have been exchanging text, and we actually talked on the phone. Their tickets are on sale for the event. He does it every year this time, and Adam Duritz from County Crows will be there, and a lot of great people. Is Billy Bob Thornton showing up, by the way? Wow.
Yeah?
She's on the list when Tony said. What's the new show he's got going that I've been watching? Landowners?
I haven't seen that either.
Wild.
I think it's Landman, right? Isn't Landman or something like that?
Landman. Watch the first couple of episodes of that. It is amazing. Billy Bob Thornton is insane. Is he going to be at that? Anyway, it's going to be a Ricky tribute, quite a bit. It's going to be. They're all going to be back. Atkins Stu and Jose Canseco coming back, so we'll cry, thinking about the guy we lost, the young kid from Oakland Tech, as we talk to Tony tomorrow, and also look ahead to the future of one De La, the great Kyle Harrison.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's going to be great to catch up with both of those guys, talk a little A's, Ricky Henderson, and of course Giants in the future, and the Fan Fest that is coming up there. And I think Murph's going to be out there on the panel this weekend, so that's going to be exciting. He'll get to talk all about that. Couple of cuts I did want to play, and with Cooler of Content, the long-standing segment of the morning show, I try to be very mindful of not having too much overlap with Sounds of Silver and Cooler of Content, but sometimes there's just going to be a little overlap because it's so good. And so Cooler of Content was on fire today with Young Tony running the ship. John Curley out sick today, so Young Tony doing it all. Got to give him a shout-out today, even though everyone likes to give him a hard time. Just because he's young. He's older than me, Walter, okay? I take it personally. Just like my list. So, couple of cuts, and I was like, wow, this is great for Papa and Silver show today. So the first one we're going to go with is a little Nova Scotia groom giving a gift to his bride of tickets to the Bills-Ravens game. Got to play that for our guy,
From
Greg
Nova
Papa.
Scotia, they're coming to watch the Buffalo Bills?
This is the sound, and this is how the reaction went down.
Sometimes I may have to hold on to a secret bonus gift to give you during our ceremony. We're going to see the Bills.
Oh, I'm so glad she's so excited. That's how I feel, too, when I get those, by the way. The couple tells us they always try to beat the other with their gifts. They plan to head down to Buffalo this weekend when the Bills take on the Ravens.
Okay, so I think that was excitement, but all I'm saying is if I gave you a gift, like your Papa mug, or Walter a gift, and the reaction was no, I'd be like taking it back.
You gave me tickets to the Bills playoff game? Are you kidding me? I had the same reaction. Wow, she's a big football fan. She's not an Argos fan or a BC Lions fan or a Rough Riders fan. She likes the Bills.
She really, really, really likes the Bills, and I guess you're allowed to be both if it's a different league, right? You could be an Argos fan and a Bills fan hardcore.
Well, the Bills used to play in Toronto. There was a time there where we were worried that the Buffalo Bills were going to move to Toronto, Ontario, Canada permanently. They played a preseason game there annually, and at least one. I remember every time they went there, they got killed. I remember when the first time we knew this Legion of Boom was that good, Marshawn Lynch in Seattle went up there and just ran all over the Buffalo Bills, and that place was They love their Leafs and they love hockey, and they're from province to province in Canada. They get really loud. They're really quiet when they watch the Blue Jays play. Come out and play. Let's play Blue Jays. And they're for whatever reason, when the Bills played there, it was like a library. So it's like you can't go there. But it's good to know they'll be coming in from Canada to watch the Bills beat the Baltimore Ravens.
Can you imagine if my confidence score is wrong and the Bills host an AFC championship game and this groom is going to double down?
I've already imagined it. I don't know about her and her. She got a little orgasmic there. It's very exciting. I would love to go to the AFC championship game in Buffalo. That would be so fun. I've never been to a Bills playoff game. One year I was there and got deathly sick going to a Buffalo Sabre game, got food poisoning. So I've never been to a Bills playoff game. I've been to, well, I should take that. In Buffalo. I've been to Super Bowls, obviously. Yes. In Minneapolis and also in Pasadena. But in any event, I wouldn't mind going to Arrowhead for Bills Chiefs. That would be equally as strong. But going back to my hometown for Bills and the Texans, that would be orgasmic, a lot like Nova Scotia salmon.
Football is a very unique sport in that the Super Bowl is a giant event. It's like a borderline holiday. So Championship Sunday is where you really get the hardcore fan atmosphere. I've been in Oracle for NBA Finals games a couple of times. There's absolutely nothing like it. But the Super Bowl, you don't necessarily get the hardcore fans of each team. It's like a giant production. So
it's a corporate event.
If we're talking about Buffalo, Orchard Park, AFC Championship, and maybe a Detroit Lions hosting the NFC Championship, that's got to be two of the most raucous fan bases and environments. I would just kill to be in those. It'd be amazing.
The Rust Belt. We'll see. Arrowhead would not be bad as well.
Arrowhead definitely would not be bad. I know a lot of America would be rooting for something a little bit new. Let's go with another piece of sound. Shout out once again, Young Tony and the Cooler of Content. Chris Mad Dog Russo. You hear about this whole love-hate up and down he's had with Timothy Chalamet?
No.
He was mad.
No.
He was mad. He
About
didn't get
what?
invited.
He didn't like him as Bob Dylan?
No, he loves Bob Dylan, and he was upset that he didn't get
Chalamet
invited.
as Bob Dylan?
No, he was just upset he didn't get invited to the premiere. So Timothy Chalamet flies Mad Dog.
You didn't make the cut. Why wouldn't they invite Mad Dog Russo to a Bob Dylan?
Because I know Dylan better than everybody.
Great.
Anyway.
So what did he do?
It's a happy ending because Mad Dog Russo ends
Not
up
like the young lady in Nova Scotia. She had a happy ending going to the playoff game. Mad Dog version. Can't get enough Mad Dog in our life.
Can't get enough Mad Dog. Thank you, Walter. He ends up flying out with his two children to the UK to see the premiere of A Complete Unknown, and these two are interacting together. Now, the sound is a little bit muggy, but I'm just thinking, after all the Bob Dylan, A Complete Unknown talk, now we got to rope it back into sports. This is just what transpired when these two met up with each other at the red carpet.
Hey, man, nice to meet you. How you doing? I'm good, man. Thanks for coming, man. Thanks for coming, man.
Yes, sir. Give me yes, sir. Yes, sir. There you go, Tim.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks for coming, man. Thanks for Yeah.
And I did that as a gag on the first day.
I wasn't a gag. I was like, shoot, I get this guy a ticket, man.
It was a gag, but it was a gag. So then you look, man.
Tell Stephen A. he's got to come. Yeah, tell him. Yeah. I was going to invite him to the free to meet.
He's probably working the show. Molly would have come. You know, he doesn't know anything about Dylan.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, Molly does. Molly would have come.
So among the muddy audio, there's a whole Timothy Chalamet going, you got to get Stephen A. to come. And he's like, no, Stephen A.'s not worthy. He doesn't know enough about Dylan. But you can bring Molly. I know everything about Bob Dylan. I went to the premiere in the UK with my mom. And
why is the premiere of Complete Unknown, a guy from Minnesota in the United Kingdom? Why did they have it there?
Because Timothy Chalamet is an international icon, I suppose.
I understand that. But is Bob Dylan that big in England as he is here?
I mean, he's got to be big enough, right? If they're going to do a delayed premiere in the UK. You know what they were
so
probably
that was
saying?
the secondary premiere. The first premiere was where, in L.A.?
Yeah, L.A. or New York, I would imagine. Probably New York.
New York, the Village?
Yeah.
So I wanted to like Bob Dylan more when I saw it, and I really did not. I was told, you're going to like this movie anyway if you like Bob Dylan or not. And I did find a side of him that was cool, which I hadn't seen before. The music and this. But anyway, the parallel between Mad Dog Russo and Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan's singing voice is the spoken equivalent of Chris Mad Dog Russo.
What?
He's just... You a fan of him? Mike was the best. Mike Francesa was the best. Mad Dog, it's amazing to me he's on TV with that voice and his delivery. But anyway, to each their own.
Yeah, so I would have agreed with you that if you're not into Bob Dylan, I don't think the movie does a lot for you. I think we've seen other music biopics like Straight Outta Compton about Dr. Dre, Ice Cube, Eazy-E, their whole rise to fame after, living in a rough neighborhood in Compton. And that was a really interesting movie. I think you would enjoy that even if you weren't super keen on the music. The Freddie Mercury, Bohemian Rhapsody.
Super Keen?
Super
I
Keen.
love Super Keen.
That's right.
Super Keen.
Well, I had a roommate about a year ago who grew up most of his adolescence in England, so he'd be dropping words like keen all the time.
Yeah.
Translated into my vocabulary. Before we take a little time out, you know what I think they were probably saying to Mad Dog Russo when he was showing up?
I couldn't hear a word. That audio was muddy waters. I could not hear one thing they said.
All I know is that when he was on the red carpet with his family and trying to show up all fashionable, they were probably going, once upon a time you dressed so fine, through the lamps of time in your prime, didn't you? All right, I'll be done.
No, that was good.
Thank you.
That was good. You are Chalamet. You really are. The one thing about Chalamet, he studied like 6 years to play Dylan. And he did all the acoustic guitar work and all the vocals. He was as horrible as a singer as Bob Dylan. So.
And that's the best compliment of all that you can give.
He nailed him. He pulled off Dylan, there's no doubt.
Oh, he did great. When I found out he was playing everything by himself, the guitar, the singing, I was like, damn, he did a really good Dylan. Anyway, we'll get back into it. We'll regroup on the other side, get back into some more serious matters, I suppose.
Super Keen!
Super Keen! Tim Legler coming up at 12:50. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Hey, good morning to you. If you struggle with glasses and contacts, you've probably thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO-ICL. But if you now need readers or bifocals, and Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has the permanent solution to ditch them all. It is called Custom Lens Replacement, CLR. Greg Papa here. I had CLR from Laser Eye Center a couple of summers ago, and I see perfectly without any glasses at all, including those annoying readers. It is truly amazing. If you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar. Coming up Friday, January the 24th, their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts, plus why you will never develop a cataract. Find out if CLR could be right for you, so register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar. It's coming up Friday, January the 24th. CLR, no readers, no glasses, no contacts, and no cataracts. Laser Eye Center. They are in Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver hanging out. We're going to talk to Tim Legler coming up about 15 minutes or so. Warriors back in action tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Keep you updated on the injury report there. Gary Payton II is probable and on track to return. Draymond Green questionable and at risk of missing his third straight. And the Warriors coming off their low point of the season, both mathematically. First time they fell below 500, losing to an 8, now 9-win Toronto Raptors team on Monday, 104-101. And we're at the existential crossroads of it all. But, Papa, they have taken down the Minnesota Timberwolves twice this year, and they're looking to get back to 500 and make this a 3-1 series advantage for the season.
Yeah, I'll be anxious to hear from Tim Legler in a national perspective. I mean, the Warriors started 12-3, and just so many things went well to start 12-3. So you know it's in them. And the guys that they added, now DeAnthony Melton is no longer. But Buddy Hield was playing really, really well. The young guys were developing. And now it's just, Melton's hurt. You wind up flipping him for Dennis Schroeder. I do want to get Leg's shooting expertise, because he's a great shooter and he's a great form shooter. I mean, he can shoot any way you want. But the ball needs to go in. And for Dennis Schroeder, it was going in Brooklyn. It's just a funky shot. He shoots it on the way up. It's side load. He's just not playing well. But it is what it is. So the Warriors were 12-3 to start the year. We all know that. It was all clicking. The depth, playing 12 guys. The defense was overwhelmingly good. And we actually got into a discussion with John, when they were 12-3 about, is this possibly Steve Kerr's best defensive team he's ever had? I mean, when the Bogut team and the early championship teams, and then when Durant got here, they could suffocate you. And Kevin, and he wanted the guard when he was here most of the time, but in the playoff series, they just take you out. But these guys, outside of Buddy Hield, really did not have a defensive weakness. They were all good defenders. But Gary Payton II is out, Podziemski, this core injury, and when is he coming back? Relearning how to run? What is that? And then obviously Gary Payton II, they got him back because of the injury he had in Portland, and he's been in and out of the lineup. So they're so far from that team, though, it's hard to remember them. They are 19-20 now. So after the 12-3, they have gone 7-17. What are they? Somewhere in the middle? I don't know. But the team that has started 12-3 has never is made the playoffs, is the way to say it. Let's not go double negative. They've made the playoffs every single time, and you want to call it a merger. It was not a merger in 76-77. The NBA took 4 teams they wanted in from the ABA. The other teams went away, except for the Spirit of St. Louis, and their young owners got a lifetime deal on the TV deal, which made them billionaires forever. But anyway, it was a takeover. They took 4 teams they wanted in, and the other ones were taken away. But since that line that we always turn to, the 76-77 merger, any team that started 12-3 has made the playoffs. Is this a playoff team? And I know what they've been talking about this week, and Draymond and Steph and Steve have been talking about, let's not break it up. That would be reckless. But how do you improve? You can't give up on the year. We're almost to the midway point of the year now. Tonight is game 40. So we're almost there, 41 of 82. You got a trade deadline coming up 3 weeks from tomorrow. Do you want to improve the team? Do you want to start, selling off parts like Schroeder? It's pretty clear when they're talking about not making a reckless move.